Welcome to the World Series of Poker Circuit, live from Kings Resort. Today, I'm going to take you guys on a journey through the largest poker room in Europe. Follow me. Kings Resort started as a very simple idea from owner Wsopc to create the best possible poker environment for poker players from all over the world. Fast forward 18 years and Kings Resort now boasts over 200 poker tables, a la carte restaurant, a spa, shisha lounge, a premium clothing brand, 15 live casino games and slot machines all over the resort to keep you entertained, hundreds of hotel rooms, and is the proud host of dozens of poker festivals where millions of euros are won here each and every year. Now, of course, money is important to all poker players. What about the legacy, trophies, and glory that come with poker? At Kings Resort, there's been an abundance of glory over the last 18 years, with over 35 bracelets and 90 rings awarded right here on the main stage, making Kings Resort a home for poker history. Come and join us at Kings to become a part of poker history.
Thank you, Henry, for that perfect introduction to this Wsopc circuit main event. And Kings Resort have produced again. This is a record-breaking event with over 1.3 million in the prize pool.
You're too kind, Finton. You're too kind. And yes, it is a record-breaking event. And with such events of this caliber here at Kings, got a few big names in the mix. Previous winners, previous final tablists, such as Martin Cabral, Eyal Ben-Shimon, and Emil Bissett. So I'm not surprised to see the caliber of player in this event show up in force, and man, I mean, hopefully we have some epic battles at the tables.
Absolutely. And these are huge names, Henry. But in fact, they're superstars of the poker world in this region. But it's not all about these professionals.
It's not.
There is a bunch of recreational players out there who've qualified for as little as €100, and they have an opportunity to win big. In fact, it's going to be life-changing money up top. But a long way to go between now and then payouts.
Yeah, I mean, it's been over 2 years since we last crowned a champion, Jakub Iliva, back in 2019. He took home over €200,000, and when we're streaming these events, people are watching on Twitch, on YouTube, they're here on the rail, you know, seeing people win the life-changing money that you've mentioned. So I'm not surprised to see so many people flock from all over Europe to take part in this, especially given the fact that people know that there's going to be over €200,000 for first, and more importantly, an opportunity to qualify into one of the biggest tournaments of the year, the World Series of Poker Europe main event. 10 tickets up for grabs in that one.
Incredible. Of course,
Incredible
that's
stuff,
confirmed, man. November 19th to December 8th. But right now, we're going to bring you the action from this Wsopc circuit main event. We're going to be streaming for the next 3 days, and even on tournament breaks, we're going to show you the highlights of the best hands. Let's get to it, Henry.
Let's jump straight into the booth, my man.
No.
No smartwatches, no phones, nothing on this thing.
I can take it for you and set it down there. Your phones will be down there. You cannot have your phone on you at all. It'll be on this table right here on the camera.
I'm gonna go there. Can I use it?
Yep. Just as long as you're all the way down there. So you can use it down there. No electronic devices at the table.
I mean, you can switch it with. I tried to help people like maybe you can like this. Or you can do another thing, just take a pillow from there, like from the couch. Back. Yeah, just go on this side. Just go on this side and
Alright, I've got everybody's phones.
okay, position. Can I have rotation, please, a bit like gents? Position 7 and 6, 2 and 3. I would like when you fold your cards or whatever you do, like just push them more to me because I cannot reach this position. Yeah? I must stand up to reach this position. So when you fold cards, just fold them more to me or the chips. When you bet, raise, whatever you do. So everybody like 6, 7, 2, 3. Just push cards and chips more to me. Yeah. Yeah. And first 5 seconds, just put the cards on the line to be read it, and then you can read yourself.
I'll see if I can find you a cushion or something, but I don't have any in the chair.
Thank you very much, and good luck to everybody.
Let me see what I can find. Okay.
You just move your stuff a little bit because you have your line.
Yeah, your line's a green one. Just make sure you keep your cards on there, guys.
First 5
Even after you squeeze them, just go ahead and send them back there.
Kubenka there on the left-hand side. So super deep, as you say, Henry. I believe the average stack, it's about 55, between 53 and 54 big blinds. Andy Tillman just confirming the blind level at 1.53 thousand.
Finton, my man.
Yes, Henry.
Let's reintroduce the stream, dude.
Yeah.
Sounds like those dulcet tones of ours weren't quite picked up, and this is an event that it's worthy of 2 introductions.
Okay.
Anyway,
Sounds good to me.
I'll give you the countdown. You ready?
Okay.
All right. 3, 2, 1. And welcome back, boys and girls, to Kings Resort. This is the World Series of Poker Circuit main event, day 2. And as I already alluded to, Finton and I were talking off stream, and we're talking about how not only is this a record-breaking event, a record amount of money up top, but Finton, that is not the main talking point, I guess, today. The main one is going to be playing down to the money and getting into the nitty-gritty of it.
Absolutely. I mean, tournament poker, it's all about the cash, Henry. That is the first goal, first target. Get in the money.
I disagree. It's making it through the registration line.
Okay. Okay. We said earlier, the most difficult period in a poker event is that day one, to get through that day one.
Yeah. Yeah.
However, if you don't get through day one on this particular event, you can always come back day 2 and buy in.
You can indeed, and I'll tell you what, straight off the bat, Andrea jamming his 13 bigs into Vivian Saliba from Brazil, 888 Poker Pro. Gonna need to win a flip I mean, this is a fair start, right? Fair start to the live stream. A flip.
Absolutely. The pocket jacks versus the 2 overs. Vivian Saliba does have Andre covered. And why is the Italian flag beside Vivian's name, Henry?
I am not too sure, my man. Well, queen high flop. Andrea now an 86% favorite to win this hand. Let's get a little turn sweat, a little 8 ball. That's not an 8. A jack and a jack only needed Saliba to send Andrea to the rail. No dice, Finton.
Vivian Saliba takes a hit early on this feature table. Andrea getting the double true, and it brings him actually up on par with Vivian, both playing over 30 bigs or thereabouts. I mean, we were just saying about the structure of this event, Henry. 50k starting stack, 1 hour clock, 4-day event. It really is well structured.
How's your flipping skills, boys and girls? One of my least favorite parts. One of my least favorite things in poker. Having to flip, it doesn't seem fair.
Well, you know what my least favorite thing is?
Well, it's certainly not rebuying. You love a rebuy.
Oh, rebuys are...
Oh, you're in for 8 bullets at everything you play, right?
No, they're not great for the health, the rebuys, but it's an integral part of poker.
It is indeed. Shout out to everyone joining us straight away. Fresh from the start. 190 of you on our Twitch channel. Shout out to everyone else on the other platforms. Quick introduction of the commentary team. Joining me finally, after what feels like it's been forever, sat right next to me in the commentary booth from Kings Resort, none other than the Irish legend Finton Gavin. And for those of you that don't know me, my name is Henry Kilbane. I'm going to be calling the action for you guys over the next 3 days until we crown ourselves a champion.
So the buy-in, 1,700 total, and we are close to 800 players, bringing the prize pool up to 1.3 million. We're well into day 2, so as Henry just said, we're going to be hitting the money soon.
Yeah, I mean, 95 players paid, so around about, what, 12% of the overall entries making the money. And I mean, we've still got a long old way to go, starting off a few levels into day 2. Yusuf popping best here. I believe he limped in from the cutoff. The Jack 10. I don't know. I don't hate it. I think we do get to have limps off of this stack depth. I'm not sure Jack 10 is the hand that I would decide to do that with, but hey, we just started. It's been a while since I've looked at these limping ranges. Maybe I'm a bit rusty around the edges.
Well, where have you been, Henry? What have you been doing?
I mean, that's a
loaded question, right?
Been traveling around, man. Spent a bit of time out in Vegas, a bit of time in Asia. Been doing a ton of streaming myself, as a lot of the regular viewers of the PokerRoomKings Twitch channel already know. King's been kind enough to send us over Twitch raids whenever we're live. So yeah, been pretty busy. 288 players remaining. You can see in the top right-hand corner of the screen. So lost 2/3 of the field. Gonna need to lose another 2/3 of this current field in order to get down to the money. And then tomorrow we're playing all the way down to the final table. It's obviously been a while since I've been in the booth, so shout out to the regulars that I am unfamiliar with. Bobic 1988, Wsopc Exploiter, McLean's 007, Leggy, all in the Twitch chat. Howdy, guys. What about you, Finton?
Basically, Henry, I've been sitting in this booth waiting for you to return. And I believe quite a few of the viewers have also been waiting for your return. Henry, you mentioned something there earlier and I just didn't quite understand it.
Go ahead.
You said that Kings was kind enough to give you a raid. What does that mean? Can you explain that?
I can explain that. Yeah.
Explain that to someone from my era.
So
I mean, it sounds very, I don't know. Is it legal, first of all?
it is legal.
Okay. Does it involve weapons?
It does not.
Okay. Oh, this is an online thing, obviously.
It's an online thing, yeah.
Okay, cool.
So Kings have been sending my stream their viewers after they've been concluding with the streams here. What a disgusting turn card. Sebastian opening from +1, taking a stab on the Queen 7-6 versus the big blind range, and well, turns Jin, 28k in the middle. Peter Kubenko, a regular here at Kings. Finton, we've had him on our screens many times.
Absolutely. Some big results for Petter. He came, I think this is his third cash of the series, this particular series. Runner-up in the 1K German Championship last year for 46,000. And he gets away on the turn.
Yeah, real discipline laydown from Petter. Didn't even really think about it much. Sebastian with the double barrel, barreling 1/3 on the turn.
So viewers just tuning in, this is the World Series of Poker circuit. It's the main event, which is 1,700 buy-in. We got massive numbers, 1 million guaranteed. But the prize pool now, well over 1.3 million.
Yeah, you called it. You did call it.
912 entries, Henry. And we have about 288 left, average stack just about 160. Which is about 53 big blinds, which is, I mean, that is super deep, Henry. I wouldn't know what to do with that many big blinds. I just basically want to play every hand.
Yeah, this is. I understand where you're coming from. Like, it could be very tempting to VPip in these tournaments for obvious reasons, like you said. You know, when average stack is as high as it is, but really important to just have consistency in your pre-flop discipline. Such a solid structure.
So cut off min raise here from Vivian Saliba, who lost a big flip not too long ago, one of the first hands of the stream. Vivian with over 600k in lifetime earnings. Just on the back of a successful Bucharest festival, Vivian. But she's gonna get it slammed back in her face here, Henry. with Massimo in the big blind, just shoving Massimo with the big stack. Just lets rip, and Vivian lets go the queen 10. Left hand side of your screen, Petr Kubenka, the king's reg. 350,000 in lifetime earnings. Super disciplined, super experienced Petr, but he's kind of shackled here, Henry. He's just sitting on about 12 bigs, I think.
I've seen him nurse a short stack masterfully in the past. It's what's going to be required of him here. Nines for Wsopc. Almost 70 big blinds.
This series has seen 16 gold rings already awarded. There is still one more. The winner of this event, of course, on top of that. First place payout, what will be absolutely enormous. We expect in around $250,000. I don't think the payout has been announced, Henry, has it?
It has.
Oh,
it
wow.
has indeed.
Tell me the good news.
Be getting it all updated as soon as possible. But yeah, it's quite literally just been announced, so we'll be getting the payouts in the Twitch chat for everyone.
And is it a secret, Henry, what the payouts are? First place?
First prize is over 230,000, but I'll get them updated as soon as I get confirmation on all the payouts.
230k plus a 10k seat. Big blind, Sebastian with the ace-10, just flat calls. So Wsopc opens with the nines. Small blind, king-queen suited. And Sebastian, the ace-10, who flops top. But look at this, Massimo with the flush draw. And it's not the worst flop for nines, Henry. I can see more money going in the pot.
It looks like Wsopc agrees with you on that one. Fires out the c-bet. Small, 1/3 to two opponents. With an interesting decision here. 2 overs, second up flush draw. Blocking some of the stronger parts of Wsopc's continuing range. Does take it upstairs.
This is a horrible spot for Sebastian. His big concern here, okay, obviously the 3-bet from Massimo, but I mean, the fact the pre-flop raiser Wsopc is still to act, I think this top goes in the bin, to be honest.
I could certainly see that being the case.
It's just too awkward a spot.
I mean, you think of Massimo's flatting range from the small, it's going to have 8s. Shouldn't have 5s too often. It's going to have 10s. We block 10s. But he's also going to have, you know, some King 10, Queen 10, Jack 10 suited of the world, which we're doing okay against.
So action on Sebastian, who you see in the right-hand side of your screen. He defended his big blind with ace-10. He's flopped top, but the pre-flop raiser Wsopc led out when checked to him. And then 3-bet from Massimo, and that does get rid of Sebastian. And I think Wsopc, I think he lets this go, Henry.
Yeah, it's a very strong line from Massimo, especially out of the small blind. A lot of things to take into consideration. He's check raising against an under the gun open and under the gun c-bet into 2 opponents. Wsopc deciding to stick around. Hits him with the how much are you playing?
So these red chips or orange, I don't know, I'm colorblind, Henry. They're 5k, right?
They are indeed.
Yeah.
Blue chips are worth 25k. And the pink chips are worth 1k, purple chips are worth 500.
Well, it's a nice life for Massimo. He connects on the turn, hits his queen. Now he checks, Henry. Well, I guess he's blocking kings with that king, but it's not out of the question he's up against the bullets.
Could definitely be up against a passive overpair. We are blocking kings and queens. Oh, well, just in case he was behind. Against aces. Surprised to see him slow down on the turn. Wsopc should never really have. There's one combo of queen 10 suited, queen 10 of hearts. Wsopc shouldn't have 5s. 10s and 8s should kind of be out of the equation. Have enough equity against aces. Goes really small.
Decent fold from Wsopc, who called the 3-bet in the flop, check back. When Massimo checked the turn, and then Massimo does go for value on the river with his mate flush. Scoops the pot. This is our feature table at the World Series of Poker Circuit main event. 1,700 buy-in. Million guaranteed, prize pool well over 1.3 million. And Henry has recently confirmed first place payout, €230,000 plus the 10k main event seat for the World Series of Poker Europe that's scheduled for November 19th to December 8th. That is going to be an absolute beast of an event. Word on the street is that will be the standout event of the year without a doubt.
The main event.
Massive amount of live qualifiers.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, it's just unheard of to have 150 live qualifiers.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, they've been qualifying since, what, the back end of 2019, so it's been a while. Sigurd said, why should he not have 5s there? It just shouldn't be a part of his opening range from under the gun. I guess you could argue that, you know, if 6s is the line, or 7s is probably the line in theory. But I think given like the effective stacks behind, it gets pretty dicey with 5s and 6s. Because although he's like 70 bigs deep, that's not his effective stack, right? So he has to take into consideration rejam stacks behind. And 5s just don't perform too well overall.
Small pairs, early position. Just put them in the bin, Henry. Don't cause yourself any pain.
It's pretty much my motto, mate.
So, no action with the queens. Button moves, blinds, posted. 1.53k. Average stack over 50 bigs. Now, Henry, since you've been gone, we've been awarded a new dealer. And he is absolutely top class. All the staff, we got to mention, so professional, so orderly. These events run week in, week out, huge fields. And it's like a conveyor belt. They're run with precision and order. And we just have to say well done to the King staff, dealers, floor. What about this production team, this TV set, Henry? Top drawer.
Quite the setup we've got here at Kings. 18 crew members on the production team, 8 cameras, 80 dealers, 15 floor staff, 2 commentary teams.
And this is another record-breaking event. The biggest turnout for a World Series circuit main event in Kings history. So all these players with a big opportunity. Well, I guess first goal, first target, get in the money, get paid. Petr Kubenka, left-hand side of your screen there folding. This is Massimo with 250k and big blind 3k. Super deep on the cutoff. I guess he could be opening any two there. This is Wsopc who folds, and now Robert Kukoska, who's been around the block on a bit, this guy, Robert. He's been a reg in the resort since 2011. So this is going to go check, bet, fold for sure. Massimo. Does continue, takes it down. Button moves. So 900 plus entries for the 1700 buy-in. So under the gun, Andrea, good start to this featured table. Double true. Saliba, who's on our right, next to act here. Petr Kubenka folds Massimo, 263k, massive stack, 8-5 hijack, lets this go, and now seed 8 Sebastian. He folds Giuseppe Rossa on the button with 6s. Playing pretty much average stack. 6s min raise as you would expect. Robert folds in the small blind position, and Wsopc in the big blind with about 30 bigs behind is going to defend with the King 10. So pocket pair versus the 2 overs. 6 is still good. King 10 is missed. Wsopc first to act will check. Wsopc continues. 5,000 it looks like. Dealer just getting confirmation. And Wsopc folds the King 10 button moves. Blinds posted. Andrea posting big blind ante. Under the gun here will be Vivian Saliba from São Paulo, Brazil. This is day 2 of a 4-day event. We'll reach the money later on this evening. Day 3 kicks off tomorrow, 2:30. Well, in fact, it's 4:30 tomorrow kicks off, 2:30 for the final table. On Tuesday, Vivian took a hit with the jacks versus the king queen folds under the gun. This is Daniel Vesco, ace 4 folds, and now Peter Kubenka just 11 big blinds behind. Massimo De Maria pockets Evans, has the freedom to comfortably open from a very wide starting range, and Seven's well up in that range, so he does make it 6.5k it looks like. $6,500 open.
Check.
Wsopc check holds the 5k with the good shot. That will slow Massimo down. Wsopc checking here, I'm assuming. And now Massimo with 7s. Likely checking back here, but may go and try and move his opponent off. King X, 9x type hands. Straight draws. And he does.
26,000.
Fire again. Wsopc will just give this up, surely. Massimo takes a stack up to 280,000.
How we doing, Finton? How's it been going, my man?
Yeah, it's going, Henry. It certainly is going.
Balansky asking how many people ITM. 95 players will make the money, just waiting for all of the payout confirmations to come through. And I will keep you guys updated. Seeing someone say tight fold King 8 suited. Not sure. Feels pretty standard.
Button raise with suited ace-5. Wsopc. Vivian deciding not to defend with the 9-deuce. This lady has been around, believe me, $600,000 in live tournament earnings.
It's more than me, Finton.
Well, she's on form, a couple of cashes in Bucharest. And who knows, did take a big hit early on with the jacks versus the king-queen. And to her left, centre of the screen, that's Danielle posting big blind. And then we have Petr Kubeka, the local reg, who's very short. He's sitting, I believe, on 11 big blinds. You see him folding under the gun there. Now Massimo, big stack on the table, 280k, close to 100 bigs. Folded around to Giuseppe with the sixes.
So what's this? Low jack open with sixes, 55. Robert, 1 seat over. It's for a spades, gonna peel in position. See if anyone in the blinds come along.
So big price, 6-1 plus. I mean, Danielle is looking at a pure trash hand, Henry, but very attractive odds.
Yeah, so the shorter you are, the more you get to realize your equity out of the big blind. So as wide as this may seem, defending a hand as weak as Jack 6, it's the great opportunity to realize equity.
Danielle has missed, and he checks. Giuseppe with the sixes checks, then Robert with position. Absolutely none of this. Bets out 8k and takes it down.
I feel a bit rusty, Finton. It's been a while since I've commentated on some live poker.
Well, you've plenty of time, Henry, to get yourself flowing again.
I don't know, my man.
We've a bunch of poker to look forward to over the next few days.
Yeah, we do. We have some of my favorite parts of the game. Huge fan of ICM implications as we get down to the final table. I'm also a huge fan of shallower stacks. Seeing how people play off 15, 20, 30 big blinds is something I really enjoy studying. This part, not something I'm as familiar with, although Giuseppe is thinking of flatting here. No, those look like 3-betting chips. Yeah, I like this. It's a nice hand to do it with. Decent card removal. As we can see, it's not going to work. Two short stacks in the blinds. Going to get out of there. Will be 55 effective at the start of the hand. Just under 3x 3-bet from Wsopc. I think making this something around like 38,000 makes sense. Could even go a bit smaller if you want to try and induce. I think I go bigger with ace king offsuit.
Well, he's gone the full amount, and that just will produce an instant fold from Wsopc. Who was asking the question there with the 3-bet. He quickly got his answer. So what you see there is the chip count for this feature table, and down the bottom, Petr Kubenka sitting under 10 bigs now. That button has gone through him, so just 9.5 big blinds. Sebastian, seat 8 under the gun, and this is Wsopc, seat 1 under the gun +1. Now Robert Kukoska, the tournament reg, makes it 7,000 with the king queen. Joseph having a little think before he folded the queen 7. Well, Vivian Saliba about 25 big blinds. In the cutoff with ace queen, and she just flat calls here, Henry.
Yeah, I don't hate the flat against an aggressive chip leader. Get to keep in the weaker parts of his range that we have crushed. Queen 10, even queen 9, as well as all raggy aces. Arguments to potentially 3-bet fold, 3-bet call off, depending on opponent, but
3-bet jam.
Yeah, also an option. Don't hate it.
And this really is one of the disbenefits, isn't it, of just flatting pre with the ace queen.
It is indeed. I mean, she has under-repped her hand pre-flop. So, had Robert decided to fire out a c-bet, I assume Vivian would have stuck around for at least one. Maybe protection bet. Doesn't. Knuckles it back.
Robert just put on the handbrake there once Vivian came in from the cutoff with the flat call pre. Robert checking all streets, and Vivian Saliba takes the pot down.
Nice little uncontested. Well, I say uncontested. She wasn't challenged at any point post-flop. Robert just realizing that Vivian going to have quite a bit of showdown value when she checks flop and turn. And king high with, yeah, some showdown. Not too much though. I'm just gonna have to start betting her like queen 10 suited at some point.
Petr Kubenka, the short stack, 9.5 big blinds.
Absolute legend. Played quite a bit of PLO with him pre-COVID.
Field size showing. Still 288, so you just get an idea how deep this event is. Since the beginning of the stream, basically, we have the same field intact, no bust outs. We may see action here. Wsopc with the jacks makes it 6K. Andre looks down at queen 10. Looks interested. And he's got a 3-bet with the queen 10 of diamonds. Looks to be around 14. In fact, it's 19,000. Folded around to Daniel Vesco, who will be just dumping this 9-7. And now the short stack. On the button, Petr Kubenka. Massimo folds and the big blind with the pseudo connectors. Won't get to see a flop. Action back on Wsopc. 13,000 with the jacks. He's going nowhere here. He's certainly going to be continuing. And I guess he just flat calls here, Henry.
Be very shocked if he does flat call. Wow. I mean, I guess it's very player dependent, right? I'm not sure how much of the field have 3-bet bluffs at this stack depth. Well, maybe trouble ahead, especially if he's reaching for leading chips.
Andre, 3 bets with the queen 10. Pre-flop. Now goes ahead on the flop. Connects with the queen. Wsopc. Looks like a check fold. Henry.
Yeah, I mean, not sure how I feel about that hand, Finton. Just folding out everything you beat and only getting called by hands that have you beat by jamming in that spot. I feel like some missed value for sure.
Left-hand side of your screen, Petr Kubenka, short stack. And on the button there is Massimo de Maria. This is Wsopc. Pocket tens. 20 big blind stack. This surely isn't right. 17,000. 6x, Henry, with the tens. Is this possible? And I think the short stack, Danielle, who's sitting on 11 big blinds, has a legitimate decision here with ace-jack, and he decides to put it in. Massimo folds the queen deuce. Looks like Sebastian is interested, and why would he not be with ace-king suited? Wsopc, well, I mean, he's committed here, making it 17,000 from a 60k stack. He's got to put it in with the tens once Sebastian comes in with a cold 4-bet. 4-bet does come in. Action with Wsopc. I mean, this is the problem with the sizing, isn't it really, Henry? A real good example of why this 6x really doesn't have that many benefits. Whereas a min-raise here, he can get away easily enough with the action that has followed. But he's totally committed, I think.
Yeah, that's kind of dug himself a hole.
It's 20% of a stack in there. Always the probability that Sebastian and Danielle are blocking each other, which is the case. I mean, it looks terrifying, all the action, but I think he just has to go with this. Wsopc with the tens does pull the trigger, puts the tens in, and we're going to see three-way action. Two players short. Can't really see much hope for Danielle. Of course, his jack is live. Sebastian, ace-king suited, and Wsopc with the tens, who is favourite pre-flop.
Yeah, Danielle gonna need some help from the deck.
So too short, he's all in. Sebastian, the big stack, has both players covered. He's sitting with the ace-king suited, has Danielle crushed. But Wsopc with the pair of tens. Well, this is good for tens. No diamond, no paint, no ace. 70% for Wsopc. That's Wsopc in your screen. All in with the tens.
A huge spot here to go from 20 to over 50 bigs. And well, the one piece of paint that he didn't mind seeing, Queen of Diamonds.
Danielle on the ropes. Jack and Jack only. Doesn't come from his busto. Danielle eliminated. Now what a pot for Wsopc. And there we see Daniel Vesco leave the arena. And a triple for this man. Well, not quite, given that Daniel only had about 10 bigs or so.
What time to find a hold.
Well, he's gone from 60k up to 150k. Sebastian, he's taken a hit, but he's still sitting on average stack, which is around 50 big blinds. Massimo, chip leader. but the very short Petr Kubenka sitting on 27k. That's 9 bigs, blinds 1.53k, and this blind level actually due to expire in just a matter of moments. So it's going to be serious pressure on Petr. Blinds will increase to 2k, 4k. So first elimination, Daniel. 3-bet all in with the ace-jack, and then the last thing he wanted to hear was Sebastian announce all in. He knew his ace-jack was no good. Wsopc stood strong, put his money in with the tens, got rewarded. Folds here now. Andre seems to have a bit of play about him. Andre, the Italian. Vivian Saliba from São Paulo, Brazil, with the 4 deuce straight into the bin, and this is the short stack hijack. King 7. Petr Kubenka decides just to let that one go. Massimo folds of the cutoff, and now Sebastian on the button. I expect him to open here with ace 8. Robert in the big blind with the Jack 3 suited decides to defend, so we're going to have a flop. Robert first to speak, and he makes top pair. He checks, action back with Sebastian. Raising the button. He's completely missed this. That is Robert Kukoska, local player, regular here in the resort for quite some time. He's been here since the very beginning. Robert, a string of cashes. Biggest score here was for 30k in the 5k Party Poker Millions in 2018. So he check calls, and now the deuce on the turn. Robert checks, decision for Sebastian. Does he shut down or fire again, target the 10x, 7x, but decides just to apply the brakes, and he hits an 8 on the river. So I expect this goes check, check. 4 cards to the straight on board. Robert with top pair, and there's the check from Robert. Sebastian does have showdown value here. Just considering his options, not unlikely he's up against Jack X, 10x. Considering to fire here. Likely he would have heard from Robert on the river, were Robert to make the straight. So Sebastian in the tank now, but Robert takes it down after Sebastian checks back. Robert brings his stack up over 230k. Sebastian taking a couple of hits. Still plenty of play. We lost Daniel earlier on, all in. 3-bet ripped with the ace-jack after Yusuf opened with the 10s, and then cold 4-bet from Sebastian with the ace-king. This man on the left, Yusuf, got the pot awarded to him. And that is the 888 pro, Vivian, from São Paulo, Brazil. She's sitting on about 27 big blinds.
She's chilling. She's chilling. Vinton, I've
Yes,
got
sir.
the payouts. They are in.
It's incredible work, Henry.
Thank you, mate.
Let me guess. Minimum cash, 3K.
More?
Oh, good. I like that.
Yeah.
I like this. 3.5K.
Almost.
3.4 even.
3.6.
3.6.
3.6, mate. 3.6. 72nd to 95th, so more than 2x min cash. I'm a fan of that, by the way. You hear a lot of people complain about 10% of the field being paid. I think that's how it should be personally.
Absolutely, Henry. I could not agree with you more. Nothing drives me crazier than paying a huge percentage of the field. Like this 20% payout that came in a couple of years back.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just ridiculous. Like, you know?
I agree. Yeah, I agree. It's not for me.
No, because, I mean, I play a tournament. I'm genuinely expecting to win that tournament, Henry.
You're an optimist.
Call it optimism.
I
Call
think
it realism. Call it what
mean,
you want.
Yeah, I think entering a tournament with the mindset of winning is obviously crucial, right? You don't enter a tournament if you don't believe you can win it.
I don't know. I've seen people enter tournaments, right, who can't possibly play the final day.
Have you really?
Absolutely.
Have they
I've
sold
seen it
action?
right here in the resort. And I'm not talking about small buy-ins. People playing a tournament they can't even finish.
Okay.
I rest my case.
They sold action for it.
Ah, no, nothing untoward like that. I'm talking about wealthy businessmen.
Yeah.
Well, Vivian's in a spot of bother here, Henry. Under the gun 7s, and Sebastian, who's been on a bit of a bad run. He's lost about 100k in the last couple of hands. Looks down at pocket queens, puts in a 3-bet.
Wow, he goes for the really
I
inducing
know.
size
I mean,
as well.
it's just sick, isn't it? I mean, you're just calling here, aren't you? 10k, getting 3-1 to flop your set, and you may be ahead. But first of all, it's Andre in the big blind with the 5s, but you just got to throw these in the bin. I mean, you may not get to see a flop. Am I right? Vivian could have been sitting there with the goods and 4-bet rip all in, but Andre does make the fold. So action back with the woman from Brazil sporting a Italian flag here. Vivian Saliba open under the gun with the 7s. Sebastian, he's been super active, Sebastian, Henry. This is probably a factor that's leaning Vivian towards a call here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate flatting. I also... I'm not sure of this structure, whether I want to jam. Nice lay down. Very disciplined lay down.
Sebastian takes one down. Now we just heard the dealer announce 2,000, 4,000. Not great news if you're sitting on a short stack like this. Well, that's Sebastian. I'm thinking of Petr Kubenka, who's in the far right side of your screen. He's under the gun. So he's going to be posting a huge percentage of his stack blind next hand. But that is a nice sight. I mean, how good is this? Under the gun with the aces. with 7 bigs. And he don't mess around, and I think Massimo asks for a count. I think Massimo, I'm calling here with ace queen. I know, I mean, it's early position, there's a ton of players still to act. But you got to think with Petr with just 7 bigs, he's going to do this quite wide, Henry, isn't he?
Yeah, especially given that he's going to be in the big blind next hand. Let's put in, you know, almost a third of his stack. I think flatting here is the only option. Don't think we want to be ISOing with ace queen O.
Given the early position, I totally agree, and that's what he does do, Massimo. He makes the flat call 27,000. Folded right around to Wsopc, who's on the button. He loves these suited kings, Wsopc.
Up the Wsopc.
He's going to let it go this time. Andre in the small blind with 6-5, and then we will move to Vivian. Oh boy, now. What?
What do you mean?
Great fold.
Yeah.
Oh, I think that's...
Really?
Oh man, I'm getting my money in there every day of the week.
Yeah, you're pulling my leg, Finton.
So, Petr with the aces. I mean, it is noteworthy that Saliba folded a queen.
Wsopc folded a king.
I mean, it's all over, right, Henry? There's no possibility ace queen wins here. Can't see a way. Jack 10. Diamonds are covered. Queen, queen, Jack 10. It's over.
Dead on the turn.
Petr Kubenka. Perfect timing. Case, well, no, there was 2 queens left on the deck. One of them pops up on the river. But that really was good timing for the short stack with 7 bigs. Gets it in. Massimo with the ace queen. I don't blame him there. I think it's pretty reasonable.
Apparently there was a 3-bet.
With the ace queen.
Yeah. Made
Okay.
it 55k.
That's why Saliba snap folded the king queen. She would have been tempted to squeeze there for sure. No?
I
don't know.
Not
I'm just going through all the thought patterns that would be going through my mind in that spot.
You're like,
I mean, 2 picture cards, right? I mean, a king and a queen, Henry. Come on.
I mean, when you put it like that, Finton, I'm putting my car keys in the table as well.
And Vivian under 20 bigs, 72k. And look at this, Petr Kubenka, the local hero, back in business. 17 big blinds. He now posts big blind ante, and Massimo under the gun folds. This is Sebastian. He folds. And now action moves around to Giuseppe with the pocket 3s. No interest. Robert. Now, believe me, this guy has great understanding. Robert Kukoska. He knows exactly what's going on. He's been here before. He's done it. He makes it 9,000. Blinds are 2,000, 4,000. 9k with the 9-6 suited. But this guy, Andre, he's a tricky customer, Henry. We've seen him 3-bet with the King Jack before, but actually lets it down.
Yeah, different dynamic, I guess. People always somewhat more intimidated to go after the chip leader at the table.
Petr Kubenka's in the big blind position here, and Vivian has looked down at a small pair in the small blind. She just snap folds, and Petr Kubenka, 5k. I mean, it's 10% of his stack, right? It's expensive, but the price is attractive.
Yeah, again, short stack gets to realize a ton of equity here. Can't really go too wrong with 6-5 either. Oof.
Problem. I'm waiting to see 6 of clubs will come on the turn, guarantee you.
6 of clubs on the turn, yeah?
Yeah, and he said another 6. Six of clubs, of course, in Robert's hand. He's flopped top pair, Petter bottom pair. Petter with check call here.
Oh boy.
Check shove.
Oh
Snap called.
boy.
Good night, Petter.
Gonna need some help from the deck.
He's one out, Henry. What can you do? And he just has a little smile. Robert Kukoska opened with the 9-6. Defend from Petter. It's going to be disappointing to lose this guy.
Yeah, I am a big Kubenka fan. Only just doubled. One out once. No dice. GG's. One of the King's Resort regulars here.
You can just see the deflation. It's always a brutal spot when you bust out of a big tournament.
Yeah, I mean, the Czech jam makes a lot of money. You know, in theory, if he can get his opponent to c-bet 1/3 with, you know, their ace highs, their Broadway cards that are just going to fold to the Czech jam. Robert, obviously, chip leader, going to have a wide range, so going to be continuing pretty wide as well. Unfortunate to run into an actual hand there. Kubenka knows that. Robert knows that. Part of the game. Paolo Fischer saying, wait, what? She folded 4s from the small blind pre. Yes, she did. She did indeed. It's a great fold.
So, Sebastian with the jacks under the gun, and under the gun +2. Interesting here from Robert, the chip leader on the table, just flatting with the ace king, completely disguising his hand. But Vivian Saliba, she folded the 4s last hand. I think she may go with it this hand. On the button, small pair, a lot of money out there, 25k. The two most active players have put money in the pot. Sebastian open with the jacks. Robert, who we just seen show down 9-6. Flat calls. And Vivian decides just to flat, leaves herself with 62k behind. 2x pot size bet. She does have position. Ace king goes ahead. Robert Kukoska connects. Sebastian with the jacks. Sebastian first to speak, checks, and now action with Robert. Top does have that ace of clubs. Vivian folds. Action back with Sebastian. with a decision, 12k. Opened with the jacks. Flat from Robert. Sebastian now, check calls. Close to 60k in the pot. Sebastian with a 2x pot size behind. The 9 of diamonds on the turn. Sebastian checks. Robert. Fires again, 25k. 40% pot size bet. You can just see in the background Andy Tillman, the TD, bringing a new player to the table. But action here on Sebastian. Now, Sebastian, check call turn, checks river, Robert with a decision. Target, jacks, queens, king, queen. Robert goes again for value. 37,000. This is a brutal spot for Sebastian. Sebastian in the tank here, and he's considering a call. Robert Kukoska, for sure the most active player on the table. Well capable of barreling every street here when checked to him with absolute air. That's what's going through Sebastian's mind. Jacks are good here a ton of time. Makes the call, but he's going to see the bad news. Ace King. Robert with just a flat call pre-flop. Massive pot. Robert Kukoska takes it down. Sebastian takes a massive hit. And a new arrival. Seat 6.
Look at that stack, ladies and gentlemen. Real mixture of player caliber as well as chip stacks around the table. Always adds for a bit of excitement when we have a clear table captain. Not been the greatest start to this feature table for Vivi. Lost the flip, hand number 1. And has had a couple of like really grim spots. The 7s, I mean, discipline lay down in a spot where I think quite a few players on this table maybe lose more chips.
Action with Andrea. King 9. In the dustbin, and Vivian, as you say, Henry, nothing really going for her at the moment. This is our new arrival. Gondrum in the cutoff here with ace 5.
Yeah, I'm just letting this go. Always interesting when you're new to a table, not exactly familiar with... Oh, he's on the button. Okay, I apologize. But yeah, when you're not too familiar with the dynamics, well, Sebastian down to just 50k.
Yeah, that was a massive hand with the jacks versus the ace-king for
Yeah.
Robert. And yeah, I mean, Andres just has to fold the ace-5 here. Sebastian takes one down. 3-bet rip all in. Button moves.
It's like, sit down. Welcome to the table, but sit back down in your seat, mate. 3-bet jam getting the better ace to fold. I also feel like I played quite a bit of PLO with Robert. Seems like a familiar face. Up to over 400k, almost 3 times tournament average. Going to be one of the chip leaders of the tournament. How long clocks? This is an interesting spot. I think with 10s I probably induce. And then 7s, 8s, 9s are just rip in. In it goes, 15.5 bigs for Vivian Can. She gets something running.
Gondrum, I'm not sure what... He likes these ace rags, doesn't he? But does fold, but oh boy, Sebastian. He's got to go with this for sure. Both sitting on similar stack sizes. Ah, what's going on, Henry?
Wow.
Giuseppe with queens.
Talk about running into it. 8s, queens, and ace-king, and Giuseppe has both players covered. Already seen one ace folded Finton.
Vivian Saliba in a spot of bother here, Henry. Needs to connect with an 8 to survive, or her tournament is over. Giuseppe and Sebastian flipping. Look at that, 200,000 plus in the pot. Average stack about 160. Giuseppe, both players covered.
Ooh.
Well, this is a bit of life for Vivian Saliba. 7 now is good. 2 hearts on board, but no player with a heart in their holding. Queen still ahead. How is your luck? That's the question. Vivian needs to connect. 4 no good. Giuseppe on course to eliminate 2 players, and he does do that. It's goodbye to Sebastian. I mean, it's disappointing to lose Sebastian, but Vivian Saliba, we really didn't see much of her, Henry.
Yeah, she just didn't manage to get anything going, and lost the flip.
It's the fan favourite, Vivi Saliba. Vivi, I'm not going to ask you how you're doing in regards to the tournament, but I would like to ask you how you felt with live poker being back and how you felt at the table.
So, I am fine, you know. I know you're not going to ask that, but it's part of tournaments to bust, especially here at this series where 10% only is paid, what I think is very little. So here's my constructive suggestion for the future. Maybe 13-14% would be interesting. I'm very happy about live poker being back. I'm essential a live poker player. I've been doing this all my life. With the pandemic, I started to play online and to stream poker, and that was also a new adventure. But live poker always going to have a special place in my heart.
So now that live poker is back, we have large series going on. The next one around the corner for us here at Kings is going to be the World Series of Poker Europe. Can we expect to see you make a return for that one?
Very possibly. I think right now with the COVID situation, it's tough to plan anything in advance. I had so many plans the last 2 years that I had to change, and I got very frustrated. So I just live one day at a time, and let's see.
Well, hopefully that one day at a time turns into you coming back here at Kings. And once again, thanks for obviously jumping in and doing this interview with me, and good luck at the tables in anything that you play in the future. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
See you guys back in the stream.
Well, if you like that lady before you heard the interview, I'm sure you're going to love her now. Vivian Saliba. What a great ambassador for the game. Really top-notch personality to go with a really good resume. 600k in live earnings. Andrea with the 9s. The Italian makes it 14,000. 3.5x with pocket 9s. Action moves right around to the blinds and nobody showing any interest, Andrea. The Italian takes down the pot. Fantastic interview, Henry, with one of the greats of the game.
Thank you very much, mate. Yeah, it's always tough, you know, the post-tournament bust-outs, but you know, as Vivi mentioned, she's been doing this for quite some time. So no stranger to tournament pain. You know, we're masochists.
Yeah, I'm very surprised you didn't, you know, you didn't engage with her about the percentage of the field being played. I mean, to me, you were saying how much of a big fan you were about the 10%. But then when Vivian said she was kind of not a fan of the 10%, you were kind of nodding in agreement. I mean, I found that quite strange, Henry.
I mean, I definitely wasn't nodding in agreement, and I'm also not interested in jumping into a discussion about tournament payouts and the amount of players paid. You know, Vivian and I'm happy to sit down and hear both sides of the stories, pros and cons to both. I'm a very open-minded individual, but I felt like the moment wasn't on me to bring that up. It was to focus on her, what she's planning on doing with live poker. Is she happy that live poker's back? But I'll take that on board next time, Finn, and I'll just directly call someone out on their conflicting
good response,
opinion.
Henry. Good response, I have to say. Okay, you're covered, my friend. You are covered. But yeah, big pity to lose both Sebastian, who seemed like a real handful, Sebastian, But I think the damage was done against Robert. He just got a little bit too sticky with that pair of jacks versus ace-king on a king-high board. Yeah, I understand that interview with Vivian. Vivian's sound was extremely low. So just to let the viewers know, that will be snap sorted for the next interview. Henry, you do such a good job with these players. I mean, they don't trust me when I interview them. They don't tell me anything. It's like I'm going to mug them or something, you know. But when you go out there, there's a really great flow. You can see there's a rapport straight away.
You're just gassing me up again.
Absolutely not.
You are, mate.
Complimenting you.
No need for this. I appreciate the kind words.
What a turn card for Massimo. 48k in the pot. Two big stacks clashing here. Robert, Kokoska, flop top pair. Massimo, second pair now. He's turned trips. This guy, Robert Kokoska, really has a solid understanding of what's going on.
It's a really bad river card for Robert. I'm going to be, well, I say bad, like chopping with ace queen now. And Massimo also competent enough to try and get him off of a chop. I'd like to see a really polarizing sizing here. Even room for an overbet, like B125. Overbet jab is definitely an option, right? Like, definitely have a range advantage. We have aces, kings, ace, king. Robert shouldn't have too many 4x from the small. Let's go big.
3/4 bet size. 3/4 of the pot. It looks like, Henry. About 80k.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, I guess as an exploit we can like size down in a live dynamic. Where people fold to overbets. Grim spot. Is a grim spot. Always got the one chip call ready to just flick it in. Nice fold.
Quality.
World class.
Massimo De Mario takes down a sizable pot, but it could have been much bigger had Robert not gotten away in the river there, and he does get away. Excellent fold, very disciplined.
Ladies and gentlemen.
I think it's very player dependent. Is your opponent good enough to triple with like sixes? Is he going to triple with ace 5? Looks like we had Vivi in the chat. Thanks for stopping by. Hopefully see you here for the World Series of Poker Europe. Appreciate the kind words as well. And we do have a new player joining us at the feature table. Another fan favorite. Came runner-up in this very event just a couple of years ago. Yael Ben-Simon. Very talkative. More of a feel player, I would say. Loves talking with players during hands. Get them to give stuff away. Wsopc with the 3-bet out of the small. Pretty small 3-bet as well. Not too common. Like to have seen him go slightly bigger, especially when we're 35 bigs effective. Make it like 35k. Wouldn't blame Andrea for going with this here. Cut off versus small blind versus big blind. Does announce all in. Now, if Wsopc has 3-bet this small sizing to induce the jam, then fair play. Let's go the waffle.
I thought he was, yeah. I mean, I thought he was going to go with a call there. Ace Queen. Guess. It looks super strong, doesn't it? The 4-bet.
Yeah, I mean, if we're 3-bet folding Ace Queen, it's fine. Probably calling off Ace Queen suited, right? Wsopc saying, Henry, nice pronunciations on the Italian names. I'm not sure if you're...
That's definitely a dig at me anyways, for sure.
I'm not sure if you're being sarcastic or not.
No. I've noticed that as well, Henry.
I mean, my mum is Italian, so... You know. Yeah, she is.
Interesting.
Anna Maria Panozzo.
So 206 players left from a starting field of 912. Andrea in the small blind with the Jack 9. 130,000 stack.
Go on, try and pronounce his surname, Finton.
Kortstalazzi.
Wow, big stack coming in here. On Seth, 150k. Oof. Cortellazzi. Well, just giving you some credit though. He said almost. Give you like a B- on that one, mate. Modern day cooler. BVB. Middle pair versus top pair, and well, more interestingly, both with a diamond. Andrea could be in trouble here. could easily level himself into thinking that Monsef is just trying to push him around. Could also assume that Monsef's going to be raising a lot of his ace-X from the blind once Andrea limps in. Interesting with the ace of diamonds. And also interesting having a 3. Yeah, I like the big bet. I'd probably go bigger here personally. Can't be folding just yet, in my opinion. Especially with no read on our opponent. Jack 9 going to be good here a lot of time. Monsef could also be value owning himself with, you know, weaker 9x.
Cortelazzi does put in the call. Go to the river. Three of spades, 2 pair for Monsef. And value incoming for sure here.
I hope so.
%50 pot size bet from Monsef. And Andrea Cortelazzi with a decision.
Yeah, tough one. Is a tough one. Limped pot. Monsef not going to have many natural triple barrels for value. Some of his bluffs get there as well. 4-5. Some like Queen 4 of spades. Even a hand like, you know, 6-4, 6-5 of spades. That can pick up equity on the turn and start blasting on flop. Andrea made the call. Monsef up to over 400,000. Shout out to a few names I haven't seen in a while. Ace Hamilton, Є200 saying, nice to see you again, Henry. And hello, Henry, long time no see. How's it going, boys and girls? Bob saying, Henry, you got to admit, Finton is learning fast. He is indeed, mate. He's sharpest tool in the shed when it comes to name pronunciations.
Well, it's just a guess. Andrea Cortelazzi.
There we go, mate.
Almost?
I mean, if you're not Italian, then it's very good, yeah. Like the thing is firstly, we're contracted to mess up 69% of foreign surnames. There's literally a clause in our contracts with Kings. Just comes with the territory as a poker announcer. But then secondly, you know, these surnames are not the easiest to pronounce for.
I think I smashed that one.
I think you did a great job, mate.
It's like I have an Italian coach that's
to be honest with you,
me how to pronounce these names.
For a moment, I felt like your name changed to Fintino Gavino.
No, Fintonio Gavino.
Fintonio Gavino, yeah, Gavino. Felt like I was in Italy, in the gardens in Rome, just sipping on some fresh orange juice and a nice roasted coffee.
Now, Joseph, 18,000. What's the big blind, Henry? I mean, I'm confused. It's 4K, right?
Yeah, I mean, Youssef has definitely taken an unorthodox approach to tournament poker so far today. I flat with the jacks earlier. He 5x with the 10s pre-flop. Now he's 4.5xing with. Wow, this, I mean,
yeah, this is powerful play.
This is
Montsev.
This is a dust. I don't even know if this is good for chips. I don't feel like it is.
Like this big sizing, right, a 4.5x. I mean, it can come across as you don't want action, right?
Yeah, I mean, you make a great point that Montsev is going to be more incentivized to jam because of his fold equity, and with the amount that's dead in the money and the amount that he makes when Youssef folds is obviously more than it normally would be. But at the same time, I don't know. I feel like when you get called, you're just dead. Feels like a bit of a torch for 32.
That's the last thing Montsev wants to hear is the word call, that's for sure. And Montsev shows. I don't know about the showing there from Montsev.
I think there was an agreement. He was like, will you show?
If I fold, you show, yeah. Ben Simon, our regular viewers be very familiar with in seat number 9 to the right of the dealer, multiple tournament winner. We actually spoke about him in the pre-stream interview, Henry. One of the big names, sporting a beautiful haircut.
Fresh trim.
Eyal Ben Simon folding. The deuces under the gun. Giuseppe with the King 5, and Joseph, I expect, will just fold out this Ace 3 when he realizes action is on him. Andrea Cortellazzi with the King 6 suited in the cutoff. 20 big blinds. Just lost the monster pot to Montsev. I mean, this is a great situation for Montsev. He just let rip with the ace-jack, and to the shock of the table, he showed the cards. Now he looks down on the button with the ace-king suited. I don't think they're going to give him credit, Henry. Montsev here makes it 9,000 with ace-king suited. Massimo will be defending for sure with the Queen 8.
I like this. He's like, I'll show you Massimo with the facial expressions. Chunky C-bet.
Well, Montsev, for once, showing a credible hand. 110 big blinds in a stack. For sure one of the tournament leaders. Massive leader on this feature table.
Ayo, man, he's at it straight away. Getting Montsev to show his hand. I love having him at the table, mate. Makes it very entertaining, although Robert doesn't look too entertained. He's kind of got that STFU facial expression on his face.
I think with Montsev sitting down at the table, Robert is the boss, right? He's the big stack. He's
true.
Controlling the situation. So dynamics a little bit different now with this guy Montsev, and of course, Eyal Ben Simon. I mean, he really is one of the top tournament performers here in the resort. I mean, even on the international stage, he's done it after a good series in Vegas over the summer.
Yeah, I was with him in Vegas. He's had a pretty good year. Bitcoin's on the rise. The Kenta Poker Group here, partnership getting stronger and stronger with Kings. Also helps when you have 2 six-figure scores in the space of a couple of months. Two different continents as well.
He took down the EPM here in the resort.
Yeah, he did.
200k.
Yeah, biggest live score.
Nice life. For the Israeli who lived in France and now based in Vienna.
I've stayed with him in Vienna. Really nice city. And also, he's a great guest. A great host.
Okay. Let's play a game. A winning hand must show one card. Only one. For the extra, it's a German national television. Come on. Okay, one card.
Eyal trying to get a commitment from the players. It's never gonna happen. Let's be honest.
I don't think it'll happen.
Not Robert anyway. Not interested in giving any information. Robert, you see in the screen there on the right hand side of your screen, C2 under the gun here with the ace-4 suited. This guy, believe me, has been around and a bit. Under the gun he opens with the ace-4 of diamonds, and now Andrea Cortelazzi with the 6-2 of diamonds, 80k, just 20 bigs, and this level coming to its end, Henry.
Will be indeed. We'll be heading into our first break of the day.
Montsev wants to get involved once again. 10-8 of hearts. I mean, it's 3-better fold, right? He's not just flatting here, surely. There is the 3-bet, 21,500 from Montsev. And you can see just the battle here taking place for table supremacy between Montsev and Robert, but Gondrum may have something to say about that. He looks down at pocket nines in the cutoff. 22 big blinds. And he lets the nines go. Eyal Ben Simon folds the sevens, and now Wsopc in the big blind with king queen suited. Wsopc would love to see a flop here. Problem is Robert opened under the gun, he's still to act, so Wsopc not closing the action. That's his concern. There's always that possibility he could call here and not to get to see a flop. So action back with Robert. Ace-4 suited. Makes the call. Montsev with the advantage of position. 10-8 suited. Well, he's completely missed this, Henry, and Robert has flop trips.
Oh boy.
Oh, it's so sick, isn't it? Now, what are we looking for? 4 hearts.
Right, that would be the action card.
I love this check from Robert on the turn. Most players would lead out there, I think. And Robert just gone a flat. He knows Montsev very likely to fire again. Well, he's just going to check back now with showdown value, I would say.
Yep.
Aces and 8s. Robert trying to get action.
He's trying to get a queen to fold. Big fan of Robert's table demeanor, by the way. Oh, it's pretty big. It's going around 50k.
It's problematic for Robert, but he's never folding here, right?
Yeah, I don't.
He's kicker problems. Spades have come home. But against Montsev, this is going to be a call 100 times out of 100, in my opinion. And Robert...
Huge pickup. 185k pot. I mean, average stack's 230.
Huge pot. And it's significant who's like the people involved in that pot. The 2 big stacks clashing. And Robert coming out on top. Montsev takes a knock. He's actually second in chips now. Robert has come to the top of the chip count chart for this feature table.
Almost a 50 big blind pot there to Robert. And yeah, Benjamin did fold 7s, but it flopped a boat. A couple of comments in regards to the showing of hands and whatnot. I kind of agree with Finton. I understand that the players will be able to see it anyway, regardless, but delaying that information being given to players and delaying the amount of time that they can, you know, make adjustments and whatnot, I think is really important. So I'm the same. I normally only show cards in very juicy PLO games to businessmen and recreationals, etc.
Yeah, I mean, Montsev showing the ace-king suited, I mean, I think that's really reasonable. And he's setting up a story there and he's going, look, guys, I'm not a crazy lunatic opening wide all the time. I actually have it, you know. But letting rip with the ace-jack and then showing it, I think that could be problematic for a player. I mean, if you're a total nit, yeah, I mean, I like that show. But for someone like Montsev, who is aggressive and he's hugely active, right? He's just, you just know by him. He's flamboyant. He just wants to get involved.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, he does have that kind of demeanor, right?
Well, I mean, we just seen it with the 10-8.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that may have definitely played a role in the decision-making process of
Robert calling out of position with the ace-4. Of course it did. And then getting massive rewards. Eyal Ben Simon with the queen 8 of hearts. 3 betting. Massimo opened. I mean, this is just great recognition from Eyal, Henry, right? Cut off range here, so wide. Eyal taking advantage of his position.
Yeah, Massimo with the tank fold, bit of posturing, maybe some part of him thinking of taking it upstairs. Definitely not the hand to do it with, but I guess the cutoff versus button situation would have excused the poor hand choice to 4-bet.
So, full table once again.
I'm also a fan of his pullover. What is it? It looks like a unicorn, or was it a lemur or a llama, whatever they're called. I don't know.
Eyal is a very extravagant, fashionable dresser. He really, I mean, the hat he's known for, right, with the bobbles.
The hat he is known for. Hopefully he'll be bringing that out at some point.
So, I believe this is the last hand before this level expires. And we're looking at Monsef, who was sitting on about 450 there just a couple of hands ago, but Robert knocked him back. This is Gondrum, who will be folding the 9-3 offsuit. And action has moved now to the new arrival on the table from Switzerland, Daniel Massimo. The hijack folds the 4-2, but Eyal in the cutoff. He gets out of the way. Giuseppe on the button will open pocket eights. And now Robert in the small blind, who for me has really been the standout player.
Oh boy. Upstairs we go. And yeah, I agree with that, Finton. I think Robert, has his demeanor at the table, his composure in hands, I've really enjoyed having him at the table. Seems like a very solid reg.
Wsopc defends with the queen 9, and I mean, this is just check bet fold, right? Not the worst flop for pocket eights. I mean, Wsopc, I mean, he could check raise here. That kind of board would favor the big blind defend. And this small sizing from Giuseppe has induced that check raise, but Giuseppe going nowhere with the pocket eights. Now what does Wsopc do? 88k behind, 62k in the pot. Does he continue with the story? I'm the player with the 5 here. Well, he's got to fire again, Henry. Surely, no, he shuts down. And a simple check back, I think, from Giuseppe. I mean, it's just brutal, isn't it? How does that happen? Wsopc. Well, targeting 7s, 8s, even an ace calls here, right? 38k. Giuseppe with a decision.
He's going to be disgusted if he makes the call.
I mean, yeah, it's brutal, really. And he does make the call. Very sizable pot. Wsopc gets lucky on the river. And you can see Wsopc absolutely distraught. Made that strong call.
I mean, it's such a
flop.
it's just such a nonsense check raise. That's why he's yeah, you can see he's,
I don't mind the check raise if he can follow through on the turn.
I don't know. I mean, if we're check raising queen 9 off, then we're like check raising our entire range, right? It's pretty out of line in my opinion. Like, I understand dynamic, like button versus big blind, but button has an equal amount of 5x's as we do from late position. It's not like we have an abundance, or like, yeah, like more 5x than the button. And if we are check raising, we want to be check raising with hands that can pick up equity on the turn and continue to barrel, like 7-8, 6-7, 6-4, 7-4, those types of hands. 3-6, 6-4. But anyways, boys and girls, how about we head into the first break of the day with, well, I guess good timing, Finton, for Wsopc, as he seemed to be pretty frustrated with that last hand. So a bit of time to just shake it off, go grab a coffee, and come back with, well, I guess, a calmer mind. And Finton, I'm going to go and grab a coffee myself.
Back soon. Talk to you then.
Back soon, guys.
Okay, so everybody on the table right now.
Nice glasses, Leon.
Nice shirt too, I should say.
Only she saw it, it's fine. You just expose it and get a new one. Nobody else saw it. If you don't play against anybody else...
Come on, Leon.
I didn't see it. I didn't see it, but I want to play with this with my card. You see it with home one.
Do I have to say out loud?
Whoa. Here we go.
Nice ace.
That's looking good.
And Leon wants to play this hand for sure.
Of course.
So it's suited for sure.
Here we go.
Scotty is also in. It's suited. Oh my God! Leon flopped the jing.
Look at this.
So.
Oh. What now? Oh, Leon starts off. 1,000.
Call.
You must have a bit of this. I have a lot of this, but I'm afraid Leon was laughing because he was soon connected. He decided to play
Big Scotty.
Even if he was soon connected, it wouldn't be bad.
Only one heart out there.
He expects a hit. He has something he doesn't expect to hit. It's more special.
Oh. That's okay. It's worth 1,000, maybe.
Igor is. Oh, that's bad for Scotty because.
He thinks he has top pair.
You guys.
Uh-oh. Leon.
We stick together.
2 aces. It's so hard to fold 2 aces.
Yeah. Especially against Leon and Big Scotty. I mean.
Yeah, you know, they play every hand they got. So. Well, Leon knows.
Leon knows exactly what that he has the nuts.
Stier macht Stier, Leon. Have you heard that? You just learned it. Stier macht Stier. You learn good things in Kings Casino, you know.
Greedy robs you.
Bet 7,000.
By the way, that's
What's Big Scotty doing with his top pair?
7,000? Yeah. 700? I only heard her say 700. That's a lot more than 700. 7,700? Yeah, and these are not
Lucky 7.
Leon just put
That's
out
7.7.
they're already old potatoes. They're whole bottles of vodka.
But that's a problem. You mentioned it. You are playing against Leon. You never know.
Yeah, he can.
Everything can happen.
Everything. I mean, for aces, it's just one pair. I mean, for Scotty, it's the same. Scotty should also think about Igor, what he's calling behind him. So
Wow.
I think he can find a fault here.
These are good players. They have a big bankroll, but there's a lot of money.
Really bad. I fold
Look at
past Vic. I'm in the garage.
Already almost
It's interesting.
23,000 in the pot, and that's real money. I mean, that's cash game. That's not playing chips.
Let the beautiful lady in there.
You buy those chips with your own money.
I think Igor cannot fold here. He's gonna call off here. I think most of the
He
time
wants to see what Igor, what Leon really has.
I mean, Leon can.
Let's see it.
Yeah, I knew.
Straight is good.
Straight is good, yeah.
It would be funny if he had
And he had not to show his aces. But sometimes the best move is to fold aces. As silly as it sounds,
Hey man, have to go and take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
like he won in the beginning, but I think he's behind now.
I guess he's something behind. But that's
All gone. That's so typical. But no rebuy so far for him. Oh yeah, big Scotty. Here we go. Oh yeah,
Straddle to
and
400.
Martin.
Straddle to 400 and amazing again in this action, and Gabriel gets hands.
Ladies and gentlemen,
400.
45-minute hand coming. There's going to be 23,000 in the pot.
2, 1.
I could tell.
That was nearly.
Here we go.
That's a tell. This is going to be. Give me
No,
something
Leo.
to play with this young man.
Believe.
Anything that I can play with this young man. There's nobody more fun to play a pot with than Mr. Gabriel.
Queen 6?
Let's see.
Better or worse? Tell me this.
If the flop comes, what's the flop going to be? Ace, Jack, 6, turn
Ace,
9,
yeah.
River, Deuce.
You good on this flop?
I would probably have a flush.
Wow, Queen 6.
Not
Wow.
exactly.
This is-
Here we go.
This is a hand that Scotty is not gonna lose.
I want to see a king of hearts. Don't you?
I would wish
I think this
Ace of Hearts. Ace of Hearts is not possible, but King of Hearts, yeah. It's the ray of luck.
Just to see it. I saw it once. I wasn't
Don't worry, man. Don't worry.
on the losing end.
I only think when I have this here.
But not that big money, of course. If you play against Scotty and there is a queen and a 6 on the flop, what do you do?
I I guess he's gonna. Wow!
Oh, I told you!
There is the royal
Unbelievable.
flush. There is sick.
Royal flush
That is
in
sick.
hearts. What a
And he's betting.
wonderful.
And this is nice. This is really nice. He's betting
Yeah.
his royal flush.
I told you that would be the perfect card. Because Martin at the king. Big Scotty. with
Martin's
a
not gonna
royal
lose
flush.
a lot, but
Wow.
he's losing something for sure.
Yeah. Here we go. Big Scotty and that look.
That's
Poor guy.
That's a bad card.
This is unbelievable. 9 through ace, all in hearts. Straight up.
That's really bad card.
And no more money from Martin with that heart. Oh.
Wow, this is so great.
He knew if he would bet something, he would not get another dime. So
This is so great.
play it over, give it to Martin, who won so much, who started low and now is with 40,000, and it's still a small pot, so to say.
I think Martin knows now that his ace king is not good anymore.
It's okay, don't worry. I'm not bothered.
And you saw it here.
Gentlemen have a royal flush, and I can only get paid if I check the river.
Royal flush is good.
Royal flush good? You want to fold or you want to see it?
Yeah, we all want to see it, and you saw it out there, ladies and gentlemen. A royal flush live from the Kings Casino.
He doesn't even have an 8 of hearts.
Cash Kings episode 41.
I can't beat it.
The week before Easter. You saw it here. Yes.
AL Benjamin, also known as the Poker Buddy. I'm not going to keep you long, man. You've got to jump into the action. Tell me, what is your plan of action for this feature table?
I came here for the tournament to crush it. 2 years ago, I finished second. This year, I'm going to win it.
You heard it here first, boys and girls. Tune into the stream. This guy is going to be reckless. Let's go. Good luck, man.
Welcome back. It's Montsev under the gun. Took a big hit a few hands before the break against Robert. But still, bunch of big blinds in a stack. This is the new arrival at the table. Blinds 2.5, 5k. Eyal Ben Simon in the hijack at 7-4, and this is Wsopc. So, folded around to the small blind, and Yusef up to 186 after taking down that sizable pot against Wsopc just before the break. Got lucky on the river hitting that 9. Andrea Cortellazzi in the big blind with the Queen 8, and he lets rip. Yusef folds the 10-9.
Shout out to everyone rejoining us on all of our platforms. That sounds like AL calling for some Red Bull.
Stats displayed top right, field size 194. So, about half of this remaining field will get paid the minimum 3,600, Henry?
3,600 indeed, my man. 2.1x. Big fan of the 2x min cash. Just my personal preference.
The 2x min cash, yeah, definitely. I mean, you take into consideration the X's, Henry. And I mean, there's always the chance, not you, I mean, probably more me I'm speaking about here, that would fire that second bullet, you know?
You would be in there for a, yeah. You're not a one bullet type of guy, are you, mate?
Well, why not? Now, Montsev strikes me as a multiple bullet guy also. Italian on the button. Montsev posting small blind. And Andres, the German, posting big blind. If you've just tuned in, this is the World Series of Poker Circuit Festival. It's the main event. This is Daniel under the gun, folding the 8-3. And action moves to Massimo. Eyal, right hand side of your screen, and this is Wsopc. Suited ace. Makes it 10k to go. Andrea Cortellazzi with the Jack 10 suited on the button. We've seen him 3-bet in spots like this. And he 3-bets all in with about 17.5 bigs.
Yeah, I like this. Jack 10 performing really well as a rejam.
Giuseppe folds the ace deuce. Cortellazzi takes down the pot. You can see him in center of your screen to the right then. Monsef directly opposite the dealer. Change of dealers. This is King's Resort. This is live. This event happening right here, right now. We are on a 1 hour delay, but the commentary is in real time. And that is Giuseppe there in seat 1. Opened with the ace deuce. That's Wsopc. Took a monster pot off Giuseppe. So it's going to be Massimo, who you see there in the center of your screen under the gun. He folds, and now Eyal Ben Simon, no interest. Giuseppe is interested. Well, you can understand why.
Saying he has 171k, implying that he doubled the previous hand, which clearly isn't the case. He has... Ah, it's Giuseppe. My bad. I apologize. Bobic asking, is it a 1 hour delay? It is indeed, my man. 1 hour delay for this.
Daniel Otto Studer in the big blind with Queen 5. It doesn't look like Giuseppe's going to get any action here, Henry.
I mean, that's pretty tight.
Giuseppe just asking, why didn't you go all in this time against me?
I always enjoy having a go at the table, man. It's very particular when it comes to who he decides to engage with at the table. Very smart to soften up the player to your left. Panto saying, I wish I could play this juicy tour. Very nice pounce. Yeah, I do enjoy having several tournaments with 6 figures up top. What's happened here?
Well, we've action. I mean, Wsopc, this is a huge shove, isn't it? 183k. It's 36 bigs. I mean, I'm not sure what the thinking is. I guess Giuseppe has opened maybe 3 or 4 hands in the row. So Wsopc is just saying, look, you just can't have it all the time. And it looks like Giuseppe's going to release the better hand here.
Yeah, I mean, I think given how Wsopc has played, he's folded ace queen, he's folded ace jack.
Now, I think this would be a good time to show a hand from Wsopc. Now, Giuseppe's just going to go, I mean, he's going to be on Uber tilt. He's absolutely distraught.
I love the table talk.
Wsopc getting the thumbs up from Eyal, moving his opponent off the better hand. Giuseppe, he's rather unfortunate. I mean, he opens, like, say, 3 hands in a row. One of them times he's aces, where he gets no action. The other 2 times he gets 3-bet, all in, and he actually lays down the better hand.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't mind his laydowns, but it's just, I think he's been unfortunate.
I think it just really depends on your edge at the table. I've already mentioned, you know, pretty solid structure here. Can afford to be patient. I mean, averaging around about 17 hands an hour. Guess you can't be overly patient, but full ring, 9-handed.
So 17 hands, Henry, that's almost 2 orbits, right?
Yeah, it is indeed. Aces doing the rounds. Please don't open more than 2x.
Well, it's more than a 3x, all. With a suited queen.
Shows the aces. Be interested to see other opening sizes that he chooses, his non-aces opening sizes. Those are the chip counts. Robert still leading the pack, 450,000 in chips. Good for 91 big blinds. Oh, sorry, 90 big blinds. All smiles. Yusuf dodged a bullet. Dodged a bullet or 2. Won that huge flip. 10s against 8s against ace king.
Daniel making it 16,000 once again. And AL folds the ace-10. Giuseppe, Jack deuce in the big blind, doesn't want to get involved. AL trying to get info. He is a master of this, Henry, extracting information from his opponents. He does tend to get them to show
Hat is on for the run good.
Yusuf, 200k, 40 big blinds, 4-3, no interest. Now the Italian. $20 big blind stack. Andrea folds. Montsev not getting involved. Daniel folds, but Massimo looks down at kings in the cutoff. Playing about average stack. Minimum raise 10,000. Trying to induce action, but not getting any of the blinds involved. Snap fold from Giuseppe and Robert Kokoska. Massimo takes down the pot. But gets the absolute minimum with his kings. For viewers just tuning in, you're watching the World Series of Poker Circuit Festival main event. This event, €1,700 to enter. Million guarantee, of course. We had close to 900 players, creating a 1.3 plus prize pool. 240k for the winner. Min cash, 3,600. This event happening right now here in Kings Resort and will be for the next few days. We're going to have day 3 tomorrow, Monday, and then final table Tuesday. We're going to bring you all the action from this World Series Circuit main event. Of course, we have the German Poker Days kicking off this coming week. Expecting massive numbers for that very popular festival. Full details on the King site. Dutch Classics the week after. Italian Poker Sport then at the beginning of October. Monsef under the gun with the 10-8 of clubs, and you can just see Monsef, since he took that big hit against Robert, he just has tightened up that little bit. It'll do him no harm. Still super deep. Just sit back, get a feel for the table. Fold it around to Giuseppe in the cutoff, who's going to snap fold the Jack-4 offsuit, and now Robert, chip leader on the table, he folds Yusef in the small blind, gives a walk to the Italian Andrea Cortellazzi, who shows the Queen-9.
Negative free roll. Never look at your cards, mate, if you're given a walk. Nothing good can happen from looking at your cards.
Well, if you look down at Deuce 4 offsuit,
it's a negative free roll. If you look down at Deuce 4 offsuit, it makes no difference, because the positive impact of looking at 4 deuce compared to the negative impact of looking at kings or aces or ace king. Negative free roll, mate.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that one, Henry. I'm going to have a... Can I have a think about that and come back to you?
Come back to me on that one, mate.
Okay. Field size, 181. That clock is down clicking, Henry. We're getting closer and closer to the money. Of course, this is what it's all about, isn't it?
In the money.
Players want to get paid. Eyal Ben Simon with the 7s here makes it 11k to go.
He did put the hat on.
Cortellazzi in the small blind with the king 3 offsuit. Folds. Monsef won't be folding. 2 pitchers.
Ooh.
Connected, suited. Puts in the additional 6k. We're going to see a flop here. Eyal Ben Simon has position. Pocket pair versus the 2 overcards. Well, Montsev has smashed this top 2. And Eyal with a snap check back. He's just applied the brakes. Good recognition from Eyal there. Loses the absolute minimum. Montsev takes down a pot. This is the chip leader, Robert Kokoska. Makes it 12k with the King 9, and Wsopc in the cut-off position with Ace Jack. We've seen him 3-bet rip all in against Giuseppe a little earlier. Decides just the flat call, but this guy Andrea Cortellazzi, very capable of shoving here on the button. 21 big blinds. King Queen suited. I think this type of player, Cortellazzi, never one to let an opportunity pass him by. We could see an all-in, we do. King Queen, let's rip. I mean, Robert doesn't have a decision here. Wsopc, I mean, how many times has Cortellazzi come over the top of him?
Wsopc has definitely had his fair share of top of range. Ace Jack's close for chips. 20 bigs. I think he's going to have some stronger hands here that he flats, that he can call off with. Ace Queen O, Ace Jack suited is going to have like 9s and 10s a decent amount. He's going to have Jack sometimes as well. But I think given the dynamic hijack versus cutoff, if Andrea is aware that Robert's opening wide and that Wsopc's flatting range isn't that strong, then see more profitable to jam wider. Gonna have some of Andrea's jamming range crushed as well. You know, ace 10. I just don't think he's ever calling here though.
It's for 50% of his remaining stack. Well, Andrea Cortellazzi didn't hear the snap call. That will make him feel a little bit comfortable.
Now he's starting to talk.
And I think you're right, Henry. The longer this goes on, I'm leaning towards a fold from Wsopc. But, I mean, he's been exploited by this guy, this Italian. He's a tricky player. He's not afraid to get his money in. If he sees a spot, he goes for it. And as you pointed out, Henry, recognizing a hijack open from the chip leader can be quite light. Just a flat from Wsopc. And then Andrea Cortelazzi pulls the trigger.
I mean, Andrea loving a fold here. Gonna increase his stack by 40%. Showing the king. Hales passes his hat over to Wsopc. Brought out the sunglasses now.
Well, I hope he gets the weather he's expecting.
Can you put the cards on the line, please? Thank you, sir.
I'm loving these dealers. They're so strong. They really are. Rare you get the floor call for a problem because the dealer just, they're in charge, aren't they?
Yeah, the tech team plugged into the ear of the dealers, or the ears of the dealers, I should say.
Apologies for that interference. Believe it should be all fine now. So blinds are 2.55,000. Approximately 180 players left, about 90 get paid. Wsopc folding the 10-5, and now the Italian Cortelazzi with the 7-3 suited in the hijack. He lets that go. This is Montsev in the cutoff, Queen 7. No interest. Gondrum on the button, but 4-2. Not going to happen for him. A limp here from Daniel with the Jack-9, but Massimo with the Queen-Jack suited. Looks at a stack. Three X raise with the Queen-Jack suited, and Daniel quickly puts in a call. 35,000 in the pot. Daniel with just under 20 bigs behind. He's missed. Checks Massimo, top pair. I mean, check back here would be lovely for a deception. But of course, he's going to lead out, protect his hand. Daniel with none of this. I do expect a check fold from him. Massimo takes down the pot. Brings the stack to about 287. Average in around 260. We'll see it displayed shortly in the top right of the screen. These are 5k chips. Blues are 25k's. These red chips are 1k. Giuseppe under the gun. He folds. And now the chip leader. This is Robert Kukaska. 10-9 suited. Makes it 12,000. And no interest around this corner. And we move to the blind, small blind is Massimo, Queen Deuce, and Eyal in the big blind position decides not to get involved with the Queen 6. Robert takes down another pot. That's Andreas in your screen, turning to his seat is Yusef. You can see the chip count chart, plenty deep here, ton of big blinds on this table, blinds 2,000, 5,000 actually, 500's out of play, so 2,000, 5,000, 5,000 big blind ante. Robert sitting on 90 bigs, and next to him is Monsef, then Massimo, Eyal, Yusef, Giuseppe, and then we have the Italian. This is Monsef, but first to act is the chip leader who snap folds the King 7. Yusef folds. Andrea Cortellazzi. With 10-7. 28 big blinds. This is Monsef. 9 deuce, no interest, but Andreas Gondrum. Just 12 bigs. Looks down at King Jack, and I may look on this as an opportunity. 12,000 out there. Moves all his chips in. And look at Daniel, he looks interested. No, he's not with 6-4. He's always going to be folding that. Massimo will be folding the 7-4 also. Just the blinds now. Eyal folds and Giuseppe's not going to show any interest. Andreas takes down the pot. Adds 2.5 blinds to his stack. Andreas daydreaming. Happy to take down the blinds. On the right hand side is Eyal Ben Simon. That's Yusuf. Interesting feature table. Now what to do? Pocket fives. Under the gun +1. Andrea. 28 bigs. I don't believe this.
That's fantastic.
No, I don't buy it. 200k on the spin of a wheel.
Definitely not something Eyal's capable
Not
of
at all. No chance.
Massive net.
Monsef. Queen 9 here. Andreas folds the suited ace, playing about 15 bigs. Fold it right around to Eyal in the cutoff, who lets go the 9-6. Now we have Giuseppe with a small pair in the button. Well, this is a 30 big blind shove here. Oh boy, look at this, Henry.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about this shove. I guess you're getting a ton of hands you're flipping against to fold, and possibly even some hands that are crushing you to fold also. I'm thinking 3s and 4s. But he's run into it here.
Yeah.
Chip leader with the bullets.
This is let's call a spade a spade. I'm a fan of calling a spade a spade. This is a bit of a blunder from Giuseppe.
30 bigs.
I'm probably folding button, to be honest with you.
I think I'm always raising.
Well,
but I mean, I don't think I'm ever jamming 30 big blinds. Not into a stack that has me covered. 2 shorties for sure, but I mean, this guy Giuseppe has a ton of experience, Henry. Well over 100k in live cashes.
well, he's put the bag on.
It kind of went wrong for him against Yusuf just before the break. I mean, what do you do? I mean, what I mean, The dealer could hand him the deck and say to him, pick whatever card you want out, you know. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. He needs perfect.
I mean,
perfect.
can we get a sweat at least, like a king? A king would have been fair, right? Wow, deuce on the river. What a needle from the deck. And, I mean, that man on your screens there, up to over 600k, and not the guy that you want to have chips at your table.
That is a monster stack. Robert Kukoska. I'm going to say he's the overall tournament chip leader. I don't know why I'm saying that, but I'm going to say it. Unless someone messages me with a player name with a bigger stack, but I don't think it's going to happen. 120 big blinds at this stage. More than double the average stack. Montsev under the gun with A7. He's slowed down quite a lot, Montsev. Andreas will need to make something happen, but not with 9-8 in that position. He folds, Daniel folds, and now Massimo. Playing about average stack. Hijack position opens with the ace-8. Robert. 3 bets to 33,000. I really love to see this when a player establishes himself as the table captain. That's exactly what Robert has done from early on here. He's used his big stack so effectively. And now playing 600k, I mean, he has the freedom to just 3-bet at will here. Apply pressure. 170 players left, 90 get paid. Massimo opened with ace-8. It's difficult, out of position. I think he just lets this go, Henry.
I think Massimo is certainly capable of understanding the situation at hand and finding the 4-bet here. Oh boy. Yes, please.
Incredible.
World class. Love the sizing as well. Little big.
I mean, Robert is trying to establish the size of this bet, but he's completely lost interest in the hand. He's just trying to portray that he's put in a legitimate 3-bet, but there's no chance he's continuing. Massimo, great understanding of what's going on.
Yeah, it seems very aware. He had that spot against AO earlier on where he was tanking. Felt like he was going to do something similar. Cutoff versus button. Didn't do it then, but he did find the 4-bet here and tabled it as well. He's got the baller t-shirt on. Yeah, he does seem like a very good player.
The empty seat did belong to Giuseppe Rossa. Fired His entire stack in on the button with the deuces, about 30 bigs. Ran into the aces, that was it. End of story, ace on the flop. Action with Robert always going to be opening here with king 9 suited when folded around to him in the cut-off position. But again, he gets it shoved back into his face. Wsopc, let's rip. 3-bet all in on the button with the ace-jack suited. And Robert just has to let this one go.
Ace Jack again, I mean, wow. Wsopc has his fair share of hands tonight.
We've had a ton of bust outs on this table, Henry.
We have had our fair share, mate. That's for sure.
More so than other tables. Half the table has been eliminated. We had Vivian Saliba, Daniel Vesco, Petr Kubenka, and now Sebastian. Well, Sebastian and the recent bust out, Giuseppe. I mean, this fold here, Henry, small blind versus big blind. Small blind looks down at king 6 from a very deep stack versus the shallow stack. Gives him a walk. These blind versus blind confrontations, I mean, it's where it's at really, isn't it, in tournament poker?
It's a very intricate part of the game, that's for sure. Players become more and more advanced, especially over the last year and a half. See, with the introduction of solvers. But players still making a ton of mistakes.
I guess when you're deep, it's kind of easy just to go, you know what, just, you know, I'm not going to level up here and compete. It's easy just to surrender, kind of wait for premiums. But I mean, that's not the way you're going to win an event, no chance. You've got to really aggressively go after the blinds. And I think that was a good situation for Wsopc there, just to apply pressure to the short stack.
Yeah, I agree. Either limp or, 3x. Wow, Daniel Studer checking his option from the big.
Well, I mean, he's smashed this, and Andreas does have a little piece of it.
Lol. It's just, you see your opponent reaching for chips and you got top 2. Love to see it. Please don't raise.
No chance he's going to raise here. Oh, boy, you joking me. Okay, that's it. Andreas, bottom pair, backdoor hearts. but given the situation with his stack depth, fact he's out of position, there's just way too many disbenefits of continuing here. There is sometimes he's ahead here, Henry, right? Daniel's just at it. Could do this with a straight draw.
Yeah, Daniel seems to be fast playing his strong hands from what we've seen. The aces previously, and blind v blind, just like snap raising on the flop. On a flop where, you know, very dynamic board texture, don't have too much to worry about, and, you know, kind of block the hands that we want our opponent to call with. So we're in position, let him just let him blast off if he's blasting off, and let him hang himself if he's value earning himself. But hey, it's easy for us, right? You can see the cards.
That's for sure. And we are approaching the money. It's going to be another hour or so, I'd imagine. 163 remain. Blinds 2-5. Coming towards the end of this blind level. Montsev in the cutoff with ace-10. And it's the first we've seen of him since Robert kind of put him in his box, so to speak, Henry. Cutoff raise, this is all very reasonable stuff with the ace-10. Massimo deciding not to defend with the 8-4 off. Montsev takes down the blinds at ante, which add up to 12,000. 2,000 for the small blind, 5,000 big blind, and that 5,000 BB ante. That's Wsopc. And that is Montsev. Short stack on the right hand side of the screen. Sitting on about 12 bigs. That's Eyal Ben Simon, the real experience on this table. Multiple major tournament winner. Kings Resort Reg, and you could say the same for Robert, the chip leader. This is Wsopc, and now folded around to Andrea Cortellazzi with the ace-7. So Montsev opened in the hijack position with the king 4 suited. Daniel on the button, flat. And now Eyal in the big blind position with queen 10. Eyal first to act. Jack, deuce, deuce. Daniel's flopped 2 pair, but Montsev, the pre-flop raiser, is going to fire here. Daniel, from what we've seen him, he's just going to flat here. Well, you called it, Henry, earlier. He announces himself straight away when he has a hand or he hits the board.
Yep.
And I mean, what's the benefits of doing that? Well, you're just clearing out a load of trash that can get there on the turn and river, right?
Yeah, but those hands don't have that much equity against you, right? And also, like, having ace-jack in that spot, sometimes you're going to cooler hands when an ace rolls off. Yeah, ace-queen, ace-king, even weaker ace-x, like the barrel flop, ace-3, ace-4, all the way through to ace-10.
You know what? I'm totally agreeing with you. This raise, you're losing value. Bottom line, you're losing money.
Yeah.
And someone like Montsev, who we've seen super active, let's call a spade a spade. He is really the action player on this table, without a doubt. And you got position on him. He's a pre-flop raiser. He fires flop. I mean, the chances are you just smooth call, he's going to fire again.
Yeah, he's definitely missed out on a bit of value, in my opinion. In a couple of spots. Beautiful thing about this game, though, right? All spots unique to the players playing them.
Andreas, 13 bigs, folds, and Daniel Studer, who's taken down a few pots, has built a stack up to 140. He's still well below average, but he is making progress. Massimo, 6-4 suited. Well, this is interesting. All Ben Simon with King Jack, he decides just to smooth call. And now Robert with the pocket pair in the big blind position puts in the additional 6,000 to peel a flop. All with King Jack in the small blind position, and Robert in the big blind with pocket threes, and All has connected. Top pair. First to act. He's going to donk lead. I guess there's multiple reasons for this donk lead. He's going to charge the players with a draw. Flush draw there also, yeah. Many straight draws. So he's going to protect his hand there.
I mean, he had the King of Hearts in his hand for backup.
Andrea first to speak here. Queen 10 suited.
Yeah, gonna pip.
Blind still 2,000, 5,000, but I understand that they're going to increase to 3-6 next hand.
Wow. That's a very tight laydown. I like it. I respect it with this structure and the players behind.
Suited connectors. Now Massimo cut off King Queen. Makes it 10k, folded right around Wsopc. In the big blind position, puts in the additional 5k to peel a flop with the Jack 2 offsuit. And Wsopc hits. Bottom pair. Looks like 12k. Donk lead from Wsopc. Massimo with the 2 overs, not going anywhere quite just yet. Puts in the call, it's actually 11,000.
Actually quite like leading versus check calling here. Sometimes fold out 2 overcards. It's great news. Really struggle to, you know, check call and then face aggression on the turn. Problem is though, it's not always the strongest line, and it's very difficult to be balanced in this spot. I feel like I normally see it with the weaker parts of the range rather than the stronger parts. So it can be exploited. I'm assuming just not beating anything.
That's why you defend your big blind with Jack Deuce offsuit. Can always flop a pair. River trips just in case. Baller. Not particularly pleased. But Wsopc sitting on about 200k. And blinds are up. That's the chip leader on the table, Robert. So blinds now 3,000, 6,000. 160 players left in the field. So quite a bit of poker to be played yet before we hit the money. This is day 2, well into day 2. Min cash here, 3,600. Robert raising on the button with the 9-8. Wsopc folds and Andrea Cortellazzi in the button with the Queen 2 offsuit. So also happening in the resort at the moment is the Kings No Limit Hold'em 1,000 buy-in. Almost 100k in the prize pool. 101 entries. Of course, cash action is seriously strong all week. Many visitors to the resort for the World Series of Poker Circuit Festival. That's what we're watching. The main event of this festival. 4-day event, 1,700 buy-in. 900 plus entries. Not sure what the problem is here. Massimo not happy, he's held to a flat call. I think he put out 10,000, which is not quite the legal raise. With blinds at 6,000, it's 12,000 raise. And because he didn't say raise, he's held to a flat call. But Robert sorts things out by obliging, makes it 19,000. Montsev, difficult spot here with pocket eights, but he is going to flat call. Does have that problem of Massimo, who tried to raise. He tried to enter the pot with a raise, and he just lets the table know that he saved himself some money. So we're going to go to a flop Montsev versus Robert Kokoska. King 4-4, eights in the lead. As we know, these guys have history. They've played a few massive pots. Montsev. Check calls here, I expect. Two pair. Go to the turn. Deuce on the turn. Montsev checks. I think Robert has to check this back. He's run into a king here way too often. Does check back. Can we go to the river? Well, nice life for Robert. Does he value bet? That's going through his mind, but he does check back and he flips over the ace-10, gets there in the river, takes down an 83k pot, his record against Montsev. Pretty good, Montsev. Not too impressed. It's the chip leader. That's Montsev, former chip leader. About 160 players in the field. 95 of these will be in the money. Minimum cash 3,600. Of course, top place payout 236,000 plus that 10k ticket. So close to $250,000 for the winner. Andreas is down to 10 bigs. 10.5 big blinds. Robert Kukoska, massive chip leader. 100 bigs. This is the short stack. Posting big blind ante. So 20% of a stack is over the line blind here. This is Daniel under the gun. Folds. Massimo folds. Ayal, not interested. Fold it right around to Robert, who lets go. Yusuf in the cutoff with King 6, and now the Italian Cortellazzi with the 8-4 suited. I think I'll let this go, given the stack size of the big blind. Montsev will be giving another walk to the short stack. I mean, this is just great scenario when you're in the big blind and the player in the small blind is giving you a walk. And that will help the situation for Andreas. Gets his big blind ante back and scoops the small blind from his opponent. He'll have to post small blind, but he's still 10 bigs behind. That's the chip leader. Wsopc on the left there, and that's the Italian, and then center of your screen here is the short stack. It's Massimo, the bowler top, under the gun here. $280K, average close to 300K. Eyal Ben Simon makes it 12K with the ace queen. Wsopc folds the king jack, and now Cortelazzi with the 7-5 in the cutoff. You'd expect this to go into the dustbin and just button and blinds. Montsev, ace 4 in the button. He folds now Andreas with the 9-5. Daniel won't show any interest. We've seen him fold these type of hands in the big blind, not interested in defending. I think we're going to see a surrender here. Eyal takes the pot down. Yeah, apologies for that sound interference. Massimo now posting the 6,000 big blind, and first to speak is Eyal Ben Simon. You can see in the right hand side of your screen. Well, Montsev has looked down at queens. Montsev with queens makes it 13,000. Action with Andreas, 7-5. Is he thinking of jamming here? No, he lets it go. Daniel won't show any interest with the Jack 4 now. Just Massimo in the big blind with 10-4 offsuit. No action for Montsev. With the queens, takes it down. Brings the stack up to about 55 bigs. Average is around 50 with the big blind at 6,000. Really super structure for this World Series poker circuit main event. 50,000 starting stack. 1 hour clock throughout.
Let's come back and hear Eyal saying life is too short to study German. Fair play. I lost a prop bet a couple of years back.
Yes, talk to me. Not like you to be on the wrong end of these bets.
I'm actually pretty terrible when it comes to prop bets. I don't have a great track record. But yeah, I made a bet that I would
Be fluent in German and
not fluent. I think I had to get to level B1, which is like, so you have A1, A2, B1, B2, C1, C2, C2 being, you know, fluent, B1 being conversationally proficient, and I think I ended up buying out after about 2 months, 6 weeks. I get bored easily.
Eyal asking Wsopc to show the ace jack. How many times has he showed it? I've lost count of. This time he has the 9s.
I love this guy. I love this guy. Really friendly, great character at the table. That's fantastic. He asked the dealer. He's like, "Do I have to show, or is it just AO asking me to show?" He's like, "That's just AO. I don't have to show."
Chip count graphic showing us the state of play. 100 bigs for the chip leader Robert Kukoska from the Czech Republic, and the short stack, same story. Andres Gondrum sitting on 10.5 big blinds.
Yeah, the Czechs have a very good track record in this event, Finton.
Talk to me.
Well, 2 of the last 3 champions from the Czech Republic. Most recent champion, Jakub Oliver, back in October 2019, shipped it for 215,000, and then beginning of 2019, Martin Cabral taking it down. And prior to that, it was none other than Swiss superstar Emil Bisset. But yeah, they do have a very good track record in this event. If I'm not mistaken, Kavenka final tabled it as well, same time, or same final table where Jakub actually won it. I want to say Kavenka came like 3rd, something like that. Huge open here. I don't understand the reasons for this. Such a strong hand.
Yeah, I mean, you're not getting any action, are you? Unless it's hands that are stronger than you. I mean, unless, of course, ace-queen is the only hand I can think of, Henry, that may play back at you. Or, of course, if it's Wsopc and he looks down at ace-jack.
Yeah, but I just think those hands are less likely to play back versus a large sizing. I also think opening smaller opens the door to induce aggression. Also keeping in weaker hands that you obviously have dominated. But hey, I'm here in the commentary booth. They're out there, they've ponied up the 1,700 euros. So, what do I know? A couple of players really stood out to me so far today. Finton, Massimo.
Yeah, for sure.
Seemed
Robert,
really solid.
Eyal. These are really coming across as super solid. They're comfortable. You just get the feeling that they've totally at ease with the situation and great understanding of where they're at. It's always great to see experienced, high-level tournament players. This guy has been excellent for sure. That 4-bet against the chip leader, that took some strength of character. New arrival. Giuseppe was in this seat originally, but it's a short stack, it looks like. About 120,000-ish. Monsef under the gun here with the jack, a deuce. This will be folded. You can see the graphic there showing 151 remain. 95 get paid. That's the target at the moment. Andreas slightly struggling, but still alive. This is Daniel Studer. Ace Queen, 126k. 21, 3.5x. This seems to be, well, actually it's 12k minimum raise.
I believe you were right first time round.
21, okay. Fold it right around to the big blind, the Italian Andrea Cortellazzi. Ace-9, big blind. I mean, the sizing's so big, I'm kind of leaning towards a fold here, Henry.
Yeah.
Particularly given the player involved, Daniel, who's been fast playing all his big hands, as you very quickly pointed out. Daniel Studer, that's the gentleman you see on your screen, and this here is the Italian Andrea Cortellazzi in the big blind with Ace-9. I think that's a fold. Daniel takes down the pot.
AO is so
He's
persistent,
getting all
man.
the players to show their cards.
He is
Incredible.
so persistent, man.
I mean, if I'm there, I'm just saying, hey, listen, do you mind just keeping quiet, please? I'm trying to play a tournament here. That's what I say to someone like AO, because you just know it's no advantage talking to him. He's the one gleaning all the information from you. I mean, he just, you know, he's a professional. That's his job. Make you feel comfortable.
He's very selective of who he speaks with as well. He hasn't said a word to Robert. Literally has not said a single word to Robert.
Yeah, and I mean, pretty quickly, Robert, I mean, they know each other obviously from the circuit, but you just got the vibe off Robert straight away when Eyal sat down. Listen, buddy, don't try any engagement with me because it's not happening.
Yeah, Robert very stone-faced, not giving anything away. Really appreciated his table demeanor and just everything that he's done so far. Seems very comfortable in what he's doing. $68 hands into the day. Getting our way down. We started off the day with over 300 entries, now down to 150. 95 paid, so still a long old way to go. Can't really think of like locking up just yet. Dre with the king. 21 bigs. I don't mind making this like 18k, 21k, folding to jams, obviously. I think I prefer it over limping. Wow.
Ooh, maximum.
I mean, that is...
Well, he's getting called. I mean, Montsev is asking for a count, but there's zero chance he's going to be folding jacks blind v blind. And given the player it is, Andrea Cortellazzi, who has a huge high percentage of 3-betting, 4-betting. He's an action player, Andrea. Montsev ain't folding Henry, right?
No, he's not folding, and this is why he 3.5x and just fold to jams. Like
Andrea, I mean, he'll feel like he's getting slower rolled here. He's hoping for a fold, but he's hating life now.
Wow.
Right, yeah, I mean, it's a decision, but I think he's always going to call here, isn't he? With the jacks, Montsev with the big stack, 264k pot.
Someone at the table saying slow roll.
I don't think it is. It's not a slow roll.
It is a slow roll.
No, it ain't. No chance. I mean, look, this is a huge tournament, Henry.
Like it's
close to the money.
Nah, come on, man.
He could just blind into the money here with his stack.
Nah,
it's not a slow roll. No chance.
Come on, man. Behave.
No.
Massive slow roll.
Jacks, he could be up against queens. He could be up against kings.
Okay.
And he could be up against aces.
So there's
this is 3 hands. Oh boy, that's sick.
18 combos that he's beaten by.
Wow. This is brutal.
King ball on the turn. People in the chat called it.
Yeah.
King for justice.
Yeah, that was... Well, it's a remarkable hand from start to finish. First of all, we didn't expect this gentleman to let rip with King Deuce for the full amount. Shoved in the small blind, King Deuce. Then Montsev looked down at jacks. I mean, we just expected a snap call, but took quite a while. Eventually the money went in, and then King Deuce gets lucky. Doubles through Montsev.
Monzo saying my favorite power couple. It's on live. How's it going, Monzo?
I mean, how good do you feel? You're about to be busted out of the tournament, approaching the bubble.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't even a chance for a backdoor straight draw. Running cards.
Well, if there was, I would have said it, Henry.
There was like 3 outs twice, you know, 12%.
Pretty brutal. Yusef.
Wow, who just folded 8s?
No, they're about to be played now. Yusef has the 8s in the cut-off position with 213,000. Center your screen, Yusef. Really enjoyed this character, Yusef. Why can't all the players be like him?
He's been good fun. He has been a ton of fun.
Good attitude. And, you know, he's not one of these kind of nits who just locks up and doesn't play a hand, you know?
No, he's enjoyed getting involved.
Pulls the trigger. Andreas, I mean, it's brutal, isn't it? 52k.
Yeah, it's really tough to defend.
9-7. Suited, one gap connected. But I don't know. I just let it go. Let the button go through me.
Yeah, it's tough versus 3.4.
Yusef with a wink. Scoops the pot. Takes it down.
He's definitely been the most active player at the table.
That's the short stack. Desperate times, it's tough, but anything is possible. That's the Italian, Andrea, who just doubled through Montsev. That's Yusef. What's Eyal at there, Henry?
I think he's playing around with the all-in buttons.
Radoslav, 200 in fact he has. Robert, the big chip leader on this table, makes it 13,000 with the Jack 10, and now Yusuf with 10-9. I expect him just to fold here. Cortelazzi, small pair, cut off. I mean, you're just drawing so slim. You're a couple of cards away from being busted out. And then boom, you connect, double up, you're alive. And now, I mean, well, thought there was a 3-bet incoming. It was a 3-bet from Cortelazzi. Jack 10 offsuit, can't compete versus a 3-bet. Italian takes down another pot.
AL plugging the Twitch stream. Thank you, my man. I feel like I've recognized a lot of, or at least a few of the players today. They can't all be from the PLO cash games, but I recognize Radoslav.
Short stack, Andreas. Well, he just, I don't know. He just can't do it with 7-6, right? Let's it go. Daniel folds and Massimo in the big blind with Jack 10. Gets a walk. Button moves. Massimo will be posting small and Eyal Bensiman. Haven't seen much of Eyal. He's been playing rather snug, Henry.
Yeah, he's got a pretty tough seat draw. Has Robert on his left, has a couple of unorthodox players on his left as well, who can be difficult to play against just because they can, you know, be extremely random. And then he's got Massimo on his right, you know, in those blind v blind confrontations when he's in the small blind.
That's the short stack at the center of your screen. It's desperate times, really. 8 bigs, 8.5 big blinds. For Andres. Radoslav under the gun here.
Also saying it looks like Eyal had a haircut. He did indeed. Right here, 6th floor, Kings Resort Barbershop.
Andrea Cortellazzi involved in conversation. He's going to be opening ace-jack.
Yeah, it's Ailes big blind, hence the conversation. Told you, Finton, he's very particular when to get involved in conversations. Always trying to soften people up. I think it's helped him a lot over the years. He's paid 50 euros. Asking for 50 euros to see his hand.
Looks like a limp here from Wsopc with the pocket sevens. Action moves on to the Italian with the queen 3 suited. Now Montsev. No interest. Well, it's all going in here. Andres Gondrum, pocket eights. He's got to put it in. Has to. Does move the chips all in. Daniel snap folds button folds, and now all. Let's go. His hand, big blind, is going to be folding also. Wsopc makes the call. He has to make the call given the shove size from Andres.
Yeah, I think so. It's interesting though, I mean, I don't think he's going to fold, but Wsopc has been very risk averse when players are aggressive against him, but then he's been very bullish in spots when he's the aggressor. So interesting to note that in players. It's something I look for.
Absolutely. And it's a pretty good characteristic. He likes to get his money in first, Wsopc. And that's why you see him tanking here. Doesn't like calling off. And I mean, this would be some fold if he can escape. But I mean, there's no way you can fold here, given the size of the shove. 43,000. 7 bigs.
Wow. Wow, Andreas is going to look back on that. He's probably going to be furious to see that he doesn't get a double there.
Looked like a perfect scenario for the short stack, but this gentleman gets away. I'm not sure how he did, I'll be honest.
Well, he picked up an extra big blind. Increased his stack by 21k.
Same story up top and same situation at the foot of that chip count table. Wsopc under the gun here, folds, and now the Italian Andrea.
I love it when players look at their cards like that. Oof. Go on, Andreas. We're allowed to have min raises off this stack depth. Make it 12k, mate.
Hello.
21k.
Surely not. Not with the aces, Henry.
Twice
no
in
chance.
a row.
No way.
Yeah.
Well, he's just happy to take the blinds and antes. He's not interested in getting action.
Ross saying pretty sure he was interested. I think what Finton is insinuating is when you open for that sizing and you've been on this table for a couple of hours and people have seen the hands that you're opening for that sizing, it's literally only been aces for him. Then, you know, you're only going to get action when you run into top of range, 10s plus. So
Cortellazzi folding under the gun, the 9-7 suited, and now Montsev. Short stack. 11.5 bigs. Daniel, no interest. Snap folds the pair of threes, and now Massimo in the hijack folds, but Eyal will be playing the pocket nines here for sure. Cut off. Haven't seen much of Eyal. Surely this gets a bit of respect. 14k, 8,000 to call. I'm defending here if I'm Yusuf.
yeah, I think we should be seeing a flop. Let's go. Wow. Discipline.
Eyal shows the pocket nines. Says, look guys, I have no problem showing my hands. You ask, I show. I'm just a really nice guy who will tell you anything you want to know. So we're late in day 2 of the World Series of Poker circuit. This is the main event we've been following. Our feature table, which I understand will be breaking up pretty soon. We're going to be bringing you a brand new feature table for the next level after the next break that's coming up pretty soon. Montsev under the gun, King Queen. Expect Montsev to open here, surely. Blinds 3,000, 6,000. Looks like 13,000. The King Queen. Short stack folds the Jack 6. Daniel snap folds the Ace 9. No interest in playing. Massimo folds the 10-7, and Eyal Ben Simon gets out of the way. Radoslav, haven't seen anything from him as of yet. Josef folds in the small blind, but I believe the Italian Cortellazzi will be defending here. He'll put in the 7k, see a flop with the 9-8. Comes across as extremely competent. The Italian player. Well, he's not interested.
Players are defending really tight.
It's definitely noticeable. I suppose the money is a factor in that, Henry, that we're getting close to that money, and they're just, I don't know, being way more selective in their defending range.
Yeah, getting close to the money now. I mean, the reality is that we're not close to the money.
No, there's definitely a couple hours of play still to go for sure.
But yeah, I do think people, you know, see that they're 50 spots away and
yeah,
they overestimate.
Absolutely. They've outlasted like whatever 750 players. And they think, right, I've outlasted 750 players. I've just got to last another 50. So let's just lock up here, get the money. I mean, it's reasonable thinking, no doubt, but I mean, this could be hugely exploited by the big stacks. I mean, these hands, the big blinds are folding. If I'm Robert, I'm opening a ton of hands. Well, ace-4 certainly qualifies in the cutoff. 15K. .5x action with Wsopc on the button. Let's go the king-8 suited now. Cortelazzi in the small blind position. With the king-5, this will go into the dustbin for sure. Wsopc, well, he's going to book the trend, Henry. Put it in here with 5-3 offsuit. The additional 9K. We're going to see a flop. Both have completely missed this, but I think you're going to see Robert continue once Wsopc checks. That's the chip leader, Robert. He checked back. Well, that'll do. He may check back again, just to try and get value on the river, but no, he's just going to announce himself. It's end of hand.
Wsopc seems to enjoy a challenge, you know. I think it's interesting that the battles that he's chosen, he's enjoyed tangling with Robert, who interestingly hasn't really given off, you know, any sense that he's making mistakes. So yeah, I feel like Wsopc just enjoys tangling with people.
So chip count, same situation. Andres, bottom of the chip count chart, and Robert on top. This is Daniel under the gun. Andres is posted big blind ante. Well, hello, King Kong.
Someone say pocket kings.
14K. Radislav.
Wow, what?
Whoa.
This is
what is going on? Oh man, this is unbelievable stuff.
What?
I mean, Radislav, I'm not understanding this flat call. I mean, okay, free bet. Perhaps I might get with it, but what a situation for Wsopc, who now looks down at aces. I mean, Eyal is screaming for action, but little does he know that this is a serious situation. In fact, both stacks look very similar. Eyal is going to be absolutely decimated here. It's just a setup, Henry. There's no way out of this. There's no escape.
Yeah, a really sick spot, obviously. As cold as it comes pre-flop. Guess Radoslav just frustrated, hasn't really managed to get involved at all since he joined, but I mean, he's only played like an orbit. Interesting to note that 9-5 suited flat from early position. AL in trouble. It's an interesting one as well, because Wsopc has been pretty snug pre.
Well, I mean, AL never getting away from this snap call from Wsopc. AL in desperate shape here. And pretty much all in. I'm not sure. Well, the graphic is showing he's 7,000 behind AL.
Yeah.
Which is, what, one blind? And you can just hear the expression from Mayall. Yai, what can I do?
Cold.
Kings into aces.
Cold deck. Does have 2 live flush draws. 1 king dead. Five cards to come. Can he get some help? A couple of clubs.
Clubs helps, for sure. So running clubs, or that king of spades that's still in the deck. 8% AL.
I love that shot from the camera team,
Class.
by the way.
Absolutely class graphics from our production team, showing the 2 players that are all in. Deuce and, well, I was going to say end of story. It's a 1-outer. King of spades and king of spades only needed for AL to survive. Doesn't happen. Well, it's brutal, isn't it, Henry? I mean, what can you do with kings? You just get your money in.
Yeah, it's brutal as it comes, running into only hand that beats him, obviously. I was just saying, when he calls, he said, when he calls, I know it's aces. And
yeah,
I think that statement could sometimes be like, yeah, sure, whatever, dude. But if we look back over the last 4 hours, he's flatted jacks pre. He hasn't 3-bet jacks pre. He's folded ace queen. Yeah, it's very interesting player type. And
absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, it's ace king queens or aces.
Yeah, I agree.
And unfortunately for AL, one of the big names left in this tournament, he's down to absolute shrapnel, just 1 big blind. All the money getting over the line as you'd expect. Aces and kings. AL running the kings into this man's aces. And what a turnaround for Wsopc. Look at that stack. He's going to be sitting on 420k plus. And AL Ben Simon.
At least he's cheerful, as always.
How long is that big blind going to last?
I give him 1 hand. It's either this hand or the next hand. So I think anything higher than a jack is probably finding its way into the middle. I'm not sure if it's anti-first, but I don't think that makes much of a difference. Yeah, 7-5 is good enough. Wow. Okay. Well, it's going to be forced to go with it next hand.
443,000 for Wsopc. Average stack, I believe, around 300k, and the Italian here, Cortellazzi, really has turned things around himself. Folding here the 6-3 in the cutoff. Montsev. with the king 8 on the button, and now Andreas, well, he's got to put it in here. Jack 10. Particularly given the player in the big blind. I mean, how selective is Daniel? Very is the answer. Andreas got to be shoving Jack 10 there. And it will do the job.
See if we can get a smile from Daniel. The 70s. There we go. Little one.
So now button moves. So Massimo is in the big blind. So, okay, what odds will you give me on Ben Simon putting his money in this hand? What price?
I won't give you a price. It's mandatory.
Okay, but I mean, surely.
Yeah,
Is it possible?
I don't.
Is it possible that he folds? 3-2 offsuit. Don't think it is, you know. I think he has to go.
I don't think it's possible because I think straddle goes in first. That straddle.
Yeah, of course it does. Yeah.
Too many cash games.
So he's losing out on too much.
Yeah, because so if he folds, he has to put ante in first next hand.
So he's left with 1,000.
The most that he could make back from that is 9k.
Yeah. Yeah, it's ridiculous to even suggest.
And it goes
5-3 offsuit under the gun. Here we go. A.R. Ben Simon.
Wow, Radislav just.
He just wants to bust A.L. That's his target. That's the goal for Radislav.
This just doesn't make sense. You know, you're not an overwhelming chip leader. Like calling with king 4 suited from +1. I don't get. Wow. Aces.
Here we go.
Aces to finish him off. The hand that left him with one big.
Now, how do you play this? You're always raising, right? And you know what? Radislav's flat call here looks super strong, right? So I think Andrea goes big. $27,000, 4.5x. Well, this is going to be bent. Small blind and big blind fold. And Radislav as a decision.
Yeah, I mean, AL will take the dead 7k. Radislav, I'm confused.
Well, he doesn't want to hit a king high flop, that's for sure. I mean, as you pointed out, Henry, it's not like he's playing a monster stack. Like he's 25 bigs?
Well, as you mentioned, I think he could get himself into some trouble here. Running clubs and pretty much running clubs only for AL. And, I mean, not the greatest board for aces, no club, but I think we'll take it.
Cortelazzi with the aces, and he just lets rip. Radislav snap folds the king 4.
I think Radislav's making him sweat first.
And now we're going to see Eyal Ben Simon hanging in by his fingernails.
Run a flush, he says. 6. 6 for a sweat.
6 of clubs would give lots of hope. I mean, great situation for the Italian. Well, the 7 of clubs. I mean, what a card. Look at Eyal's equity. It has jumped up to 30%, but the Italian, still firm favourite, needs to avoid a 6 or a club. Deuce on the river. End of story for Eyal Ben-Simon. Huge character, huge name. Unfortunately, he's busted out before the money. We're going to take a break.
Bad news, because the Poker Bunny is stood right next to me, which means we have lost one of the Kings Resort regulars and fan favourites of the stream, Eyal Ben-Simon. Eyal, quickly talk to me about what happened at the table, and firstly, your time there, and then secondly, your bust-out hand.
I guess some things are not meant to be. I had kings lost versus aces, pretty standard. And going next, it was a very fun experience. With this set of production, really, really high quality and super great structure of the tournament. Like next time, I guess.
Next time, I guess. I mean, as you said, super standard, nothing you can do in that spot. A little bit about the player. Was he like a very active player, just like completely unavoidable? Or was he, you know, someone that is capable of having some bluffs there or getting it in loose?
I don't think that is. I guess he had a strong hand when I shoved, but I also expect him to have also jacks, queens, ace, king. So I think it's pretty standard with a fairly big blinds effective.
Next time. When is the next time going to be for you? Going to be coming back here for the World Series of Poker Europe?
Yes, I'm going to be here on November. I think I'm going to Vegas in a week. So I will come back here to the main event, which I have 2 tickets, and hopefully I'm going to win the main event for about 1 million. That's it, I guess.
That's it. He's saving the run good for the Wsopc Europe main event. Hopefully it's your turn to get aces against kings in that one. Thanks for joining us as always, and back to you guys at the stream.
She wins about 6 big blinds in total, 6 bigs profit. 90,000. 5.5 big blinds added to her stack. Ace 9. It could have been so much more, but she'll take that. Alex won't be too disappointed. Could have been a lot more expensive. Alex will post the small blind, and his newfound friend to his immediate left, Alistair from the UK, will post big blind. This is the chip leader in the centre of your screen, Stefan Hunt, with 1.7 million stack. He's under the gun, a suited ace. I'd be opening here. Blinds 8-16. You're going to see a raise to about 35k.
Ada ace 10 just flats the 35,000 open from the chip leader. These are the two big stacks on the table. Ada, Kickaroni, Alistair, big price with suited connectors. In the big blind position, he flops top pair. Stefan Hoon to bottom pair. Ada with the backdoor wheel and backdoor spade draw. Stefan leads out with the bottom pair, and Ada is going to float here with the backdoors, 2 overcards, and Alistair with top pair just puts in a call. 55,000. Significant pot developing here between 3 of the big stacks on the table. Deuce on the turn. I think this will shut the action down, but it's a good opportunity maybe for Ada. This would be a great spot for Ada to bet, because Alistair would be in a bad spot. Now Ada has a blocker to the nuts, that ace of spades. And were she to use that information and bet big into the pot, it would certainly get the job done. And here we go. Make it big, Ada. Size up. 200k. Let's do this. Looks like about 120-ish. Hackett has to let this go. 114,000. There you have it. Ada. Just the chip leader who's going to fold nice. Spot there. Goranov with the deuces. These have to go in the bin. 13 bigs just behind. Pocket twos does let them go, and Ada, who limped with the 10-9 offsuit, is going to put in the additional 47,000 to see a flop. Mishkar, Abden, with position, with the hand. And it looks like Ada has smashed this flop. Top pair with an up and down straight draw. That's what the graphics telling me. And I mean, if I'm Ada, I'm check raising for the lot here. I'm going to put Bishkar to the test.
It's got an orange in it. Or gold. Really amazing. You've got an orange in your pink slab.
It don't get much better for 9-10, and it is a Czech race.
It was really
And Bishkar. Well, no, it's just a flat call. 137,000. 4 of clubs on the turn.
Call. Showdown, please.
Well, she's calling with her draw, top pair in a draw. She's check called the last bet from Bishkar, who's moved all in for 120. I guess this is one way of getting the chips over the line. I think I'd get them over the line on the flop. And there it is. The straight for the Italian. You can see Bishkar.
Of soul.
Straddle indeed. Renato is on for the double straddle. And with his run, you can't blame him. So Johann's come along for the ride with Ace Jack 10 Deuce, double suited. Very good hand to play deep stacked. And it's a pot size raise from Jakob with double suited kings. And wow, look at this. Behind him lurking is the wolf with double suited aces. So look at the whole cards, the array of hands that we've got here. Going to be seeing some huge action. And now the wolf has found his spot to move it in with the double suited aces. Jakob's committed, and let's see if he can squeeze Renato and Johann out of the pot, who've still got a fair chunk of money behind. 20k effective behind between the two of them. And what Renato might be thinking now is that, yeah, my hand isn't great, but faced against 2 all-ins like this, I'm likely to have decent equity with my live cards. It's very unlikely for anyone else to be piling it in with a hand that has him blocked. And you can see there in the screen, he does have 27% equity 4 ways, which would improve when he calls and Johann folds his 8%. That most of that 8% is going to be going to his hand. Fortunately, his spades aren't live, but both other players have spades. So, yeah. So Renato is on a hell of a run here, and he does decide to flick in the beans. And Johann facing a pot and a pot. Got to be up against aces in one spot, you'd think, in 4-card PLO.
Johann's deuce very live here.
That's true. Can always flop trip deuces and have everyone else drawing dead. Really pondering this one over. His diamonds are obviously, of course, live, being the nut suit, but as you can see, his jack suit unlikely to be live multi-way.
I think this might be the last hand of the night, which could
factor
into Johann's decision.
Yeah, he does flick it in. So he's coming for the 10k.
Pot.
He's getting some ridiculous odds, but the problem is the odds that he's getting are going to be up against hands that have him completely crushed a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Which is why
both his suits are live, which is the only reason he has 8%, I believe. Sorry, no, one of his suits is live.
Suits is live, of course. And he's got kings.
He calls. So, how many times are they going to run this bad boy?
Well, they can't because Renato and Johann still have money behind.
Oh, really?
Or have they agreed to Wow, what's going on here?
Yeah, what is going on here?
So Jakub with the 13%, we know that. He needs a king or some clubs. Potentially Queen Jack 9 as well. Johan has flicked it in on the hope of finding some diamonds and some straighty type cards. The Wolf has the lot. Double suited aces. You can't ask for more than that. And Renato correctly deducing that he's up against some very strong rangers here. And
oh, that's spankage for Renato, but the king high flush draw for the Dane, and it's really a two-horse race now.
Yeah, that kind of kills Johan's. Oh, Johan's going to stack off with the jack high flush draw with 20k behind. Oh my word! No way!
No, you cannot do this.
And he's called. Oh wow! And he's 0% in a 123k pot.
It's only going to actually be 90k, but still a absolutely monster pot here.
Yeah, 90k to close the night, and the only people with a sniff. I mean, Wolf needs some backdoor hearts, and he needs a heart quick time.
Yeah, an ace would open things up for him as well, but there's only one of those left.
Exactly, this is not the spot for double-suited aces, as Renato is in there licking his lips.
Oh, there's a heart.
So now it's a three-horse race.
And Renato holds for the absolute beans, and he's just stacked 3 players in that one hand. And he'll go down as the big winner, and he's
got a stack of 123k. Renato is a god.
He is a god, and his offspring may be still in the Twitch chat, just fist pumping that one home as they realise.
And they're running it twice, and it's another sweat for the Wolf, who is going to be begging for the heart.
Oh,
there it is.
Bink.
Binky McBinkerson as the Wolf.
Joining me now is Tournament Director and WSOP representative Andy Tillman. Andy, I want to discuss with you the turnout for this record-breaking event. How do you guys at World Series of Poker feel about this turnout at Kings?
We feel it's amazing. It's nice to have live poker back. I mean, having a record-setting event on our first circuit back, having it for the main event. I mean, Kings always puts on a good show, provides everything well, and I mean, it's great to have live poker back. I can't stress that enough. Everyone's hungry to play. It's huge to have this record again.
I mean, you mentioned live poker's back, and obviously to break records, as you said, for the first time in, God knows how long now, even I've forgotten. But great news come with WSOP Europe around the corner. We're going to be back here at Kings, hopefully breaking some more records.
I mean, we should be back here. I mean, it starts the end of November. I mean, right at the back end of WSOP finishing up in Vegas. And I mean, we should have huge numbers again, being the only thing since Europeans can't really get to Vegas. It should be massive here with the turnout and everything else that Kings provides.
Everything else here at Kings provides, and when WSOP are in town, records are broken. So if you haven't already qualified into any of the main events, there's plenty of satellites coming up at Kings, and we'll see this gentleman here with us in November for that, hopefully, record-breaking series as well. See you guys back on the stream. Three more. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, dudes and dudettes, we are back from break. Just saw we had a quick word with WSOP Tournament Director Andy Tillman, talking about this record-breaking main event and what we're hoping will be a record-breaking WSOP Europe in just a couple of months' time. But before that, business to deal with here. Day 2, closing in on the money. Blinds up 4,000, 8,000. My name is Henry Kilbane, accompanied by Finton Gavin in the commentary booth.
It's exciting stuff, Henry. Basically, all of these players have an opportunity to make big money. That's the target, isn't it? And I mean, we started with over 900 players and just about 140 left. Now, we had this guy on the very right-hand side of your screen, Sandro. I remember he final tabled some years back. I think it was the Italian poker sport. And I'm going to guess who Mr. Bond is.
Seat 3, it is indeed. Mr. Bond in the mix. Frequents Kings Resort, loves playing poker. Not someone that would class themselves as a professional, but does compete in a lot of these main events and has had his fair share of success here at Kings.
Why did he miss his hand?
First card rule. Lardo just open jamming the 9s for what looked like 18. Welcome back, everyone. 400 of you keeping us company on Twitch. Appreciate the support. A new table heading into the final 3 levels of play today. Should be getting into the money. Wilpo saying it looks more like Agent Smith. He does, doesn't he? One of my favorite movies. Matrix. Any Matrix fans out there?
Can you put the cards in line? Already did. 5 raise, 17, 6 pass, 7 pass.
This guy Sandro has a ton of results. 500,000 plus in live tournament earnings. He did cash in the Italian poker sport last year.
9 race.
But it was another event I'm thinking of. I believe it was the Party Poker Millions. 1,000 buy-in. Runner-up for 120 grand, Henry.
Easy 120k. Wilpo saying, didn't like the trailer. I'm going to go see it anyway. I haven't seen the trailer yet. I'm very weird when it comes to trailers. I'm worried that I'll be put off. And I grew up loving The Matrix. I'm not sure if I'm going to see it, to be honest with you, because I don't want to be disappointed. Small blind 3-bet from Armando Avanzo with the 10-9, flopping himself gut shot.
9-bet 30,000.
Going to continue. That's the mill with bottom pair, but nothing else really going on. It's going to be very difficult to get this one to showdown. Calls now. Stacked pot ratio will be less than 2 going to the turn. Does make the call. Going to keep Avanzo honest for at least one street. And well, how about that turn card? Turns the stone cold nuts.
400-ish. $250. Check.
Mando asking for a count. Stina saying 250. Giving him some rope. Trying to look as uninterested in this pot as possible.
5 check.
Tries second time. No dice on the trap.
Armando Avanzo. Chip leader on this table. That's Postina. And next to Mr. Bond is Florian. So Armando in the button position. Seat 1, Swiss player posting small, and then Jan Jorgensen, big blind. This is the player under the gun. Ali, aka Mr. Bond, he folds now. Florian gets out of the way. Pustina with a suited ace.
5 race, 17,000.
31 bigs, makes it 17k.
7 pass. 8 pass. 9 pass. 1 pass.
It's the short stack on the table. And seat 1. And in the big blind, Jan Jorgensen. Just lets go the 10-4. So getting close to that money. 95 players get paid. Over 900 players began this event. It's deep in day 2 of 4 days. Henry and I will be bringing you all the action over the next couple of days.
4-day live comp. How brutal it must be to bust in 9th. Someone has to do it. Long old way to go until we get there. Average stack 40 bigs, thereabouts. Less than 40 places away now until we are ITM.
So Dario has raised light here, King 6 suited, and Aiden looks down at King Queen of Spades. Armando folds his king, and now action with Jan Jorgensen. Deuce's small blind, he's just going to fold this. And Mr. Bond in the big blind looks down at 8-4.
Clubs v Spades. Battle of the kickers. King Queen way out in front. 1 king dead though. Wow.
Ooh. Oh boy, sick. Dario. Top 2. And Aiden has connected.
What a sick, sick flop.
6 bet, 18,000.
Continues for 1/3. Gonna see a town card Finton. I got a funny feeling we're gonna see a river as well. 88k in the middle.
Queen of clubs on the turn.
Why? You sick human being.
Now that 8 gives the possibility of the counterfeit. So an 8 or queen good for Aiden. Dario, well, he must feel he's home and host. All that's going through his mind, how much can I take off Aiden? And we're going to see a check raise. Well, what just happened there, Henry?
39,000.
So Dario checked.
Aiden obliged. Surely Dario will raise it here. His first act, so he doesn't want to lose out on any value.
6 raise, 105.
There is the check raise.
105.
I feel like we have the board so locked here versus Aiden's range. Guess we unblock hearts, so.
It's a big moment for Aiden. It really is. I mean, he calls here. He's probably going to have to call the shove in the river.
I don't know. I feel like can call and reevaluate river if we're jammed into, but yeah, I mean, if we call 300k in the middle, 110k behind.
I think that's the concern. That's going through his mind.
Yeah, that's the question being asked by Dario right now. Do you want to play for it all? That's the decision. It does let it go.
A pretty decent fold by Aiden. Dario scoops a very sizable pot. That is Dario in your screen.
Good luck, everybody.
Quick dealer change. So, overwhelming chip leader, D'Avanzo. Florian, the only one in real immediate danger. Out of 18 bigs, hour-long clock. Going to be playing pretty snug. Dario involved again, this time with the king and the king, and well, Avanzo may feel like his role as table captain is
9 call. 1 pass.
his obligation to keep Dario honest. Does just flat. Mr. Bond has Avanzo's clubs covered. Ace 7 of clubs out of the small. Feels pretty loose, but pretty deep. And well, Florian getting a great price on a call, but does just let it go.
4 pass.
40 places away from the money. 650 into the muck.
Three players involved. First to act, Mr. Bond. Well, it's a problem for Armando. He's connected, he's made top pair. Mr. Bond with none of this. Just waiting for a check, and there it is, and now Dario. Well, he's going to fire for sure. 64,000 in the pot. Oh, sneaky, Henry. Interesting check. Armando, top pair. Chip leader, big stack. Looks to be about 50% pot size bet. 30k. Mr. Bond is going to get out of the way. And Dario, he likes this check raise move.
3 pass.
So it's Italy versus Italy. Smooth call with the kings.
6 check. 6 calls.
Yeah, king of diamonds for dessert.
Armando picks up a good shot with his top pair. Dario with the same draw, but he's ahead with the kings. Queen would chop it. Check back from Armando, and well, Dario, it's like a bad beat, Henry. That queen on the river.
I'd love to see a jam here. It's so sexy. Although, would be missing out on value, but in terms of getting your opponent off a chop, I think block jam is really sexy as well. Like B33, 40k. I don't mind. I don't mind like 150% overbet, and I don't mind inducing the raise to then jam, because we always have ace king and our opponent never has ace king in this spot. He's gone polar though. Close to the pot. Yeah, yeah.
That's quite remarkable. Armando clearly put him on ace king. You called it, Henry. Dario. Check flop. Well, I think he's always going to get paid on the flop, no matter what he leads, but he checked. He check called. Turn went check, check. Both players made a straight. Armando folded.
Yeah, I don't mind the fold. Versus the line taken from his fellow countryman. Calling for a chop. People in the chat saying, lol, never fold, easy call. Well,
Armando Davanzo with the 9-8 suited chip leader. Makes it 18,000. Blinds 4,000, 8,000. Christina in the big blind defends with the 6-4 off. And flops an up and down straight draw. And Armando with an up and down straight draw also.
What a flop dealer.
Action City.
And I'm saying if he doesn't have a bluff there, it's probably a fold, but that assumes he doesn't have a bluff at all. You'd have to be turning like ace queen or aces into a bluff IMO. And I just don't think enough people are. I think maybe turning ace queen more into a bluff than aces.
Well, Armando has hit his pair, but it's given Pustina the straight. It went check, check. What's going on? Pustina trying to induce.
Roll reversal.
Yeah, I mean, Armando feels like he kind of won that pot, given how little went in.
Fun times.
He's lost a pot, but he's quite comfortable how he played turn and river there. Pustina missing out on value. So, Pustina posting small blind, Dario Quattrucci posting big blind, Aidan under the gun.
Well, well, well. Aces for the chip leader. 30 away from the money.
Armando D'Avanzo, great situation for Armando. He's been very active. We've seen him involved in everything.
Yeah, he has. He's been involved in, I think, every hand bar one since we came back from break. Issue with this, unfortunately, is because we are closing in on the bubble, that players are less likely to make a stand or make a move against you.
Well, Dario Quattrucci in the big blind has picked up a hand, ace-jack. And we've seen this battle before, Henry. Italian versus Italian. Pustina has folded, so it's just Armando D'Avanzo with the aces. Pustina has folded. Unfortunately for him, he would have flopped trips. And Dario Quattrucci, who defended in the big blind with ace-jack, he's going to be calling this street, you would think, for sure. Does have that backdoor straight. 2 overs to the board. Check calls. 78,000 in the pot. 4 hearts on the turn. Dario, I think, is probably done with this hand. Checks, and Armando D'Avanzo will probably check back. It's not out of the question for Dario Quattrucci to have a 10 in his holdings. So check, check, and now 6 on the river. Dario happy to get the showdown with his ace high. Armando D'Avanzo will go for value.
Yeah, I like the small bet.
Well, I mean, Armando will just hate life if he gets raised here. That 6 of hearts completing a flush and a straight. Not out of the question. To expect Dario to have a made hand, but I think given the situation, close to the money, Dario Quattrucci, I feel we'll just let this one go.
It's like, how often is he checking king, queen, king, jack, queen, jack on the turn? It's going to be wanting to pile on the pressure, right, versus 9x. And does he ever bet, check, bet with those hands? Maybe checks a hand like king, queen of hearts, king, jack of hearts, queen, jack of hearts, because he doesn't want to get blown off his equity. but then I don't think they block for this sizing. If he gives Avanzo credit for having bluffs, I mean, the bluffs have to be King Queen, King Jack, Queen Jack. Don't think he bets worse Ace X. Ace High just has so much showdown value. And you could even argue that King Queen has a lot of showdown value because it's ahead of King Jack. Wow, okay, this is...
I mean, Armando Davanzo folded the straight just a couple of hands ago. I mean, he's not beating very much, Henry. He just has a bluff catcher.
I wonder if you could ever turn this into a bluff. Try and get a 10 to fold. Maybe even trying to get a weak flush to fold. Although I guess this hand just plays really well as a call, right? It's a good bluff catch.
Massive pot. Dario Quattrucci loses a big one. Armando Davanzo up now to 700k, double the average stack, which is 364. 125 players remain. That is a big hit for Dario, his fellow countryman. Stacking chips. I guess that ace of hearts was a key component in his decision making to, I mean, pretty quickly call, let's be honest. Armando now sitting close to 700k. Dealer looks at the clock. Blinds 4,000, 8,000. Florian is the short stack. Sitting on about 10 big blinds. This is the chip leader. Well, in fact, it's Sandro first with the Jack 7, playing 200k. And now Armando. Jan Jorgensen folds the 8-6, and now Mr. Bond with the ace-6. Well, just 8 bigs for Florian. Let's rip with the ace deuce. Bustina folds, Dario folds, and now Aidan in the big blind should be calling. Ace jack suited. Does make the decision to call. Puts the money in on their backs. Ace deuce versus ace jack. Aidan, big favourite to bust out Florian. So wheel draw for Florian. Still 28% equity. Deuce would do. 5 for the straight.
That's a fair card.
Well, opportunities.
No dice. That hurts.
Florian eliminated. Close to the money. You can see his rail. Just saying, listen, you did nothing wrong, buddy. Got to make your move there with ace deuce. Now let's go to the bar, get a drink, and then get in them cash games.
I'm not sure about that, my man. I'll leave you to clear up. I'll even buy some of your action. I will be heading to bed. Let me know how much you're selling though, mate.
That is the chip count graphic. And bottom of the chart now is Landu, the Italian, Armando, the chippy. And look at this. Oh, what a life. Great situation. Just getting a little bit fidgety with the chips, but I think he covered it up well. Just above the min raise. I like the sizing, Henry. So active. Jan Jorgensen.
Yeah, I mean, this is an insane run of cards for Avanzo.
Jorgensen puts in the 17,000. Not surprised. Mr. Bond. 007 with the deuces. Armando de Avanzo. I mean, he's playing every hand, so both Jan Jorgensen and Mr. Bond.
Go on, Mr. Bond.
He looked kind of disappointed with himself that he didn't play that hand. Aiden folds in the small blind, and Sandro. This is the real experience on the table. Sandro Pezzanti from Holland defends with the ace-3, three-way now to a flop. So, I mean, it's going to be bad situation, king or queen high. Flop for Jan. Well, brutal. Queen 6-5. I'm finding this table incredible.
It's been...
it's completely different to the last table.
We've been spoiled. We've definitely been spoiled for hands. And
the way they've been played, 25k. Armando trying to disguise his hand.
Black call and draw on the flop.
Forget about that.
What the
sound
hell?
Interference. Just a smooth call from Armando with the aces. Disguising his hand. 7 on the turn. Fast check from Armando. Jan Jorgensen, top pair.
Dealer just waiting for the instruction from the TV director.
Well, that 8's going to be an action killer.
Director.
love the block.
35k. You kind of feel this pot could have got a lot bigger in the earlier streets. But, I mean, we might even see a fold here from Jan. 4 cards to the straight. Armando, the chip leader. His opening range is so wide. Of course he's got 9s in there. He's even got 4s in there. But Jan pays him off. I'm just getting a bit of sound interference. I'm not sure the viewers picking up the same thing.
Wow.
That's how wealth works.
2 gang aces. Fine. It's difficult to beat.
Jan stating the obvious. He's difficult to beat, that's for sure.
Love the block, man. That's Avanzo.
So apologies for that sound interference.
TV director. Just waiting for the instruction from the TV director.
But I know it would change the dynamic.
So, yeah, Henry, thanks for sorting out that sound problem.
I think someone up in the tech room has either spilt coffee all over the soundboard and they're just, you know, trying to delicately dry it off whilst pressing a bunch of buttons.
Jan Jorgensen, pocket threes, early position, makes it 18,000. Armando in the big blind. Look at that stack, almost 100 bigs. Armando flops a pair and a good shot. Jan with absolutely none of this, but I guess Jan is going to continue against a big blind defend.
Please triple off. Please triple off, Jan. You've got the hand to do it with, mate.
87.
If he finds the triple, I don't care, even if he gets called, I'm going to go out there and give him the biggest hug. I want to see it. You've got the hand to do it with.
Don't think it's happening, Henry.
I think he's capable of doing it. Seems like a competent player.
Armando is trying to look disinterested, but he's a piece of this. He's a big piece of it. Pair, good shot.
I mean, we'll never check raising. We'll never check folding.
I think he's thinking about a fold, given... I mean, I'm not sure how these guys, how long they've been playing together, but Jan strikes me as being pretty snug. Well, check raise, incredible.
Bro. Like, what is, like, are we turning our hand into a bluff?
I think so. He's trying to target, well, what kings is going to get rid of? He's blocking king, queen, king, jack. King 10 is not raising in that position.
Jam. I'd love to, I mean, I know asking for him to float with this hand is pretty out of line. But range versus range, I feel like Armando's going to slow down on a lot of turns. Just have him crush, like, three bets ace king, probably 3 bets ace queen.
One value.
And Jan, I mean, he said it himself, he just can't beat Armando. But that was a pretty spewy open. Threes, early position, into the chip leader. I'm not a fan of it. And Jan got punished Amando. Check raising with bottom pair and a straight draw. Brings his stack up to 800,000, blinds 4,000, 8,000, in fact 842k. Jan sitting on 30 bigs.
Mando's bullying everyone. Yeah, I mean, I guess with us being just, what, 25 spots away from making the money, taking a more aggro line with Queen Jack, I just feel like we just have just a really nice hand to just check call with. Getting blown off our equity feels like a bit of a disaster there versus early position open. Dario's not scared though. Dario is not scared. He didn't. I believe. Ah, he does have cards to his left. So he's going to take this one upstairs. I like the hand selection. But saying final day is tomorrow. No, it is not. Tomorrow is day 3. Tomorrow we play down to the final table. Oh, Lado. Feels bad, man.
This is the short stack in the big blind position. Has to let it go. An action back with Dario Quattrucci. He's going to just let this go. You'd expect a6. Aiden gets his stack up over 40 bigs.
Yeah, really nice hand selection there. I was saying, nice. Love to watch the poker stream during work. It's one of my favorite things as well, is when people are tuning in from work. Glad to always help pass the time. Bob's saying, Henry, damn, you're fast, mate. Not sure about that, mate. Sus, my girlfriend.
Mr. Bond receiving some refreshments.
Actually, scrap that. Don't ask her. Finn, are we jumping in this 2-2 game afterwards, mate?
I had a bad experience last night, Henry.
Mate, what? You're full of it. You did not play last night.
Did.
Chat, listen, right?
I did, buddy.
I got here a day early, okay? Listen to this. Finton texts me around 6 o'clock. I then text him about an hour later, and my message doesn't go through. So you know when someone's phone isn't switched on, and they don't receive the message? So I was like, okay, he's passed out in the hotel room. Get back to the hotel room about 11. He's fast to kit, just like knocked out. And he, you know, wakes up a little bit. So, oh, hey, Henry, how's it going? Oh, how's it going, Finton? So I'm like, listen, man, I'm going to go back down to the casino. I don't want to disturb you or anything. And he's like, yeah, I'll be down there. I'll come down and grind. He went straight back to bed, and he's been trying to bluff that he actually came down, fired a bullet in the 2-2 PLA game, and then went back to bed. You were wearing the same stuff, mate.
I know, I was wearing the same top. That was a bit of a throw-off.
He was wearing the same stuff. When I got back, the room was the exact same. Nothing had changed.
Question for our viewers. How often do you go to bed in the same top that you wore that evening?
I mean...
How often?
What are you trying to imply? Bob was saying, Finton, you scared of Henry? I think he is, boys and girls.
I feel a little bet coming in. I'm going to have to get a printout from my player's card. Jan has finally won a hand. Dario Quattrucci.
What bet are you thinking, mate?
Okay. How much cash have you on you?
0. Oh, that's not true. I have like 15 euros in change.
Get it up to 50 and we'll have a chat.
All right, what bet do you want to make? I will.
Did I play 2-2 PLO last night? I bet you 50. Stop 50. Come on, do it for the fun.
So the 15 wasn't enough, and now you're just trying to up the ante.
Now, it could have been early this morning. It could have been after midnight, right? So I'm going to say between 11:30 and 1:30.
I mean, out of principle, I'm almost tempted to just book this bet because I still think you're bluffing, and you're trying to make it an amount that I won't agree to.
Maybe I am bluffing. Maybe I was dreaming. It could have been all a dream. Take the bet, Henry.
We give me odds on the bet.
I'll give you a friendly 2-1.
Chat's telling me to. The thing is, though, right?
Look, I'm in bed with an orange top on. Henry comes to the room.
If I have to pay you 50 euros, man, I'm going to be super tilted. Can we make it 25 euros?
Yeah, go on, we'll do it for 25.
Go on then, mate. Booked. Shake on it. Oh, chat, he's trying to shake my hand.
It's booked.
Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know.
I actually have a couple of witnesses.
See, now I feel like you're digging this hole, mate.
I have a couple of witnesses.
Go on then. 25.
25.
Go on then, mate.
Oh, yes. I got you. I got you, Henry boy. It's documented.
Oh, man.
That's why these player cards are great.
You actually walked down last night?
I went down, yeah, I did, yeah.
I still don't believe you, mate.
Yeah, I did, genuinely.
I need evidence.
Don't worry, I will supply.
All right, mate.
Yeah.
You got an hour to give me evidence, mate.
I actually met Carapet in the poker room.
What, last night?
Yeah.
All right. All right.
So what's happening? Sixes for our Danish friend Jan Jorgensen. He's flat at the raise from Sandro, and Mr. Bond getting a big price in the big blind with 7-3 of hearts. 62k in the pot.
I mean, Jan with the blind check, I guess he's like no set, no bet. Now this hand's over.
Good shot for Sandro. Bottom pair for Mr. Bond. Check, check, bet, fold, fold.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a scary board to fire on, but hey, range advantage.
30% pot size bet. Jan, I mean, he's completely missed this, so the sixes will go into the dustbin and action with our friend Ali.
Love the attire, by the way.
Dress is spectacular.
Yeah.
The hairstyle is kind of sexy as well, isn't it, Henry?
I mean, the legend Mike Sexton used to always say, if you're going to be on a feature table, you should dress for the occasion. Have to agree with him on that one. And Mr. Bonner's got quite the style, my man. I mean, look at that. Flawless. Spade on the turn may slow things down. 130k back.
I think it's good recognition from Sandro Piazzi here. I mean, I would find this remarkable if Ali could find a call here. Sandro, raise pre, fired flop, and now again on the turn. It's extremely difficult for Ali to continue.
does let it go. Sandro sees that first card hit the muck. Big sigh of relief.
So we are watching a feature table close to the money in this Wsopc circuit main event. €1,700 buy-in. Guarantee 1 million. Of course, that guarantee was absolutely obliterated. 1.35 million and a bit of change in the prize pool. Close to $250,000 for first place payout. But right now, tonight, these guys are trying to get into the money. Min cash, 3,600 and a bit. Field size 115, 95 will be awarded that minimum cash. Sandro Pisanti. With the Queen 9, but Sandro is going to run into a problem. We're going to see a 3-bet rip here from the short stack. 125k. I think it's all going in. Shorty, let's rip. Pustina folds the A7 and Sandro, who opened pretty light.
Yeah, Sandro getting a bit loosey-goosey.
Quickly throws his cards in the muck, Sandro. 214k behind, but that's the short stack. Up to, I'm not sure, maybe 160, 20 bigs. Not quite, maybe 150. Pustina posting small blind and Dario Quattrucci in the big blind position. $400k is the average stack. 50 bigs. What a structure this is. It really is tremendous event. Million guaranteed, 4-day event. And many of these players qualified for as little as a couple of €100 here in the Zort. There was several supersats feeding this main event. Chip leader.
Easy, Mr. Bonds. They come, my friend. It's a marathon, not a sprint. You've got 2 days to go left. Well, 2 days left at least. Want to make the final table. Going to have spells where you get dealt bottom of a range.
That's the chippy, 850k. I mean, there's less than 20 places to go before we hit the money.
That's pretty impressive. 16 starting stacks. Pretty huge.
Well, an opportunity, Henry, for the big stack to really go up through the gears, apply pressure.
18.
Sandro needs to be very careful here.
He really is stepping out of line, isn't he?
Yeah, just V-pipping it. A tad too much for my liking. This close to the money. Yeah, forced to raise fold a couple of times, and before you know it, blinds go up, you're in the danger zone. Looks like going to be okay here unless Dario, for whatever reason, decides to take it upstairs with the 6 deuce. Wow. Wow, I mean, I don't know if this is Spidey senses or this is world class.
Sandro, once again, getting knocked back, and this time,
wow,
3-bet with absolute air from Dario Quattrucci. I mean, I was just going to say, Henry, yeah, I mean, Sandro is getting out of line. But the fact it is getting so close to the money, he probably feels that, you know, this table will kind of knit up a bit and try and get there, you know.
Yeah, that's the thing about tournament poker, like, sometimes you just have to sit back. Like, you can't play the role of table captain when you're sat on 20 bigs. And I mean, look, pipping Queen Jacko from under the gun isn't, you know, the worst thing that you can do. But we had the Jack 9 the previous hand, and you know, he's gone from a relatively comfortable stack of around about 27, 28 to now being on, I think, 19 this hand, 19, 20 bigs. So yeah, I mean,
that's a massive difference.
It's dicey. It's dicey. Blind's going up soon as well, and it's going to get tighter. You're going to see the bigger stacks come out of their cage a bit more.
Race.
Dario with that 3-bet with the 6-2, so I don't know where that came from.
Jan Jorgensen, 18,000 with the jacks. Mr. Bond folding the Queen 9. Action now with Sandro, and he defends 170k now behind.
9 high flop would be showers. Sandro doesn't look like the type of person to shy away from top pair. Well,
there's money going in.
grim card for Sandro. 78k in the middle, stack to pot ratio of 2. I mean, Jan getting the blood out the rock. Squeezing out everything he can. That may slow things down. Queen 9 no good.
Sandro left with 135,000.
So the blind is down, guys. 5,000, 10,000, 10,000.
13 big blinds for Sandro, just like that. He went from a comfortable position to the short stack on the table. Posting small now, he'll have just 13 bigs behind Armando Davanzo. Monster stack, 858,000. 85 bigs. But there's not many chips on this table. In fact, Armando is the only player playing above average stack. Ladu with ace queen 16 bigs.
One, raise all in.
Moves all in.
2 pass. Three pass, 5 pass, 6 pass, 7 pass, 8 pass, 9 pass.
And the 16 big blind rip from the player under the gun, Ladu.
It's a funny short stack here.
Takes down blinds and ante. So close to the money. 114 players still in the mix. You're watching the World Series of Poker Circuit main event. 1.3 million prize pool. There is the guts of $250,000 for the winner.
I was about to ask the dealer to deal 2 more cards. 2's not enough.
Snap fold from Mr. Bond and Pustina. This is Dario with the kings. Chip leader in the small blind with ace jack. Action incoming. Armando Devanzo and Dario Quattrucci, both have clashed on numerous occasions. 3 bet as expected from the chip leader, but the sizing, I mean, it's just so small, Henry. And the big blind player, Ladu, folding an ace, which is noteworthy. $35,000 back to Dario Quattrucci. Well, I guess he's going to find out where he's at. But Dario could be sneaky here.
No, not 18 away from the money. Don't want to be trapping. Just because of ICM implications. I like the idea of trapping in general, but I think in theory this just isn't the spot for it. You could maybe like induce, like click it to 120, kind of try and make it look like you have room to fold still. Wow. This is dicey. Like stack to pot ratio less than 2 going to the flop.
I absolutely love it, Henry. A lot of history between these two guys.
Easy when you flop top set.
Well, I mean, Armando's equity hasn't changed. $10 for a straight. So all this is bonus money, really. 50,000. Dario Quattrucci just needs to avoid a 10.
No,
goodbye. I'm gone.
What?
I am gone, and I'm not coming back, Henry.
What a turn.
I mean, he's just Dario has played it absolutely perfect. And, well, there's no hope. He's going to go bust. Armando with the check. So sick.
This is what I was talking about.
Well, Henry, you actually predicted the future. It's just not right.
He's trapping, you know. Trapping 18 away from the money.
I mean, there's always the possibility of housing up on the river.
Yeah. 10 outs once. I can see a couple of them dead. Armando,
out of position, is going to pull the trigger, surely. check raise with the nuts. Given that Dario is, I mean, he's just 100k behind. 325 in the pot. That's really sick. And when Armando D'Avanzo announces all in, I mean, Dario stops for a moment, doesn't he? He stops for a couple of seconds, right? And he goes, oh, he goes vomit, no?
Yeah.
And puts the money in.
I mean, this is
here we go. Boom.
Nice raise all in, 6 go.
Wow.
Oh, he just snapped it. He's going to be absolutely gutted when he sees the situation. So what does he need, Henry?
8 outs once, my man.
King ball for quads. Queen, 10, 5. Can he do it? Dario Quattrucci versus the chip leader, Armando D'Avanzo. It's a brutal situation for Dario. It doesn't happen for him. Elimination.
Well, get some GGs in the chat for Dario. Avanzo up to over 1 million.
That is brutal. Dario Quattrucci. Eliminated by this gentleman, his fellow countryman Armando D'Avanzo, who's sitting on 1 million plus, I guess.
Yeah, 1.2 mil.
That is tournament poker. And nobody near average stack. Well, everyone below average stack against the monster chip leader, who's 3 times the average, Armando D'Avanzo. The short stack, Sandro Pizzanti. 13 big blinds. Blind level we are in now is the 5k, 10k blind level. Edging ever so close to that money. Jan posting big blind, and first to speak is this gentleman on the right hand side of your screen, Mr. Bond, who looks utterly disappointed.
He's just bored. Seems very frustrated and impatient. You play for 4 days, you're gonna, like I said, you're gonna be dealt bottom of range for a while.
Jan Jorgensen, pocket jacks, big blind position. Versus the button open from the giant stack. I mean, I'm playing back, I don't care. I really don't. I'm raising here.
You sound like Mike McDermott in Rounders against Johnny Chan. So I just played back at him.
I'm just going to take my shot.
I just played back at him with my 10 big blinds.
If I run into it, I run into it. But I ain't laying down jacks, that's for sure. Armando D'Avanzo makes a fold. And the Great Dane scoops a pot, brings the stack up to about 35 big blinds. Average is just around the 40 bigs.
Beetje dezelfde elkaar. Precies dezelfde.
Big slick. For Ladu. Let's rip. 16.5 big blinds on the button. And that will be the end of the hand. Mr. Bond is going to fold and Pustina. Let's go, the King 10 suited.
Come on, guys, I need a double. Sorry, cannot serve.
Bob, just saying I'm off, guys. Talk to you tomorrow. Take it easy, my man.
Lovely timing. I believe it's yours.
So a new arrival. Just in time to post big blind.
How long do you think the bubble's going to last for, Finton? How many hands?
I mean, it's a loaded question, Henry.
Give me a chance at redemption.
I mean, you could be looking at that, like, how long is a piece of string? It could go on days, theoretically.
No,
it could go on days. It could. It actually could.
It actually, like,
it actually could.
Theoretically, it is actually impossible for it to go on. No, it's
not.
It's actually impossible.
It's not.
No, it is. It's mathematically impossible for it to go on for days.
Okay, all you need is one blind per player, right?
Okay. And
okay.
By day 3,
there
would be one big blind in play.
No.
What do you mean? What do you mean no?
One big blind in play on day 3.
Yeah, if you're saying it goes on for days.
Yeah, okay.
Hour-long levels.
2 days.
70. No, that's not days. That's a couple of days.
Okay, I'm saying a couple of days.
72 hours.
We're going to have hundreds of blinds in 2 days' time. You know that.
Not in 72 hours. You're not after 72 levels.
Okay, no. Okay, you're putting a day down to 24 hours.
Chat, come on, back me up here. Did he not say it could last for days?
Of course it could.
All right, how long's a piece of string?
But if I was to bet on it, I would say the bubble is going to be burst pretty quick. And I'll give you my reasoning behind that.
Go on.
Is because there's basically 12 tables in play on the bubble.
Yeah.
Approximately 12 tables.
Yeah.
So that's every hand, there's 12 hands.
Okay.
So we're just watching one table here, right? Waiting for the bubble to burst.
Okay.
But there's 12 times more likelihood of the bubble being burst with 12 tables in play.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to say 5 hands.
So you're thinking 60 in total.
Okay. I'll be running to the
5 times 12, 60.
Okay.
Good choice not to start.
Yeah, 60 hands, but it's only 5 hands per table.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So you want to bet, yeah?
I've gone very low there.
I mean,
I've gone very low.
He's changed his mind, chat.
I think the line is 10 hands. In fact, the line could be 20 hands.
I mean, at this rate, the line could be 50 hands.
It could be days. It could go on for days.
It could. You're right.
What are you thinking? Where are you coming from, Henry?
Well, I mean, what do you want? Unders or overs on 5?
I don't know.
Well, I'm the one offering you a bet, mate. So I know.
I'll definitely take the under on 25 hands.
No, really?
Yeah, I would.
Wow, that's very generous of you.
Okay, if you want to push me.
No, I don't need to push you. You said 5. And now you've changed to 25, and you're saying you'll take the unders on 25. You're kind of at two polar opposite sides of the spectrum here, mate. What line do you want? Overs or unders on 25? On 5.
I'll take the overs and 5.
Okay. 8?
Very close. That could be the line. That actually could be the line.
I don't know. I feel like you're trying to sell me a story here. The amount of Fs I give for 25 euros on a friendly prop bet, like trying to squeak out the finest of edges in this 25 euro bet. I'm not trying to print money against you. I just want to bet.
Push or fold?
It's all of this. Oh, it's close, Henry. Woo. Unders or overs on 8, mate.
Not a fault against everybody, but against him, I guess it's a
3,600 is a big chunk of change, let's be honest.
OOP in chat saying easy money to be made in the combo booth with these two. I'll bet anything with you as well, OOP in chat. I've only lost to one person in the commentary booth. When it's come to proper.
He's here in the booth
And
beside you.
it was one off. That's because I wailed off and gave you 10 to 1 on something ridiculous.
Have you ace check?
Okay, I'll take the over on 8 hands.
Take the over on 8 hands?
Yeah. I think 7 is the line.
Yeah, whatever.
Did I miss something?
Booked.
Over or unders on 11.
Okay.
Oh, I wish I hadn't said that number.
I'll take the under on 11 hand.
You take the under. Oh, man.
That's close.
That's such a bad bet, man.
It's not. It's 3,600, okay? These guys are going to be locking up. It's going to go on an hour, minimum.
How many tips?
Ace King suited for Jan Jorgensen.
All right, yeah, I'm in booked.
So 10 hands are under.
I feel like I wailed off there. I was going to go 10. Shit.
Unlucky.
What's that? What's that increase there? I mean, it's 40 big blind average, to be fair, and it's a huge min cash.
Yeah, but you know yourself, anything can happen.
Anything
Coolers.
can happen.
A setup in 10 hands is... And remember, it's 10 hands.
By 10.
By more. By
No,
11,
no,
probably.
it's not 11. It's 10 by 10.
No, there's 96.
All right, go on. 96 divided by 9, Finton.
Okay, just give me my calculator. Okay, hold on. 96 divided by... Okay, you're right. 10 tables.
Oh, man.
I love these chips.
Such a bad bet. Fuck.
It's all right, Henry.
Yeah, but it's just giving you money, though. That's the thing.
I'll give you a chance to get it back.
Yeah, you're gonna have to
But I
give me
think,
that.
hey, listen, you have a 50-50 chance of winning that bet.
You either win it or you don't.
Big stack. Look at that. What an opportunity for this guy, Armando Devanzo. 1.1 million, 110 big blinds. Ladu has worked his way up to 19 bigs. This is Mr. Bond in the hijack. Chip leader out of the equation. You'd expect Mr. Bond to open here with the king-queen suited. He announces raise and flicks in that 25k chip.
So what's this? Hand number 2 of the 10. It's not bad. Still 15 players to bust. Wait, I don't know what you're looking at me like that for.
Okay. I'm not going to argue.
That's what I said. I said over-unders on how many hands until the bubble bursts, right? Got him, chat.
Okay.
Wait, you fell for that one.
I'm not really with you, Henry.
Oh, I'm only teasing. I'm pulling your leg, mate.
So
you need to lose 15 players in the next 8 hands.
Mr. Bond opens in the hijack. Pustina. Now he flats on the button with the 6-5 and he connects, makes a pair, second pair, backdoor clubs. Does have also backdoor straight. So he's going to be continuing for at least one more street. Pustina. A lot of cards that can improve his hand, but I mean, he's ahead here sometimes also.
Go on, Mr. Bond. Having none of that.
What do we want? 5 of hearts?
No. 10 of spades, obviously.
Pustina, 17.5 bigs behind, which is just over a pot-size bet. But the situation, I mean, so close to the money. Does he just go for it? Let rip?
I mean, the line would obviously be super strong, but the range that he's trying to rep just doesn't really make sense. Doesn't have ace king, doesn't have king, should never have 6s with the pre-flop stack depths, and the fact that we're 15 away from the money. I like the check raise, it makes sense. Sorry, not the check raise, the raise on the flop. Get to fold out a bunch of hands that just have equity against us. Make a lot of money by getting a fold. I also respect the give up on the turn. In it goes.
Mr. Bond bringing his stack up over the 40 big blinds.
Up the Bond. Let's go, Mr. Bond.
Pustina. I think the call was the problem there pre-flop. Given the situation, I mean, Mr. Bond, he's been playing like just, he's been playing tight, let's be honest. He hasn't been getting involved too much. He opens. I think I'm just junking 6-5 on the button. But I guess once Pustina calls and hits a piece of it, he wants to find out exactly where he's at. 107 players in the mix. Average stack 426k. Blind still 5,000, 10,000. Pustina in the cutoff, Jack 9 suited. Chip leader is posted big blind.
All in.
Well, you've heard it. All in with the Jack 9 suited. Sandro down to 10 big blinds. Armando looks at the nut low, says, you can have it.
First place.
Pustina takes it down. Close to the money here in Kings Resort. It's the World Series of Poker Circuit main event. 1,700 to play this tournament. Min cash is 3,600. We're quite close to that. Sandro down now to 10.5 big blinds, but Armando D'Avanzo, massive chip leader. He busted out Dario Quattrucci his fellow Italian in a pretty brutal hand. Top set versus a good shot on the flop. And then Armando made the straight. Check raised all in, got snapped. No help for Dario. Back to the action here, Mr. Bond. 40 bigs, average stack. Norbert, who's just joined the table, makes it 20,000 with the Queen 9 from a 20 big blind stack. Sandro lets that one go. Armando folds in the small blind and just the big blind. Ladu with the Jack 6 of clubs.
Only because it's so stubborn.
So, chip leader button position. Small blind playing around 17 bigs, and then we have the Danish player Jan Jorgensen in the big blind. Aiden, pocket fives, min raise. Sandro really has only one move left. Jan Jorgensen, ace 8 in the big blind. He's going to defend. He puts in the additional 10,000. We're going to see a flop. Aiden with the pocket fives versus
Check.
Jan Jorgensen, who checks blind, it looks like. 9-4-6, all spades. I think this will work. Aiden firing flop.
I'm not spending on 3.5k. It's kind of a lot of money in my account. Yeah, not here. What you said? You prefer. Yes, but I would prefer under 3.5k than nothing. There is the line. Obviously, I would prefer even 2. Step by step.
Well, this is risky. Under the gun with Jack 10 offsuit. 23 bigs. Armando just using his stack advantage. 3 bets, 55k, and Norbert can't do anything here. Just has to let go of the Jack 10 once Mr. Bond folds. So Norbert, Jack 10 offsuit. Under the gun. 3 bet from Armando. Norbert gets punished, has to let it go. And that's basically 10% of Norbert's stack. Massive percentage.
Bubble time, boys and girls. Couple of happy campers and a couple of not so happy campers. 3,600 euros min cash. 9 away from the money. Average stack, 44 bigs. Not sure about this bet, Finton.
Well, I think action is on, Mr. Bond, right?
It is indeed.
Gives Norbert a walk. Okay, I'm getting confused now. The bet was...
You said...
How many hands does it take to burst the bubble?
Bubble will burst in less than 10 hands.
Less than 11 hands.
Yeah, sorry, 10 or less.
Yeah, so the bubble's going to burst.
Yeah, but this is like hand 8, and we're still like 9 away from the money.
Yeah, but the bubble can't burst unless we're on the bubble. We're not actually on the bubble.
No, but that wasn't the way it was worded. That's not what the bet was.
Well, I mean, you could go to any court in any land, and I'm 1,000,000%. But I mean, if you want to double down on the bet, I'm going to give you an opportunity.
Oh, you see, go for the old the guilt tripping.
How can the? I mean, oh well, here we go. Sandro puts it in. Well, good to get rid of the chip leader, that's for sure.
something.
This is interesting.
100 something. Yeah.
Jan
Okay,
with
think?
38
How
and a half
much
bigs,
those RFID cards
10 and a half
cost?
bigs, king queen. I mean, this goes in the dustbin, this king queen, I
they are
think.
discussed. 5,000, one deck.
If he's in the big blind, right, and he's closing the action, yeah, I think there's a stronger case for calling. But Jan does let it go. Mr. Bond will have a big decision. Pocket pair. Gets confirmation what the bet size is.
I always made it. Thank you.
Sandro wants Mr. Bond in, but Mr. Bond gets out of the way. 10-5 folds, and now Pustine and the big blind folds.
have nines. Nines.
Very good.
Yeah, username saying the 11 hands bet is over.
I'm sure flop 6.
Yeah?
I'm sure. Better you fold.
So easy 25 euros for me, mate. So now you owe me 50.
There is a 9 nines and he has 6s, so there are going to be a 6.
I don't know why you're laughing, mate. I'll take a crisp 50 euro note, please. I tell you what, give me 100 and I'll give you 50 back.
Sandro letting rip. 10 bigs. Picks up 2.5 bigs, which is 25% increase on his stack. May not sound much, but believe me, when you're just 8 places off the money, it is huge. Oh, look at this. Again, aces.
Wow.
How many times has
Tell me about it.
Armando D'Avanzo picked up the bullets?
See if anyone slips up against the chip leader.
Yeah, I have 3 players after me. I cannot. Yes, yeah, I have 3 players. So, yes.
Pustina looks interested, but given this stack size,
It's not the worst hand to do it with, you know.
out of position.
No, not the worst hand to...
Jam, 17.5 bigs against the chippy.
Yeah. It's got to defend. Oh, it's dicey.
Aiden getting a big price, but he's not liking the situation.
Yeah, reverse implied odds and all that. We'll let the raggy ace.
Now, Jack 10 suited.
No
16
rush, man,
big
no rush.
blinds for Pustina.
That's fine.
First to speak. Good shot. Pustina checks. And
Wow,
a
gives him a free card.
check back from Armando. Now, if I'm Pustina, I'm thinking I'm ahead here. King high board.
Nice, I like it.
Checks back. I'm loving the sizing. 25k. Pustina. Pair. Good shot. Ten jack or queen. Misses everything.
Could be in trouble here. Ace queen bricks, diamonds brick, ace 10 bricks as well. That's half pot. B50.
Decent fold from Pustina. Chip leader. Stacking columns and columns of chips. Armando D'Avanzo playing close to 3 times the average stack. Change of dealer. Getting very close to that money bubble. So Sandro and Pustina both sitting on 13 bigs. Vladu has a little bit of breathing space, 162k. Norbert 21 bigs. Aiden 24 bigs. Mr. Bond 38 bigs. And Jan Jorgensen also sitting on 38 big blinds. It's still 5,000, 10,000. About 10 minutes left in this blind level.
$101 left, boys and girls. 6 players going to be going home empty-handed. Are any of those 6 at this feature table?
A really good guess.
Good luck, my amigo.
You too, man.
Good luck, my amigo. Sticking with the Queen 9. Sandro with the gut shot. Both players whiffing. Going for it. All right. Big one for Pustina. Fearless.
Brings him up to 17 bigs. That's Andrew back down to 10 big blinds.
Wow, that's power of the bubble. That's tight. Very tight fold. I respect it though. Few rejam stacks behind, open into the chip leader in the big blind. Go on, Norbert. Get in the mix. Oh, Vanzo will not be folding. I don't hate jamming here, you know. Is it 420? Savante thinking of getting spicy here. Just lets it go, good man. Hand number 114 of the day. We've had our fair share of sick ones today. Biggest one going to that man on your screens right there. 3-bet pre. Trying to apply pressure on second in chips with ace-jack-o. Came king, queen, 5. Fight out a c-bet. Opponent just called with a top set. Turn. 10 ball, corner pocket. Ace, the dabbing dealer of death. Marion. My favorite dealers at Kings, my man. It's a sicko, isn't he? Savage.
That was pretty brutal for Dario.
What did we learn, Finton?
Well, Henry, you called it. You said you can't mess around in this situation. You just end it. You just 4-bet rip. End the hand. Stop the messing. I would say no. He has position against the chip leader. Just flat call and take money off him. Well, Norbert has opened with Queen Jack and Sandro.
100.
3-bet all in. Tough spot, isn't it, really, this? 7.5 bigs to call, but you're only sitting on 22 big blinds. It's close, but I think this is a fold, Henry. Look at this. I mean, he just so wants to call, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, for chips, obviously, if you're cool, not going to like to see the news.
Yeah.
It's crushed.
He leaves himself with 15 bigs. That's the problem. I think it's a mistake. I mean, he's never ahead, right, in this situation. Yeah. Sandro with just 9.5 big blind shove.
Beats.
Well, I guess he's up against ace rag sometimes. Oof. Well,
always a sweat, never easy. 3 ounce increased to 6 ounce. What's a fair card? Ace?
What?
Ace would have been a fair card.
Ik hoop het, man. We moeten 1 keer geluk blijven hebben. Yes.
Sandro gets the double. Norbert now is the short stack on the table, 15 bigs. And you can just see lift his eyes towards heaven.
Yeah.
With disappointment.
Thank you for folding.
Sandro rubs it in. Thank you for calling.
I said thank you for folding.
Oh,
yeah,
who the big chip leader had the winning hand, obviously.
Yeah.
But if you call, you don't call.
What had?
I'm assuming
Armando.
it was just a hand that I wasn't.
Yeah.
Didn't see.
Now, I'm just wondering if Norbert didn't open, would Armando have called the shove from Sandro? Sandro would have been out. Anyway, ifs and buts. Sandro back in business. Gets his double. Gives him a little bit of comfort. Norbert, 15 bigs. I'm just, good luck putting it all in here.
Nah, you see, I'm not.
15 big blinds?
No. You're allowed to have raise folds off this stack depth, and I think the range of hands that actually call us have us in bad shape.
Yeah, totally agree. Of course, Norbert not looking for a call here. He just wants to take down the 2.5 blinds that are out there. Get himself from 15 bigs up to 17.5 bigs. Chip leader on the button asking for a count, but can't see Armando give an action to Norbert with the king 10. Yeah, so you think ace jack there, he should be just min raising, Henry. Really?
Yeah.
And folding to a 3-bet.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's very exploitable, surely.
Why?
Well, I'm just thinking of maybe someone like Armando with the chips, even someone like Sandro, who's very well capable of 3-betting with ace 10.
I disagree. I don't think
Pocket
Sandro-
pairs.
Don't
Well,
think
we've just seen him let rip for 10 bigs with king jack after.
Yeah, but 10s is a lot different to 15.
Yeah.
And also, I know he's the chip leader, but just because he's the chip leader doesn't mean he can just, you know, be reckless. Like, it's the bubble, it's not the final table bubble, right? So, like, there's not, the ICM implications aren't, you know, insanely high.
Yeah, of course.
If this was the final table and there was a bunch of, I mean, this is suicide. This is, like, you're just asking to go home empty-handed.
Norbert. I mean, he's just, since he's got here, he's been a real sparkler. He's been raising light under the gun. He's been letting rip. And now he moves in with 5s, but Aidan's going to be folding king-queen. Like, I mean, basically, this is for 3,600, right? If Aidan calls and loses, he just has a couple of blinds. So I don't think it's a legitimate call here from Aidan.
A bit of tanking, a bit of stalling. Understandable.
Well, Armando is going to be folding the queen jack, 17.5,
Yeah.
big blind shove.
Bit of a smirk on his face there. I think he's just like, are you trying to go home, buddy?
Mr. Bond, king 5. Well, he's increased his stack by 25% in the last couple of hands. It's gone from 150 to 200.
Norwegian Jess raiding with a party of 14. Thank you very much. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome to this live poker stream from Kings Resort, World Series of Poker Circuit main event. We are on the money bubble. And as soon as we're down to, I want to say, not sure. Down to 97, maybe we go hand for hand.
Jan Jorgensen on the button. 36 bigs.
Race.
Action incoming. .007 with the wired hooks versus button raise.
Guess Mr. Bond. A couple of things coming into play here with this flat. Big blind in kamikaze mode. Maybe just waiting to snap call. Easy middle set.
Any stress or tension Mr. Bond had pre-flop has just evaporated. Jan checks back, flop. Picks up a good shot, but I think it's in the hand. Mr. Bond's image. On the tight side, Henry. Jan Jørgensen. Avoided trouble there with the check back on the flop. Mr. Bond. Up over 40 bigs. Did you have an ace? No, I didn't. How nice is this guy?
I do like him. It's a class act.
Absolute gentleman.
He really is.
If you ask him his hand, he will tell you.
He is a class
And you know
act.
what? He's not winding you up.
He's not.
What he says is what he has.
Yeah. Big fan. Big fan.
Pustina. Short. Lost a bunch of blinds with that Jack 10 suited. Against the chip leader, this is Aiden. Folds. Sandro folds.
So I believe it's going to a break after this hand. And then I guess when we come back, we will be
Having
through the bubble.
Award ceremony of you handing me €50.
50? Man, Norbert, bro!
Oh boy. I don't mind this shove, 9-8 suited.
Oh, you
Blind
don't?
versus, I don't.
Oh,
blind
you
versus
don't
blind.
like. Oh, mate, you don't like seeing 9-8 suited, right? Do you?
I'm sorry, I'm
You
doing
don't like it.
I'm doing the exact same thing.
You do not like it.
And you know what? If I get called, I get called. Suited, I'm connected.
Oof.
Oh, it's in the story.
No, it's not, bro.
Running spades.
Obviously, we are wishing for a break.
Norbert has exploded. He was like a sparkler, Henry, when he came to this table.
Oh, 7 of spades on the turn would have been spicy. Yeah, I mean, Norbert just flew off the rails there, the last 10 hands or so.
I think it was that call, really.
Yeah.
With the Queen Jack.
I feel like he was more upset at the jam.
Yeah.
He was just like, what are you doing, kind of thing. But the call was just as bad. So, yeah, can't blame Sandro. Like, if he's played his hand, I don't know. Weird one. Real weird one. And Norbert, you know, down to 2 bigs now.
Pretty much in the bubble.
Yeah.
A couple of players from the money. Let's see what happens. We're going to go on break now, but we're going to be back pretty soon.
I believe we're going to head out to an outer table, actually.
Okay.
Oh, we are going for a break. Okay.
Doesn't know he has king.
Made it 200.
Let's go, guys.
And he's moved in. And poor Forsen is incredible. And Forsen
is gonna.
He's all in. Elke gets out of the way. And Philip's in real bad shape.
He's a machine. He runs so good. Get him on a big table, for goodness sake. See if Philip's a god and runs a 7.
Philip just joined the table in the latter stages. Bought in for 1,000. He's put all his money in, €817. And Forsen.
If he wins, he could be the biggest winner of the day, like yesterday.
Absolutely.
It's crazy, guys. Forsen never
flop.
wins.
An ace would end it also.
Oh my god, I jinxed it.
And Philip has spiked his 7.
Oh my god!
What a setup!
What a player!
Oh my word!
Forsen is a god.
Oh, what a final hand!
Incredible!
That's incredible! Oh, the odds of that were...
He had 2 outs, guys. 2 outs.
Quality.
That's less than 2% from the turn to the river.
Is this for real?
Swings. Oh,
what a setup! Elke making it €200. Philip moving all in for 800 plus. And Forsen wakes up with the kings. A 7 on the board, and what comes on the river?
That's the most brutal hand.
Poker is about skills.
Okay, there's controversy here because the blinds are up and Marina wanted to raise, but I think she's been held to a flat call because she didn't put enough chips in.
You have to give tips.
I forgot one moment. Yeah, good.
Whether or not.
200 400.
There you go. Hey.
Sometimes something happens with my brain.
Yeah, oh.
I just decided.
Je hebt gewoon de steen. Ik kan wel soms zijn, daar wel stop. 6 pas.
I'm not sure what happened there. I think Marina was trying to raise to 650, but she was held to the 800k. We're going to see action here. All in jam for the short stack. Snap call from Marina. Marina has run into it. Ada all in for her tournament life, but she's big favourite here with the queens. All in for just shy of 3 million, 6.3 million in the pot. That is Ada Chicharron, pocket queens. 865. There's a 10 already folded. Marina just has 1 10 to connect with. She does have running cards to make a straight. Dealer just waiting for the instruction from the TV director. Double and some for Ada Chicharron. The Italian now back up to 6.3 million. Marina down to 18 million. Ada, ace 10 suited. Marius in the big blind position, getting a huge price, 70,000 to call. Pretty big sizing, 110. You understand why he wants to clear out the trash. Damien Weiss Marius gets out of the way. 10 high flop would be disaster for Ada. That's what Damien wants to see for the maximum payout. Oh, wow. Set versus pair and the gut shot straight with the back door. Flush. All in the call. So Ada with just a draw or two pair and trip draw, no good. Draw to the straight. Does have the back door. Club draw. Oh boy. Is this for real? Queen on the turn. Now, Damien has a redraw. This is just brutal stuff. Damien Weiss on the ropes. He's not impressed. And he's busto. Disgusted. He doesn't even acknowledge Ada, but he's absolutely distraught. He's like, what's going on? Ada is just having a laugh. She's absolutely smashing the boards. I think she's 4 million plus.
Crashing everybody.
The queen. You give only 100.
Okay, but I said 8, okay?
Okay, there's controversy here because the blinds are up and Marina wanted to raise, but I think she's been held to a flat call because she didn't put enough chips in. I think Marina was trying to raise to 650. All in jam for the short stack. Snap call from Marina. Marina has run into it. Ada all in for her tournament life, but she's big favourite here with the queens. All in for just shy of 3 million, 6.3 million in the pot. That is Ada Chicharone, pocket queens. 865. There's a 10 already folded. Marina just has 1 10 to connect with. She does have running cards to make a straight. They're just waiting for the instruction from the TV director. Miroslav Zitka, he's going to open here under the gun. Queen Jack suited, why not? 27 million stack, average 14 million. Ada all in. Queen in the bin. That'll be interesting because Zitka's going to be calling here. Goes the mathematics, compelled to call. He wants to see what, 8s, 9s, 10s. That's would be the dream scenario, I reckon. Usually he's crushed here. Ace Queen, Ace Jack, big pair. Ace King wouldn't be too bad. Ada, show your hand. Well, she has just a graphic taking a moment. Give us 1 sec, guys. We'll catch up. Ace 10. Oh, this is not the worst situation at all for Miroslav Zitka. But he needs to hit Ada. Ace 10, there's a queen. Ada. On the ropes here in boxing terms.
about to be knocked out by Miroslav Zitka. Ace for a clean out. To a space now, ace and ace only for Ada Chikaron. What a quality addition this lady has been to the festival. Fantastic run. So pleased when I seen her name as one of the big stacks.
You're very welcome back to the Wsopc main event, day 2. In fact, it's quite late in day 2 because we are fast approaching the money bubble. 95 of these players will get paid, and I believe we have about 98 left, Henry.
Pretty much, man. We're about as deep into day 2 as it can get without being in the money.
And Norbert actually still alive. He shoved small blind into the big blind of Pustina. Pustina woke up at ace king. Norbert with the 9-8 suited. No improvement. And Norbert absolutely decimated. So he is sitting on 1 3/4 blinds.
What odds will you give me on him making the money?
I want him to make the money. I love this guy, Norbert.
What do you think is fair? 15 to 1?
I mean, he's probably 100 to 1 to make the money.
All right, mate. I'll take 100 to 1 for a euro.
But I'm not betting against a guy I like not to make the. I want him to make the money, so I'm willing to take that end, the 100 to 1 end.
You're an absolute hustler, mate. You are.
He's a legend, this guy. I mean, he just sat down with 25 bigs and started bossing the table.
And now he's got 1 big on the bubble.
Okay. Sandro.
So what odds are you
double
giving me?
through him. I'm not betting against him. He's a hero of mine. I just love players like this that just go for it.
I'll tell you what.
So I'm not going to jinx him by betting against him.
I'll tell you what. I'll give
Is that
you,
fair enough?
I'll give you 5-1 on a tenner. So my 50 versus your €10.
Okay, so I'm betting he makes the money.
Yeah. And I mean, the reason I bet it, even though it's just like dumb, it's just the pure pleasure of taking €10 off you.
Okay, I'm going to bet he makes the money. Done.
Done.
That's fair enough.
Oh man, if I end up owing you €50, mate, I swear.
He's a legend. Come here. All he needs is a triple and another triple and a double, and he's fine.
And then he's sneaking through.
And then he can start shoving again. So, chip leader. This is the story of this table, really, is Armando D'Avanzo, the Italian, has been, well, he's been running pretty well, but he's been playing very good stuff, Armando.
Oh,
and hello!
Are you kidding me?
Boom! My friend, my man, Norbert. 1 3/4 big blinds. Big blind is 12,000. Norbert sitting on 21,000.
Oh my God.
Now, he's on course for actually a triple here because he's going to get the big blind ante, small blind. Plus, he's going to get Armando to match his 21K. So, what, he's going to be sitting on about 70, 80K. Am I right?
No, mate.
70K.
That's not how it works.
Well, he gets the...
It's going to be on 70K.
He gets 12 and 12, 24, 30, 40, 50. Say 70K,
bets,
yeah. 70K he's going to be sitting.
There's a 6 dead as well.
Oh, I love this guy.
Why do I make these bets, man?
Pavel Surnrek. Where did he come from?
I swear,
Disappeared.
if you win €50 here, I'm gonna be.
I might get my buy-in from the BLO last night.
Oh, mate.
Okay, we watching Henry.
Oh man.
Armando with 6s versus Norbert.
If he goes on
with
a spin
the aces. But the problem with Norbert, he won't he'll just.
He's gonna rifle it in.
Yeah, he's going to be putting it in. Right, he's on course for 72K. But he's not going to sit in 6 bigs. He just ain't.
Oh, man. Oh, I thought that was a 6 there. All right, we'll take a 7 for a sweat, team. Take a 7 for a sweat. Come on.
Norbert.
Norbert can't believe it. Yeah.
Well, methinks that is the end of the hand. Congratulations to Norbert.
Daily quads.
Gets a triple. I mean, this is a sizable cash, Henry. A lot of these players are in for like a couple of €100.
Yeah, tons of qualifiers for this one.
How many of them qualifiers still in the field? I don't know. But I mean, I'm willing to bet. I'm willing to bet at least 10% of the field.
How much do you want to bet?
It's going to be hard to go through. I mean, we'd be just looking through paperwork for the next few days, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
Now, look, let's take one step at a time, okay?
All right, come on, Norbert. Jam the cutoff.
Norbert.
You got fold equity now.
Sitting on 6 bigs. Sandro. Also short on the right-hand side. I think he's about 16 bigs. He's under the gun. And then we have the monster. Chip leader sitting in seat 9 to the right of the dealer. That's seat 1.
Why is it whenever I lay odds, it's never easy, man. It's always a sweat.
Sandro. 215,000. 98 remain, so 3 off the money. This is the Danish player, Jan Jorgensen.
Race.
Announces raise, makes it 30,000. Norbert, please fold.
He's going to stall, obviously.
Jack 7.
I don't blame him. I don't mind him tanking as long as he needs to tank. Like if he makes it into the money, it's admirable.
I've just seen the clock down click to 97 players. So we are 1 off the bubble.
Yeah. Yeah.
Norbert in the tank. I genuinely hope he's just not thinking of shoving here.
No,
Henry.
Of course he's not.
He's just eating up time. Yeah.
Everyone knows what he's up to.
And that's fine. I don't think anyone's going to have a problem with Norbert sneaking into the money. Come here, he's cut our position. He's going to get a few hands. Bubble could be burst before he posts big blind.
Definitely could be, mate.
So Pustina also doing a little bit of tanking. And look at this, another short. There's no chips on this table, Henry. There's only one guy above average stack, and that's the giant chip leader, Armando Davanzo. Everyone else is short. Pavel, small blind. I mean, there's no case for Pavel to ever get involved here, so eating up the clock, and now Aiden won't be in such a hurry either. In the big blind, 270k, 217k behind.
You angled me, Finton. I just saw the hand counter in the top.
What does that mean?
No. You got me.
Strong hand.
So the situation, it's pretty dramatic actually, because out of the 97 players remaining, 95 will be awarded at least 3,600. There's going to be 2 of these players that will go home empty-handed, which...
Hand for hand.
Well, that tells me we are down to 96. Okay, boys, fasten your seatbelts. How long this takes is anyone's guess. Well, I'm guessing 10 hands or less. But we've seen these bubbles go on for quite some time. In fact, hours. Well, it looks like we're going to get some outer table action, Henry.
Previous winner of this tournament, Wsopc. On the bottom by the looks of things. King 5 of spades. It's like Gaff limped in with the A6 of spades. We all know what the action card would be. Spaderoo. Oh wow. Nil with a small bet on the turn. 20k into 62k. This is sick. Gaff just flat calling.
They're slow playing each other.
About 40% from Wsopc. The old double check, Vinton.
Wsopc in a spot of real bother here. Second nuts. Well, the fact is, straight flush possibility. 10 jack of spades is the nuts. So Wsopc with a king high flush versus the ace high flush. And here's the check raise. Now, what level of quality is that? He just flat calls. Quite remarkable.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't really get called by worse from jamming. Well, if you think about the combos, you have Queen 9-8 of spades on board. We have King 5, so we're unblocking King Jack, King 10. So he either has Ace high spades, Jack 10 of spades.
But you have to remind
Okay, so everybody
didn't told me as well, yeah?
on the table right now.
I didn't know about it. It's possible to money back guarantee. Yeah.
Nice glasses, Leon.
Nice shirt too, I should say.
Sorry, yeah.
You just get a new one.
No, you just get a new
Oh,
one.
only she saw it. It's fine. You just expose it and get a new one. Nobody else saw it. If you don't play against anybody else,
Come on, Leon.
you're supposed to. I didn't see it. I didn't see it, but I want to play with this with my cards. You see the top one.
I think.
Do I have to say it out loud?
No.
No? Alright.
How much? 5,000?
Whoa.
It's not on you.
Here we go.
Nice ace.
That's looking good.
That's good. Now it's all about you.
That's the rush. I wonder if you.
And Leon wants to play this hand for sure.
Of course.
So and it's suited for sure.
Yeah, sure.
Here we go.
Scotty is also in the suited.
Okay, I will just look at Liv and see.
Oh my God! Leon flopped the jing.
Look at this.
So sick.
Oh, what now? Leon starts off. 1,000.
Cool.
He must have a bit of this. I have a lot of this, but I'm afraid Leon was laughing because he was suited connected. We decided to play this.
Scotty.
I think if he was suited connected, he wouldn't be that.
Only one heart.
You know, suited connected, he expects a hit. He has something he doesn't expect to hit. It's more special if he hits.
That's okay. It's worth 1,000, maybe.
Igor is. Oh, that's bad for Scotty because.
He thinks he has top pair.
You guys.
Uh-oh. Leon.
We stay together.
2 aces. It's so hard to fold 2 aces.
Yeah. Especially against Leon and Big Scotty. I mean.
Yeah, you know, they play every hand they got. So. Well, Leon knows.
Leon knows exactly what the TS has the nuts.
Gier macht Stier, Leon. Have you heard that? You just learned it. Gier macht Stier. You learn good
Yes.
things in casino, you know.
Greedy robs you.
Bet 7,000.
By the way, that's
What's Big Scotty doing with his top pair?
7,000? Yeah. I only heard her say 700. I said that's a lot more than 700. 7,700. Gier macht Stier, and these are not.
Lucky 7.
Leon just put
Bet
up.
7.7.
They're already old potatoes. They're whole bottles of vodka.
But that's a problem. You mentioned it. You are playing against Leon. You never know.
Yeah,
Everything can happen.
Everything. I mean, for aces, it's just one pair. I mean, for Scotty, it's the same. Scotty should also think about Igor, what he's calling behind him. So
Wow.
I think he can find a fault here.
These are good players. They have a big bankroll, but there's a lot of money.
Really bad. I fold.
Look at
this. Vic. I'm in the garage.
Already almost
It's interesting.
23,000 in the pot, and that's real money. I mean, that's cash game. That's not playing chips.
Let the beautiful lady in here.
You buy those chips with your own money.
I think Igor cannot fold here. Right? He's gonna call off here. I think most of the
He
time
wants to see what Igor, what Leon really has.
I mean, Leon can.
Let's see it.
Yeah, I knew.
Straight is good.
Straight is good, yeah.
It would be funny if he had.
And he had not to show his aces. But sometimes the best move is to fold aces. As silly as it sounds.
Welcome back. Sandro in the big blind here with a suited king versus under the gun open from the chip leader. King 8 suited. You can see Sandro, I mean, normal circumstances, he would always be defending here, but given the situation, I think he just lets this go, Henry. Lets the blinds go through him, earns himself 3,600, and then readjusts his strategy. Button moves.
I have the same. Or 8. King 8. King 8. Suited. I suited.
Now our friend Norbert, still alive, 6 big blinds at 6,000, 12,000. And I believe we've 96 left. We are on the stone cold bubble. So all except one of these players will be in the money with a minimum payout of 3,600 plus. Of course, it's that big money that will be decided at the final table. Almost €250,000 for first place. But a lot of poker between that final table and now. And you can see the chip count graphic just paused in your screen there. And the reason being is it is played hand for hand. So all tables will play an equal amount of hands to make it fair. No point in a table stalling and playing much slower than the rest of the tables. The likelihood in that scenario would be that they would be less likely to bust a player. So that's why we have the hand for hand rule. Same amount of hands per table.
I like Sandro. He's always very friendly, always smiling. You know, win, lose. He's just he's a very happy person, and it's makes a difference, man. It really does.
Great attitude. Over 500,000 in tournament earnings. You see some crazy stuff on the bubble, Henry. I'm thinking back to the PCA a couple of years ago, and a real good friend of mine from Ireland, Paul Leckie. He's in the big one, the 25k. He's sitting with a decent stack, and he's like not messing around. He just wants to get in the money, like, you know, pretty decent payout.
Yeah.
And of course, the lunatic on the table has all the chips, and he's just raising every hand.
Yeah.
And nobody is like,
Doing
you know,
anything.
interested. Everyone's just folding.
Yeah.
It's hand for hand. It's going on for quite some time. This guy is just like, he's like a kid in a candy store. He's just stealing everyone's money. Anyway, my friend Paul looks down at kings.
Right.
And of course, Chippy raises. And Paul goes, well, good luck. 3 bets. And the psycho / lunatic crazy person, 4 bets all in.
Yeah.
Paul goes, I call.
Yeah.
Shall I continue?
He has aces?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, mate.
Pretty brutal.
That is brutal.
There is a good end to the story.
Oh, go on.
So Paul busts, right? He's the bubble.
Yeah.
Okay. And everyone's in the money. Now, they pay extra. There was money added, so the min cash was 25. They paid like, I don't know, 20% of the field. But that extra percentage that got paid, they just got paid the exact buy-in, if you know what I mean. So the bubble was 25k,
Yeah.
right? So what they did was they said, okay, Paul Leckie busted out, big round of applause, everyone's in the money. And then some geezer from PokerStars comes along and says, do you know what? We're actually going to buy that guy into EPT Monte Carlo.
Right.
For bubbling, okay? So Paul cashes in EPT in Monte Carlo for how much? 25k.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
Good story?
That is cool, yeah. That is a great story. That is a great story. Fair play. Of course the lunatic wakes up with aces. It always feels like that as well. I certainly felt that sometimes where I'm battling against someone and I make a stand, you know, in a spot, and they just wake up with it.
Yeah, I mean, we go for dinner afterwards, and Paul's partner's there, you know, Grace.
Mm.
And she's like, you know, like, why don't you just fold, you know? No, I'll always remember this. Paul goes, yeah, I will definitely fold the next time. Now, I don't know whether he was saying that just to, you know, keep the peace.
Yeah.
Or did he really mean it? But I never took him up on that.
Yes, I've had that conversation with my girlfriend a few times. I got humbled in some 10, 25, 50 PLO a couple of weeks back. And I lost a really big pot. And I was telling my girlfriend the hand history. And she just turns around to me. She goes, baby, why didn't you just fold? I was, oh man, it was not the time. I had literally dropped.
Guys, I have to think.
That's fine, man.
Decent amount of my net worth of shot taking a big game.
Who cares?
Just getting back to the situation, What's happened? Sandro's not going to put it in here with 8s, is he?
No, he just apologised to the table, said, sorry guys, I have to think.
But, I mean, he's just eating up the clock. He's not going to be putting it in with 8s.
I don't think he will be.
No.
Can you put them on the side?
You can put it on the side.
Now, Armando should be just snap folding here. Oh, excuse me, what am I talking about? It's just 36,024. Is there a case?
It's a 3x.
Is there a case for peeling here?
No, I don't think so.
Can you show one card?
Ace queen. Ace queen. Sure. I really did.
We believe you.
Pocket 10.
Who? Me?
Aye.
I had ace queen.
10.
Sandro, bro.
Come on, Sandro.
Sandro, bro. Like, what are you trying to achieve here, man?
He's just like...
I'm not lying. You can check it out on the camera later on.
Yeah, you can check it.
Sandro, what is he trying?
He's trying to make out he's a nit.
One. The money.
But I think he could fold up to 10s there, Henry. I think jacks are better. He just goes with it.
Nah, 10s are probably, I don't know.
I think, yeah, I don't know. I think that's why I think that is because he's saying he had 10s, which gives me an indication that he may fold up to 10s.
He's not folding 10s, mate.
I don't know.
He's talking out his ass.
Okay.
And I respect him for it.
So, situation in the resort is we're on the money bubble. 95 out of 96 get paid. Minimum payout 3,600. Mr. Bond just getting the blood circulating. Now, fist bumps all around, Henry. I think we're in the money.
In the money!
In the money. Congratulations to all these players. Now, Henry, we just have to see what hand number this is. The bubble started on hand 121. So, 131 or less awards me the pot. Graphic will display the hand number on the top right hand side any moment. Henry, my friend, 124.
I only took 2 hands, mate.
Look who it is, Norbert. Come on, my friend. Get in there.
Spin. Spin time.
Let's do this. Pocket Kings all in. Postina. King Jack.
So everyone guaranteed €3,656 for their efforts.
This will loosen things up once players are in the money, but oh, I don't like this.
That's a bit.
King Jack 72k. Pavel. What's the blinds, Henry? 612.
612, yeah.
Okay. Ace 10 suited for the chip leader in the small blind position. $66,000 to call.
Who knows?
He would have called. It's had a very good hand, but I'm scared of you.
Well, when he sees how light Postina called, he's going to be a little shocked, but he's going to be happy because Norbert, with the goods.
The butterfly effect. Had Postina not called, the ace 10 of clubs would have been in there. Well, never easy. Always a sweat. Running chop outs, as well as the Yeah, I mean, running job house. We'll take a queen. He would have won. Ace 10 of clubs would have got there through the back door. Butterfly effect.
And Norbert up to 175k. Bacardi Coke just to settle the nerves. Celebrate his cash. From 1 3/4 blinds.
Yeah.
He's now in a position to go and win this tournament, Henry.
Odds on him making the final table.
Okay, now I mean, that's, you see.
Come on.
Yeah, I mean, you need a big price in that because let's be honest.
Give me a fair chance, mate.
We've seen the risks that Norbert takes. He just like, I mean, some crazy spots he puts his money in when he shouldn't. That's the truth. That's why I love him.
That's why I think he could make the final table, mate.
He can't. He ain't. He can't. He can't. He can't.
If he catches a few hands, mate.
Yeah.
All of a sudden he's on 2 million.
Okay, no.
Come on, lay me a price, mate.
Now, should he get to the final table with a big stack, he'd definitely be one of the favourites to win it because he'll just go into top gear.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking for a price on him making the
For
final.
him to get, I mean, there's such a long distance between now and the final table.
There is. No one's denying that. Odds on him making the final table. What price are you going to give me?
Okay, you're going to bet on him making the final table?
Yeah.
I'm going to give you 12 to 1.
Mate, there's 95 people in the field and he's got 10 bigs. Don't take the piss.
16 to 1.
Mate, I'm going to need more than that, mate. Come on.
I think it's a good price, 16 to 1.
You're up a ton.
No, I'm not giving you any more than 16 to 1.
And you scammed me out of 50 euros, mate. Come on. I tell you what, 25 to 1, I'll shake on it.
Nah. 25 to 1. No, I mean I want to back him at that. And anyway, I'm not backing against my man. He's my guy. I picked him out. I'm his big supporter.
So you'd back him at 25 to 1?
I think I might. I think I might, you know. To make the final table, I think I might.
All right, come on. What price do you give me?
I want to back him. Oh, man. I want to back my man to get there. Postina with the up and down straight draw. Jan says fold. Norbert under the gun folds and Pavel short stack folds. This is Aiden. I mean, it just seems this table is littered with short stacks, all bar this gentleman, Armando D'Avanzo. The Italian in the cutoff here with Queen 4, he lets it go, and action with Ladu. Small pair on the button. Let's rip. Jan is going to be folding the 6-3. Mr. Bond with an ace in the big blind, ace-6 with a decision.
107.
What's this for 9? Yeah. I think we call.
Mr. Bond, not going to call, Henry.
What do you mean?
Well, okay, even money, €20 bet.
Mate, it's 9 bigs. Like,
I know.
Lando's jamming king, queen, queen 10, jack 10, king 10.
Yeah, yes or no? Even money bet, €20. I'm saying he's going to fold.
Just saved myself 20 quid.
Mr. Bond, preserving his stack. Doesn't like to get down and dirty. Lets it go. Short stack. Gets blinds and antes. Nobody has chips on the table except Armando. Mr. Bond's second in chips and Jan Jorgensen third in chips. There's 5 or 6 short stacks. Norbert short, Pustina short, Pavel short, Landu is short. And Aiden is short. Pavel here with queens, let's rip. 137k. 11 bigs. Sandro folds. Action with the chip leader, suited ace in the hijack, ace-7 of spades.
Odds on Norbert making the final table, mate.
If you give me 25 to 1, I'll back him.
Oh, you said 16 to 1, right?
Yeah, but I mean,
yeah, but what?
You're very lucky. I'll give you 16 to 1 if you want.
Let me see if he doubles up first. And even still, I might not take it. Queens against ace-10. Oh shit. Oh shit, Mr. Bond with the misclick. Oh, that's so sick.
I missed that.
Oh, this is so painful.
I missed this completely. And the big problem he has is that Pavel has showed his hand, am I right?
Yeah,
Pavel's
and
turned up his cards. So
dealer announced all in, the stacks in front. Wow. That's a call. So Mr. Bond was just trying to limp in from the small. He thought it folded round to him, blind versus blind. Unfortunately, nobody's fault but his own.
Yeah.
Dealer did announce it, the chips are in
yeah,
front.
and that's why we have that all-in button, because it can be awkward when there's, you know, these seats can't really see each other that clearly. But there is the all-in button. The dealer did announce it.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate. There's going to be a little bit of argy-bargy, I think, because Mr. Bond ain't going to be happy.
Well, he seems like he's...
No, they're waiting for the floor. There's no... I mean, I wouldn't be happy if I'm Mr. Bond, but... And the floor won't change the ruling. They're not, like... They're going to be very strong about this. They're going to hold Mr. Bond to the call. And Mr. Bond ain't going to be happy. So fasten your seatbelts.
Yeah.
Now...
Yeah. I mean, respect to Pavel, by the way, just sitting there in silence. You know, sometimes Pete players get worked up in this spot. He knows to just let the floor come over and do their job. I respect it.
Absolutely. Good point, Henry. I have a question for you, Henry.
Go on, mate.
So just say in this situation, okay, Mr. Bond saying, look, I made a mistake. I was just completing I didn't see the all-in. And the dealer makes the correct ruling saying, no, you're held to a call here, that's a call. But what if Pavel came out and said, do you know what? I'm fine. Let him fold. What's the situation when that happens?
There's no situation. The rules are rules. I mean,
Okay.
if I know the person or if I've played with them and I know that, you know, someone like Mr. Bond, I think he's a really nice guy. Do you know what I mean? I may offer like a 5% swap, seeing as, you know, our stacks are going to be similar. If I then double through him. So say I'm Pavel, you know, before we see the 5 cards, say, hey man, I understand you made a misclick. Want to swap 10% or 5%?
That's fair enough. That's fair.
I think like
it's fair, Henry.
But look,
it's brutal.
It's brutal. It's brutal because it's also brutal if Pavel busts now as well,
Yeah.
right?
Now this is Andy Tillman. He is one of
Let him
the
speak.
best in the business. Extracting all the information. Of course, it goes to the dealer, not the players, Henry, which
I
is
announced
quite
the showdown.
important.
I just I saw chips coming into play. The big blind immediately folds, and I announced the showdown. That's it.
Okay. At this point, it will be a call because the hand was shown. It is going to be a call. Hand was shown. All-in was announced before you made another announcement. The announced call here. The fold happened here. It's an all-in. You said nothing until the hand was turned up. It's going to be a call. It's going to be accepted action. The problem is, he said 6 here. This hand folds. He announced his call here. You said nothing yet till this hand turns up. He didn't say call. I only he has big blind. Yes, yes. But you put chips in. You put chips into the pot for the big blind.
It's tough, isn't it, Henry?
The thing is we all know it was a genuine mistake.
Yeah. I mean, Mr. Bond would have some chance if the queens weren't, you know, on their backs. He'd have some chance. But because the queens are shown, and in fairness, you said it, Henry, this guy, Pavel, he's been stoic, absolutely, totally quiet, giving off nothing. Not getting involved, letting the floor do the job.
Couple of clubs and a gut shot. Ace no good. King and a king only needed for Mr. Bond.
Two pair, no good for Mr. Bond. It's pretty brutal, but them's the rules, and you got to have rules in these tournaments. Otherwise, it will be absolute chaos. That's why we have someone of the caliber of Andy Tillman. When you're playing for big money, you need a decisive, reasonable, authority figure. Makes the call. He made the call, Andy Tillman. Based on the information, he made the right call. Obviously, Mr. Bond not happy with the situation. This is one of the reasons I love these all-in triangles, because this happens. It still happens, obviously, we've just seen it happen, but far less when the all-in button is put in front of the player. Clear indication to the other players that there's an all-in. But you can see the seats. It's difficult for Mr. Bond to see Pavel.
I agree. Yeah, I do feel for him. I do feel for him. Someone in the chat saying it's ace-10 could be worse. Yeah. I'm not sure if it... I mean, for chips, it's... for chips, I don't even know if it's close. I like ace-jack suited is probably the line. Was it 11? I think it was 11 from +1. Yeah, I mean ace-10 off's not even close from the small, in my opinion.
Armando with the 9s makes it 31k. Blind 6,000, 12,000. Norbert still in the mix. Pustina in the big blind position with the 8-4 of diamonds versus the chip leader. What's in the additional 19,000? Blind still at 612.
Medvedev beat Djokovic in the US Open finals in straight sets. Can you believe it?
Big stack. The Italian Armando De Avanzo. Keep thinking of that big hand versus Dario. Dario flopped. Top set after playing his kings very slowly pre-flop.
Just call the face 10 off, doesn't make any sense.
Trapped this man, but ended up in the trap himself. Busted out. Armando hasn't looked back since. This is Sandro. He's made the money. Armando, 1.2 million, king 9. I'm opening here, Henry, with this stack, given the dynamics on the table. Nobody even close to average stack. Mr. Bond at the cutoff, king 4. And now Norbert on the button. 13 bigs.
Vy máte 2 kila, jo, zhruba.
Pustina fighting for them blinds. Gets Pavel to fold a superior queen. Field size down to 89 players, average stack just over 500,000. Late in day 2. In fact, we're coming towards the end of this level, just about. 15 minutes left. Then the clock will be paused. Mr. Bond in the hijack, suited ace. 20 bigs. Pustina flats. Put in position with the ace-9 of spades. Action on Pavel, who folds, and now Aiden. 7-2 also.
Wsopc.
1/3. Well, actually, it's a little bit more. It's 50k into 90k. And that will get rid of Pustina.
Go on, Mr. Bond.
I would chip to everybody else.
I mean, it's pretty crazy scenario. You have like Armando on 100 bigs, and like he's 4 times the stack of his nearest competitor, Jan Jorgensen. And like you've several players there bunched in. Jorgensen, Bond, Pustina, Pavel, all sitting around 22, 23 big blinds. Jan Jorgensen. He folds, and now action with Mr. Bond. This is Pavel Surik. On the button with the 10-3. Looks at the blinds and decides to fold. King 6 suited. Aiden surely needs to go after this big blind. Suited king.
Folding is no shame, man.
Folding is no shame. This has to go. What's this for? 10? 10 effective. Yeah. In it goes. Raise, fold.
Ik bluff niet, zweer het. Ja, dat mag je weten. I said, I'm no bluffer.
Sandro Pizzanti, the big man with the big heart, moves all his chips in, pocket nines.
Open if you want. Is it?
Wow.
Sandro shows. Aidan looks a little disappointed with himself. Still has 12 and a half bigs behind himself. I thought it was all going in there, Henry. Suited king, small blind. Given the stack sizes. But I guess Aidan did all right. He lost the minimum. So button moves, big stack, posting small blind and short stack, which is Ladu posting big blind ante, and then we have the Danish player Jan Jorgensen under the gun. Jan with about 26 big blinds. This is the last level of the evening, 6,000, 12,000.
Yeah, not long to go now before Tillman pauses the clock, draws a card, and announces the amount of hands left. Day 2. Quick bubble today, Finton.
That was super quick. I mean,
quick bubble.
These bubbles. I mean, it's not like a £50 competition. You know, for mint cash of 100.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
It's like, you know, it's...
Well, it's 3,600 euros, yeah.
It's a good month's salary in a Western country, like.
Decent month's salary, mate, yeah. Been impressed with Pustina. He's been relatively short almost throughout the day, but comes across very professional. Clearly isn't scared money. You know, I would really like to see him build a bit of a stack and see what he's capable of, you know, with like 40, 50 bigs. I think he really has a lot of potential from the small sample that I have. Seems like a very competent poker player.
Absolutely, Henry. For sure, for me also, Pustina has been one of the standout figures on this table. Sandro, I mean, he just went very loosey-goosey when he was sitting around 30 bigs a couple hours back. But, I mean, you could just tell from him he's very comfortable, good awareness, made the money, played the short stack quite well. Chip leader here in the big blind with the small pair of threes completes. So we're going to go to a flop. Pustina, the original raiser.
Swing and a miss for everyone. It's going to be really difficult for Pustina to find a C-bet here. Really difficult.
Hard to believe threes are ahead. 3 players in the pot on a king 9-4 board, and it goes check all round.
Wow, what a turn card.
Wow. Pustina connects, but it's a huge card for Aidan, who's picked up a massive combo draw.
Aiden getting an insane price to realize here. No need to jam.
Just looking at his stack, Henry, just 76k behind.
Oh, that's with the misclick. It says raise to 50k. It actually has 10 bigs behind. That's just cool. So now he has 90k behind. So 7.5 bigs. Armando scares me, man. He's super intimidating. He's just like always staring at people, even when he doesn't have a decision. Huge fade. Bustina here. Gonna be up to almost 400k. I'm excited for him. I hope to see him chip up a bit. I want to see what he's made of. Seems like a very competent poker player.
I like this check. Aiden has missed everything. 163,000 in the pot. Just 91k behind.
Do you know, the sick thing is that if Aiden turns his hand into a bluff, no, he doesn't. Bustina would be in pain. He would genuinely be in pain.
Decent pot, 377,000 now for Bustina. Average around 520 with like 85 players left. Aiden. Now the short stack. 7 bigs behind.
Whatever you say.
So we're waiting for the announcement, whether it's 3, 4 or 5 hands.
Come on, Tillman. These boys want to bag and tag.
Yeah, you get that feeling, don't you? They've kind of done their work. Enough's enough.
Yeah, I mean, look at the stacks, mate. A lot of them have had to... I mean, Norbert was down to 1 big, 3 away from the money. And he's not even the shortest at the table anymore. Vanzo's just in a prime position. This feature table. So 5 hands left.
For you. Yeah, but he has also to pay the small blind. Big and small you have to pay. For you, it's the worst.
Like the worst before, like if I'm gonna feed from the big blind, because tomorrow I'm gonna.
Yeah. So you can just hear Landu just make the point.
Raise.
5 hands. Means that Norbert has to pay big and small blind the last 2 hands of the night. Bustina starting to establish himself as the real force on this table. Landu with 9 bigs behind. Suited king. Puts in a defend.
100 behind? Something like that. It's kind of important. I can count for you.
Well, Landu
Wonderful, thank you.
flops the flush draw.
I don't blame Festina as well. It's kind of important, mate.
I mean, I don't mind a donk shove here.
It's alright,
8
check.
bigs. Because the check raise, you're kind of pricing in your opponent, aren't you?
Yeah, I don't mind the stop and go. This is pretty grim. Oh man, this kid's just the kid
I
is
mean,
just
yeah.
class, mate. He just understands equities and he's. I've been impressed, man.
All right. This is for my girlfriend.
Wow, Finn Bragg. Congrats on the girlfriend, bro. What's a fair turn card? That's
Very
not a
good
fair
card.
turn card. That's a very unfair turn card. I was going to say like an offsuit 10.
Rest for me.
So close. How much is it?
Exactly 100. You saw it? 100.
There is
1 billion.
exactly 100.
Oh, I hate those blue ones.
Take it.
I mean, yeah.
I'm gonna take them back.
At least they are. I have 4, not 1 or 3. The much needed double up.
Depends on perspective, but happy for you.
So hand 2 of 5 before we pause the clock. Double for Landu. Flop to flush draw. Check raised. Missed his flush but hit a pair. Pustina. Doubles up the shorty. This is Mr. Bond. 86 players remain. Average stack 530,000. Going to be back tomorrow. Streaming, I believe, from about 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Going to be playing to a final table. Pavel with ace 8 in the muck. And now Sandro cut off 9-7, no interest, but Armando will be opening here in the button with the Queen 10. Armando 1.2 million. I mean, he's been sitting on 1.2 million for I reckon about 3 hours.
Yeah, he's been chilling. Well, it's ever since that ace jack versus kings. Yeah, long old time. Long old time.
Button moves, so Norbert, our hero, will be under the gun. Then he's going to pay the big blind and small blind, but I'm thinking he's going to be getting the money in one out of these 3 hands.
Yeah?
I think he will. Will you give me even money on it? He'll get all his money over the line in the next 3 hands.
How much has he sat on?
Excuse me?
How many chips has he got?
He's a bunch. I'm not sure.
He's got heaps, has he?
Yeah, he's like 13 bigs or something.
I'll pass, mate.
Just 3 shorter stacks on it.
You're just angling me, mate.
No.
Yeah, go on then, booked.
Too late. Because, I mean, that's like basically 33%.
No, but it
of my equity is just gone there.
It could have gone over the line in that hand. So I don't know what you're on about, mate.
Aiden folds, and you said it earlier, Henry. You get the vibe that most of these players have just kind of...
They're done.
Yeah. They're saying, look, it's been a long day. It's been a good day.
It's been a good day. I want to see how many people in the Twitch chat are still awake, still keeping us company. Type 1 in the Twitch chat if you are actually fully functioning right now. Just out of curiosity. Finland got Henry scared. Yeah, he does,
with
man.
the Norbert.
He does, mate. Like, you've been angling me all night. I'm down 100 euros here,
listen,
chat.
I'm just
and 75 of it has been through angle shooting.
I'm just calling it as I see it. Jan Jorgensen, 3 bets, the chip leader. From the small blind position. With the 10-8. Armando Davanzo makes the call with the 10-7. What is going on here? One of the last hands of the evening.
Wait, what? Wait, hang on. So Jan's
Armando opened in the cutoff with 10-8. Oh, Jan has the 10-7. He 3-bet.
Classic.
Oh, sick.
I
sick.
mean,
And 10 incoming on the turn, no doubt. 186 in the pot.
He's just had enough.
I mean,
he's just like, I ain't bagging up 250k for day 3. I either come back with 600 or I save money on the hotel room. Well, I mean,
Amanda's going nowhere with the flush draw to go along with pair of 7s.
Yeah, I don't think
and that's kind of card that should favour Jan, but he checks incredible.
Wow, he goes for the old 10%. Vanzo has been mixing it up tonight, man. I love this guy. And also, like, it's worth noting, Jan has kind of had it out for Armando. He wasn't happy with the bubble dynamic, Armando having all the chips. He was just getting frustrated, felt like he couldn't win a hand. And just, taking a hand with bad card removal, 0 blockers. And just getting himself into trouble pretty much. It's going to be down to less than 15. A few in the chat still grinding. Sunday night, love to see it. Kijoka saying Jan lost it. Paul saying how many left though? It was 150 a few hours ago. It's the top right hand corner, Paolo, literally every hand or every other hand. And I feel like you've been following this stream for at least 3 years since I've been here. So, I don't know.
Lucky turn.
Jan Jorgensen saying that was a lucky turn. Well, thinking it was a lucky one for Jan. Second last hand.
Lucky turn.
Is indeed. And
Norbert, our hero. Big blind.
You think it's going in, yeah?
I don't know.
All right, go on. 100 to 1 that it doesn't go in.
Oh, Henry.
Give me 100 to 1. So you're that confident that it's going in. Give me 100 to 1 that it doesn't go in, and I'll bet a tenner on it right now.
I actually thought it would go in.
Go on, I bet you tenner, mate. He's only got 5 bigs. It's going in.
He's way more than 5 bigs.
Yeah, right, think about it.
He's closer to 10 bigs.
Think about it. How many combos are there? Right? 100 to 1 is a fair price because only about 15% of the thousands of combos that he has available are actually going in the middle. So you give me 100 to 1 on this one hand, I think that's a fair price, mate. Come on, €1. 100 to 1, quickly. Look, an ace has been fold, more card removal.
No. I'm like,
it's a +3 open. He's opening from the low jack.
My brain is frazzled. Mr. Bond Ace-8 in the bin.
You would have just won. You would have won more money off me, mate. You're such a nit.
Norbert folds, leaves himself with 10 bigs behind Sandro.
All right, last hand announced. Boys and girls, what's still got you here? Tomorrow, Finton and I are going to be coming back for day 3. We are ITM, 5:30 Central European time, 4:30 UK time. What is that PT time? That is...
midday?
No. One second, let me do math. 8:30 a.m. PT time. We're going to be playing down to the final table tomorrow, and then on Tuesday we'll be crowning our only World Series of Poker circuit main event champion this year. Normally have 2 circuits. This year we only have the 1. And there are some final tablists or previous final tablists still in the mix. Going to be battling it out for 235,000. After this stream finishes, and we're sending you over to the boys at Overbet Express. Going to be streaming some high stakes poker over on our Twitch channel. So I'd appreciate if you boys and girls stick around and show some love and support for GTO commentator and the boys in London grinding. And Finton, you and I mean, I reckon that 10-10 PLO game's got your name all over it, mate. It's been a long day, you need to blow off some steam. You're running good.
They would actually start laughing at me if I sat down the 10-10.
Just short stack it, mate.
They just go, look,
go on.
Fitting, buddy. You just, you know, you made a mistake. It's that other table in the corner. 2-2. That's the one you're meant to sit in. Not here with the big boys. Mr. Bond on the button, folding the king 2, and now Norbert delighted he made the money. Well, here we go.
In the money.
Here we go. Last hand, ace queen, snap call. Aid him with the ace 10. 200k pot.
Bro, imagine grinding for 12 hours and busting the last hand of the night, I swear.
It's okay.
I mean, yeah, I guess it's
coming back the next day.
I guess so. I guess
paying the hotel bill.
Yeah,
coming back next day, first hand.
All right, fair.
Gets his 3,600. He can go to the bar and drink. The rest of the guys have to retire.
Right. Fair. Yeah, it's better than getting your hopes up, right, and then coming back tomorrow and busting hand 1.
It's like the golf.
You love a bit.
You know, you're like 10 shots over.
Yeah.
Before the cutoff.
All right, this is a fair flop. I appreciate this flop.
Looks okay-ish.
Fustina's saying it's okay-ish.
We'll take a 5. A 5 is a fair turn card. That's not greedy.
Pustina on the left-hand side of your screen. Aiden, the short stack all in with the ace-10.
I think that's an unfair turn card.
So, 6, 8, or 10. Oh, 10 ball. Now, how bad has Pustina run? Leaves himself.
91.
10 of spades, corner pocket, and yeah, Finton, I mean...
He's got to have, what, 8 or 9 blinds for tomorrow?
Pretty brutal last orbit for him. From 400k down to 150. Losing a few flips. And yeah, boys and girls, the tournament does start tomorrow at 2 o'clock, but Finton and I are going to be here from 5:30. They're going to be a couple of hours played before we go live. And yeah, Finton, what do you think?
It's been a roller coaster ride. I actually loved it. I think the whole TV set was quality. The tables we had, the feature tables we had, were just busting with talent. Some real action players. I mean, Norbert, I mean, what a guy. He really entertained us. But your man, Pustina, I mean, it's unfortunate that he's lost 2 or 3 big hands there in the last couple of orbits, but he's going to be back tomorrow. That 12 big blind stack will be closer to, well, I guess it's going to be 8-16 tomorrow.
It'll be like 9.
Yeah. So let's see what happens, what unfolds. 80-odd players left, all in the money. But of course, it's that final table. That's where all the big money's been paid out, isn't it?
Yeah, a couple of 6-figure paydays, close to $250,000 in cash money, plus those 10 World Series of Poker Europe main event tickets worth €10,000 for the top 10 players.
That's like a tournament within a tournament, isn't it?
That is, they're basically treating this main event as a satellite into the European main event, mate. It's main eventception.
This event is so big that it has like prize pool, but it also has. It's also a satellite.
It's basically, so imagine winning a seat to this through a satellite. You've basically played a mega satellite into WSOP Europe main, mate.
And it's possible. Who knows?
Who knows? Odds on Norbert making the final table, mate. 100 to 1. Shake my hand. Come on.
100. You're giving me 100 to 1. Him to make the final table. I'll take that.
No, I want to book it. 100 to 1.
Come on. I'm not betting against my guy.
All right, boys and girls. They're bagging and tagging for the night. I'm sending you over to the boys for some high-stakes MTTs on GG Poker. And Finton and I will see you guys tomorrow here. Same place, same time. Until then, just remember, you get yourself in any dicey situations, you're not too sure what to do, just ask yourself, what would Finton do? And then do the complete opposite. Peace.